Chapter 1 Rebirth, Black Material System. Brother Chen, I have decided to take the postgraduate entrance examination, but it costs a lot of money. Can you support me for a few more years? I don't want much, just give me 500,000 a year. You are so rich, so what if you give me 500,000 a year? A slightly anxious and aggrieved voice came from the phone. Lu Chen shook his head, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. He looked at the luxuriously decorated house and was stunned for a few seconds. Then he looked at the date on his phone again, 2015. I'm back. Lu Chen couldn't believe it and bit his tongue hard. The severe pain woke him up immediately. He did come back to the day 10 years ago when the nightmare began. At this time, relying on his amazing investment talent, he accumulated a large amount of assets in just a few years after graduation. Because of his precise operations in the stock market, he even became a well-known figure in the circle. At such a young age, he has assets worth tens of millions, which can be said to be very successful. But he never expected that his life would be completely ruined by an ungrateful person, and that he would end up in disgrace and penniless. And this ungrateful person was the person who called him at this moment, Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing is a student at Yuqing University, and he also graduated from Yuqing University. He accidentally learned from his former mentor that Gu Qingqing's family was poor, so out of kindness he sponsored her to go to college. He paid for all the tuition and living expenses for the past 4 years, but he didn't expect Gu Qingqing to become more and more demanding. In addition to the tuition and living expenses, she also took advantage of his sympathy and asked him for money endlessly. Things like father broke his leg, mother is seriously ill, younger brother is in school. The asking price ranges from 70,000 to 80,000 yuan to more than 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. Lu Chen was kind-hearted, and since she always cried like a tearful pear blossom, he believed her and gave her all the money. But later he found out that these were all lies made up by Gu Qingqing. Her parents were fine at all. She used all the money for her own use, buying luxury bags and even a car. She lived a prosperous life throughout college. Lu Chen exposed her in anger, but he didn't expect that Gu Qingqing not only did not repent, but also thought that Lu Chen was rich and it was natural for him to give her the money. During graduation season, he asked him for a 1-year funding of 500,000 yuan in the name of postgraduate studies. Lu Chen decisively refused. After Gu Qingqing's repeated attempts to persuade him failed, she turned against him and slandered him online, saying that he used his money to threaten her, violated her, and forced her to have sex with him. Coupled with the exaggerations of a group of so-called Big V bloggers and their unscrupulous hype for traffic, he became disgraced overnight and was condemned by everyone. What he didn't expect was that he had helped many people in the past, but no one stood up to speak for him. Instead, seeing that Gu Qingqing succeeded with this method, he tried every means to use this method to squeeze the money out of him. In the end, he was burdened with all kinds of bad reputations, and his wealth was gone without him being able to clear his name, while people like Gu Qingqing who had slandered him were able to get away with it and thrive like fish in water. Today was the day that Gu Qingqing asked him out for a face-to-face talk after she had asked him for money several times without success. In his previous life, he just wanted to make things clear in person, but he didn't expect that Gu Qingqing was wearing a micro camera on her body. After asking for it in vain, she took off her clothes to seduce him. After he refused, she left angrily. And thus the nightmare began. Gu Qingqing maliciously edited and dubbed the video, eventually turning it into evidence of his forced assault on her. All kinds of past events came to his mind. Lu Chen clenched his fists, and his eyes were cold. I have been a good man, but you won't let me live. Then in this life, I will be a true villain. Mercy, kindness, be damned. Brother Chen, just promise me, it's only 500,000, which is insignificant to you, why don't you give it to me? You should use all that money to do good things, to help those of us who have no money. If you don't even want to do this, how can you have a clear conscience? Gu Qingqing's voice continued to ring out, and after being confused and angry, Lu Chen calmed down again. A plan of revenge had already emerged in his mind. Let's talk in person, Yunshan teahouse, meet at 6 p.m. Gu Qingqing was overjoyed. Okay, Brother Chen, let's meet and talk. Gu Qingqing was very happy, and Lu Chen knew why she was happy, because she had already prepared the camera and everything to frame him. But, in this life, everything is about to change. Lu Chen put down his phone, walked to the window and looked out. In front of him was an artificial lake, and the rising sun cast a golden glow on it. The villa is a detached house worth 5 million, and the car is a Bentley Flying Spur, which is enough for ordinary people to admire in this era. Looking at everything he had regained, the raging anger in Lu Chen's heart turned into tranquility, and within this tranquility was an endless chill. In this life, I will only be a bad guy. Black material system binding successful. This system can provide the host with a piece of black material every day, and the target can be designated as someone. You can get black material points by taking revenge on your nemesis. Black material points can be used to extract black material of the designated person and turn it into definite and accessible empirical evidence. Black material points, 0. System? Lu Chen was surprised, but soon calmed down. He had read online novels before, so he was naturally not unfamiliar with this. A simple study will give you a thorough understanding. The black material system is very simple. It can provide black material about someone every day, and the black material points can be used to convert the black material into concrete evidence. For example, he can obtain the black material of a specific person who is suspected of tax evasion. By using the black material, he can directly extract the evidence of his tax evasion and keep it in his hands. Provide Gu Qingqing with some dirty information. Lu Chen didn't even think twice and immediately started with Gu Qingqing. Extraction successful. Gu Qingqing will secretly film and slander the host at Yunqian teahouse at night, and will attract fans in the private room after the host leaves. It is recommended that the host install a camera in advance, catch evidence, and severely punish the ungrateful person. Lu Chen didn't expect that Gu Qingqing would play so many tricks. Not only did she slander him, but she also attracted fans. Once this evidence is obtained, Gu Qingqing will have no chance of turning things around. Lu Chen raised the corners of his mouth, revealing an icy smile, then went downstairs and drove away. Since he had personally handled the decoration of the villa, he knew where to buy the cameras. He drove straight there and bought a mini camera with a recording function. After having lunch, he went to Yunqian teahouse in advance to book the best private room and install the camera. Gu Qingqing, this time, I want you to know what it feels like to kneel down and be a dog. Chapter 2 Black Silk School Beauty. 6 p.m., Yunqian teahouse. Lu Chen arrived first and sat quietly in the private room. Soon the door was pushed open and Gu Qingqing walked in. She was wearing a pair of white shoes, a pair of over-the-knee black stockings on her fair and slender long legs, and a pleated miniskirt, a campus-style JK outfit. She is 1.7 meters tall, and her legs are incredibly long, so her proportions look perfect. The scale of the front is also quite grand and spectacular, and very informative. When she walks, the swaying of her skirt reveals a little bit of her snow-white thighs, but not too much, revealing a kind of thrilling attraction. On her fair nose bridge was a pair of round frame glasses with large lenses, and an innocent expression, making her face look like someone in first love. She is worthy of being the #1 campus beauty at Tamashiro University. But at this moment, there was only one sentence in Lu Chen's mind: the girl with glasses is really a contrast. And this is indeed the case. Gu Qingqing's style of dressing looks pure and sexy, which can win the hearts of countless men. She herself is the complete contrast. She looks pure and innocent, but in fact, she is very playful. It was just that she acted very well, so in her previous life, Lu Chen never doubted her clumsy lies. Brother Chen, you are finally willing to see me. As soon as Gu Qingqing entered the room, she looked at him with tears in her eyes, and was about to cry. With her innocent first love face, most people who didn't know her would immediately soften their hearts. Lu Chen just had a calm expression. He looked at the Louis Vuitton bag in her hand, the delicate bracelet on her hand, and the Tiffany necklace around her neck, and he felt funny and cold. Undoubtedly, all the money she used to buy these things came from him. But he had supported Gu Qingqing and lived a comfortable life for 4 years, but what he got in return was her slander and disgrace, leaving him with nothing. Gu Qingqing closed the door and immediately sat next to Lu Chen. She grabbed Lu Chen's hands with her two fair hands and said while crying, "Brother Chen, I really want to study for a master's degree. Please give me some money. I don't ask for much, just 500,000 a year, why won't you help me one more time?" Lu Chen sneered, "Haven't I helped you enough in the past 4 years? I paid for all your tuition and living expenses. You lied to me and said your dad had a broken leg, your mom was seriously ill, and your brother needed to go to school. Has the money taken from me for all these miscellaneous things been less than 800,000? But all this money has become a luxury item for you." Gu Qingqing quickly put down the Louis Vuitton bag in her hand and cried, "Brother Chen, I did lie to you, but there was a reason for it. I'm just a girl. What's wrong with me wanting to live a better life? You can't stop me from running towards a better life. I swear, this must be the last time. As long as you promise to give me 500,000 yuan every year during my graduate studies, I will never ask you for money again. Brother Chen, please help me." As long as you promise me, I am willing to do anything for you. Gu Qingqing bit her lips with tears in her eyes. As she spoke, she stood up and reached out to unbutton her clothes. A large area of fair skin is revealed, which, combined with her already perfect figure, is extremely lethal. She unbuttoned a few buttons, then slowly squatted in front of Lu Chen, raised her head and looked at Lu Chen with tears in her eyes, and said in a seductive tone, "Brother Chen, I am really willing to do anything for you." Lu Chen sneered in his heart. In his previous life, it was this scene that was maliciously edited and dubbed by Gu Qingqing, making him hated by everyone. He clearly remembered that he had tried to persuade Gu Qingqing with kind words and asked her to stand up, without ever thinking that all this had been arranged by Gu Qingqing in advance. But at this moment, bang! Lu Chen raised his hand and slapped Gu Qingqing in the face. Gu Qingqing tilted her head, covered her face and looked at Lu Chen in surprise. "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" Lu Chen said coldly, "Gu Qingqing, let me make it clear, I will not give you any more money. I'm not someone who will go to bed with you just because you squat in front of me and flirt with me. Do you know what you look like now? You look like a cheap bitch." Gu Qingqing was stunned and looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. In her memory, Lu Chen had always been the kind, gentle, considerate and warm-hearted man. Why was he so? But the suspicion was soon replaced by anger. Gu Qingqing was so angry that her chest heaved. She stood up and roared at Lu Chen, "Lu Chen, you just have a few stinky money, what's so great about that? With my capital, don't I deserve 500,000 a year? Am I not worthy of 500,000 a year's consumption? I won't let you live easily. I tell you, as long as you don't give me money, I won't let you live easily." Lu Chen sneered. He finally said what he wanted to hear. It was all captured clearly on camera. "Okay, I'll wait." He stood up, turned around, and walked out of the private room. Gu Qingqing looked at Lu Chen's back without any reluctance and roared and stomped her feet in anger. She had never expected Lu Chen to be like this. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't suppress her anger. After a roar, Gu Qingqing suddenly seemed to remember something. She carefully locked the door and took out a small plastic strip containing flour from her bag. 2 hours later, Gu Qingqing paid the bill and left satisfied. She looked a little weak, but extremely excited. Lu Chen stood not far from the entrance of the teahouse and watched her stagger into the car and leave, then turned back to the private room to take out the camera. After returning home, he connected the computer and exported the video. Watching the conversation between Gu Qingqing and Yang Li, as well as her crazy look afterwards, Lu Chen put his hands behind his head and the smile on his face became colder. "Gu Qingqing, from now on, you are a dog kneeling in front of me. Yuqing, a high-end residential area. Qingqing, didn't it work?" As soon as Gu Qingqing walked into the room, a girl came out and asked anxiously. She was about the same age as Gu Qingqing, but her attire was much more revealing. She wore red-soled high heels, over-the-knee black stockings, a hip skirt, and a low-neck sweater, making her look slightly more mature than Gu Qingqing. She is also very beautiful, but her temperament is different from Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing is both pure and lustful, and the contrast is very strong, while she is pure and lustful. Her name is Yang Li. She is Gu Qingqing's best friend and another campus beauty at Yuqing University. She is also a very popular female anchor. Gu Qingqing gritted her teeth and said, "That stinky man actually slapped me. I was so angry." Yang Li immediately said, "I told you a long time ago that he would definitely not agree. Fortunately, we have discussed countermeasures in advance. Have you installed the camera? Don't worry, the whole process was recorded. I even deliberately unbuttoned my clothes and squatted in front of him. If we edit it, it will definitely ruin his reputation." "Great. Hurry up and export the video. I happen to know a big V blogger with millions of followers. I will give him the video today. I guarantee that Lu Chen will become a rat crossing the street that everyone will shout and beat overnight." Gu Qingqing's expression looked better then, and she and Yang Li exported the video. After editing it, Yang Li sent it to the big V blogger she mentioned. Qingqing, now everything is ready, just wait and see Lu Chen's downfall." A vengeful sneer appeared on Gu Qingqing's face. "Lu Chen, I asked you for money but you refused to give it to me. This time, I want to see how you can take the initiative to ask me to settle the matter privately. Chapter 3 Kneel down and crawl over here." With the evidence, Lu Chen did not go directly to find Gu Qingqing. It would be too boring to go directly to her now. But if he lets her make a big deal out of it first and then takes out this hard evidence, Gu Qingqing will be completely ruined and the threat to her will be even greater. He wanted to see Gu Qingqing full of confidence, yet forced to kneel down and beg for mercy. And the people he wanted to take revenge on were not just Gu Qingqing, but also Yang Li, and that big V Du Liyun. He was disgraced in his previous life, and the two women, Yang Li and Du Liyun, were also the culprits, and he would not let either of them go. Only by getting Yang Li and Du Liyun into the water first can he catch them all in one fell swoop. Everything was ready, and Lu Chen fell asleep peacefully. But on the other side, Gu Qingqing and Yang Li were not calm at all. Yang Li sent the edited and dubbed video to the big V blogger she knew, Du Liyun. Du Liyun is quite famous in this circle. She has planned many similar incidents and dragged down several prominent figures, eventually ruining her reputation. For her, this kind of thing is business, it's traffic, and she doesn't need to care about right or wrong. When she listened to what Yang Li and Gu Qingqing said, she immediately felt that this matter was very promising. A beautiful schoolgirl from a poor family was taken control of by a rich man. This kind of thing was enough to attract people's attention as long as it was leaked, not to mention that Gu Qingqing and Yang Li also provided a video, in which Gu Qingqing squatted in front of Lu Chen and cried. With just this one shot, as long as she adds some fuel to the fire, and with her years of experience and various abilities to add fuel to the fire, she is confident that it will be enough to prevent Lu Chen from making a comeback. If she adds some boxing remarks about a patriarchal society where women suffer humiliation, she can still attract a large number of brainless traffic. So, Du Liyun agreed immediately and took action immediately. She sent the video out and wrote a short essay of more than 2,000 words in the name of Gu Qingqing, accusing Lu Chen of using his power to control Gu Qingqing. The facts are fabricated, the content is ambiguous, the logic is unclear, and the evidence is insufficient. The only thing they had to show was an edited and dubbed video, which did not even have a frontal shot of Lu Chen violating Gu Qingqing. But as soon as Du Liyun posted it, it immediately caused an uproar, and tens of thousands of people flocked to it. In addition, Du Liyun joined forces with several friends in the circle and quickly pushed the matter to the hot search. In just one night, Lu Chen became the target of public criticism, and the internet was flooded with insults and humiliations against him. This Lu Chen is worse than an animal. He actually extended his evil claws to a poor girl with excellent character and academic performance. Ha, look at this is a patriarchal society. This guy is so disgusting. Gu Qingqing opened her phone early in the morning to check the trending searches. When she found out that the matter had become such a big deal, she immediately laughed triumphantly. Humph, Lu Chen, this is what happens when you don't pay me. Just wait for your disgrace. Gu Qingqing even began to imagine the scene of her negotiating terms with Lu Chen. By then, let alone 500,000, she would dare to ask for 1 million. Yang Li was also very happy. Ha, that's great. Qingqing, now you have the bargaining power. If Lu Chen comes to you to negotiate the price, you must not ask for less. Don't worry, Lily. I can count this. When the time comes, I will ask him for several million and give you 1 million. Qingqing, you are so nice. The two of them laughed and immersed in their beautiful fantasies. Villa. Lu Chen got up, opened his phone and looked at the trending searches while brushing his teeth. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the truth had already been revealed, and as expected, with the instigation of people like Du Liyun who had no bottom line, the storm became very big. Especially the 2,000-word essay, which fabricated facts and exaggerated them, portrayed him as a beast who did all kinds of evil. Beast? In my last life, I wasn't a beast, so I lost. In this life, I'll show you what a real beast is. Lu Chen ignored the overwhelming abuse on the internet. He washed up, ate breakfast quietly, and then called Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing immediately became excited when she saw the caller ID. It's Lu Chen. Yang Li also came over and said confidently, he must have seen the news online and came to talk to you. Qingqing, don't be afraid of him. With our methods, are we afraid that we can't control him? Du Liyun has done this kind of thing countless times. She has many ways to ruin his reputation. Gu Qingqing answered the phone and said arrogantly, what's the matter? Do you want to talk to me about something? Lu Chen said, come over to me and we can talk face to face. Gu Qingqing immediately thought that Lu Chen was afraid and wanted to negotiate a solution, so she immediately said with a cold face, Lu Chen, I tell you, since I have done this, I will not give up if you can't satisfy me. I know you have some money, but you can't beat me or Du Liyun. I can give you a chance to talk face to face, but there is only one chance. If you miss it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Chen just found it funny. Come to my house and talk face to face. He said this coldly and hung up the phone. Gu Qingqing was a little puzzled. Why was Lu Chen so calm? Shouldn't he be furious? Why else? He was scared. If he dares to yell at you again, isn't he afraid of being killed by us? That makes sense. I'll go find him now. Gu Qingqing went out with an excited look on her face, driving the car she bought with the money given by Lu Chen, and went straight to Lu Chen's villa. All the way she was wondering whether she wanted 5 million or 6 million. After thinking it over, she finally wondered if she was stupid. Of course she should ask for 10 million so that she wouldn't have to worry about the rest of her life. In the villa, Lu Chen opened the remote control door and sat on the second-floor balcony, waiting quietly. Gu Qingqing strode up to Lu Chen, folded her hands and said arrogantly, "Lu Chen, if you want to resolve this peacefully, give me 10 million. I told you, this is your only chance. If you miss it, it will be gone. I asked you to pay me 500,000 yuan a year but you refused. Now you are willing to talk to me about 10 million yuan. Tell me, are you a slut?" Lu Chen stood up, a cold smile appeared on his lips, he looked straight at Gu Qingqing, raised his hand, and slapped her in the face. Gu Qingqing was furious. "Lu Chen, you want to never be able to turn over, right?" Bang! Lu Chen didn't say anything, just sneered and slapped her in the face again. Gu Qingqing was furious and rushed towards Lu Chen screaming, but before she could touch Lu Chen, she was kicked by Lu Chen and fell to the ground. Without waiting for her to get up, Lu Chen walked over, grabbed her hair, and slapped her on the face, leaving fingerprints all over her face, and finally threw her heavily to the ground. Gu Qingqing was breathing heavily, angry and in disbelief. Lu Chen used to be such an easygoing person, why did he suddenly become so irritable today? "Lu Chen, you don't want to live anymore, do you want to be treated like a street rat for the rest of your life? I won't let you go. I'm going to call the police and have you arrested. Just wait. This isn't something that can be solved with just 10 million. Gu Qingqing roared and took out her cell phone. Her hands were shaking with anger and she was about to call the police. Lu Chen just laughed and turned on the huge projection screen on the wall, and the picture appeared. Gu Qingqing was about to continue roaring when she suddenly saw the picture on the screen. Her eyes immediately widened and her pupils suddenly contracted. On the screen was the scene of her meeting Lu Chen at Yunshan teahouse last night. How could you have such a video? Lu Chen, what did you do? What did you do? Don't be anxious, the best is yet to come, just wait and see. Lu Chen smiled coldly, poured a glass of wine, and just watched quietly. The more Gu Qingqing watched, the more horrified her expression became. When she saw her taking off her clothes and squatting to seduce Lu Chen, her mouth became dry. And when the picture froze on her mad state of ecstasy, Gu Qingqing's mentality collapsed. "Lu Chen, what did you do? What on earth did you do?" She screamed and rushed towards Lu Chen, but was slapped away by Lu Chen. Immediately, Lu Chen sat on the sofa, looking at Gu Qingqing who was trembling with fear, with the corners of his mouth raised and his body leaning forward, like a ferocious wolf, staring at his prey. "You have two choices. 1. You call the police now and I'll hand this video over to the superintendent. 2. Get down on your knees and crawl over here. Chapter 4 I want an obedient dog." Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but very cold. His two eyes were staring straight at Gu Qingqing, and Gu Qingqing felt that his eyes seemed to be glowing green. Although there was a smile on Lu Chen's lips, and this smile was usually very gentle and warm, but at this moment, the smile made her feel cold all over and her heart was pounding. "Lu Chen, you monitored me, you actually monitored me. You know that what you are doing is illegal. I'm going to report you. Don't think I'll be scared if you scare me." Gu Qingqing, was not brought up to be scared. But Gu Qingqing did not give in immediately. Instead, she wanted to take the initiative and her tone was full of arrogance. But Lu Chen knew that she was already scared inside. Although she acted arrogantly, her trembling voice betrayed her when she spoke. "Report?" Lu Chen chuckled, looking indifferent. "Okay, then call the police now. But before that, let me teach you some legal knowledge. If someone maliciously fabricates facts to slander others, and the circumstances are serious, he or she will be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years. Whoever fabricates facts to gain sympathy from others and commits fraud, where the value of the property is between 30,000 renminbi and 100,000 renminbi, shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years but not more than 10 years. Fraudulent property worth more than 500,000 yuan shall be punished by imprisonment for more than 10 years or life imprisonment. You made up excuses like your parents were sick, and the money you took from me was enough to exceed $500,000. I have complete records of the transfers. In addition, you have attracted fans. Even if you did not participate in the sale and transportation, you will be detained. And if this matter is directly exposed, how will you, Gu Qingqing, the school beauty, work and survive? I will punish you for multiple crimes. Not to mention life imprisonment, but 20 years. Can you run away? With my financial resources, I can find the best lawyers, but can you find them? Can you afford them? Gu Qingqing's throat rolled, her mouth was dry, her hands were trembling slightly, a look of fear began to appear on her face, and even her complexion began to turn pale. Lu Chen was not in a hurry, he just looked at her with a smile. Aren't you going to report me? Come on, make a phone call. Or, how about I help you? Lu Chen smiled and took out his cell phone, unlocked it, and was about to make a call. Gu Qingqing's face was in a panic and her legs were limp from fear. No, Brother Chen. She staggered towards Lu Chen, her legs clearly unstable. Stop! Lu Chen suddenly shouted coldly. He didn't look too angry, but his face was extremely cold and murderous. Gu Qingqing was so scared that she stopped immediately and didn't dare to move forward. I said, either you call the police or get down on your knees and crawl over here. I'll give you 10 seconds. Either I call the police or you do what I say. As you said, I will only give you one chance. If you miss it, it will be gone. 10, 9, 8. Gu Qingqing's whole body began to tremble. Looking at the cold Lu Chen and thinking of the horrible consequences, tears immediately fell from her eyes. Brother Chen, I was wrong. I don't want the money anymore. Please let me go. Please let me go. 7, 6, 5. Lu Chen ignored her and just stared at her, continuing his countdown. Brother Chen, don't scare me. I know you are a good person. Brother Chen, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the last zero came out of Lu Chen's mouth, Lu Chen did not hesitate, directly opened his mobile phone and entered the police number. Brother Chen, don't. Gu Qingqing's last line of defense collapsed. She didn't know why Lu Chen suddenly became like this, so cold and so unkind. But she knew that Lu Chen would definitely dare to make this call, and once he made the call, her life might be ruined. The moment the 3 words no came out of her mouth, she had already bent her knees and knelt on the floor with a bang. The delicate body under the JK suit was trembling, and tears were on her pretty face. Lu Chen had to admit that Gu Qingqing was indeed very beautiful and worthy of her title of school belle, but at this moment, he did not show any mercy. On the contrary, there was a kind of almost perverted madness in his heart. He put down his phone, said nothing, and continued to stare at Gu Qingqing. He has already said what to do and he won't say anything more. As for how Gu Qingqing reacts, that's her business. Gu Qingqing instinctively wanted to beg for mercy, but when she saw Lu Chen's silent and cold face, a feeling of fear surged in her heart, making her swallow all the words that were about to come out of her mouth. After hesitating for a few seconds, she placed her hands on the ground tremblingly and began to use her hands and feet. Look up. Lu Chen looked at Gu Qingqing who was lying in front of him and spoke in a commanding tone. Gu Qingqing raised her head, her face full of tears, and begged, Brother Chen, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I can clarify it online and clear your name. I'm so beautiful, and I still have a bright future ahead of me. I can't let this end like this. Brother Chen, I beg you, I beg you, I beg you. Gu Qingqing begged for mercy while crying and sobbing. Her trembling body looked pitiful. The edges of her pleated skirt lifted up because of her posture, and could no longer cover her long, white legs and full body. Lu Chen was looking down from above, and her legs looked particularly special from this angle. He even wanted to slap it must feel good. But he still didn't say anything, just looked at Gu Qingqing quietly, his eyes wandering. Gu Qingqing's heart beat faster and faster. At this moment, she really hoped that Lu Chen would say something. She would be willing to do that even if it meant scolding or beating her. But Lu Chen didn't say a word at this moment, and this silence was more terrifying than beating or scolding her, which terrified her. Because she didn't know what Lu Chen wanted, nor did she know what she was facing now. This person is completely different from what she had thought before. Brother Chen, if you have any conditions, tell us so we can discuss it, okay? Silence. Brother Chen, I really didn't mean to lie to you, you say something, you, woo-woo. Gu Qingqing was crying and her body was shaking. Silence. There was silence for nearly 3 minutes. Lu Chen looked at her with a sneer on his face, but did not say a word. Gu Qingqing could no longer bear it. It was as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. Her hands and feet could not support her body. She was shaking violently and was about to collapse at any moment. Lu Chen then reached out and pinched her chin, lifting her face up, and touched her tender and smooth skin. If you want to solve the problem, you can, but it depends on how sincere you are. I'll give you 1 day to think and take action to appease my anger. Come here to me at this time tomorrow. Well done, this matter can be resolved, but if I am not satisfied, 10 years, 20 years, or life imprisonment, it's up to you. Get out. Lu Chen stood up and looked at Gu Qingqing with a smile. Gu Qingqing was so confused and mentally broken that she instinctively wanted to stand up and walk out. However, when she looked up and met Lu Chen's gaze, all her courage disappeared in an instant. Then, she trembled and left the villa as Lu Chen requested. Lu Chen could start to let him be a dog now, but Lu Chen knew that if he started from this point, she would definitely act up again, which would be meaningless. What he wants is to let Gu Qingqing see hope again and again, and despair again and again. What he wants is not just a dog, but the most obedient dog. Chapter 5 Yang Li's Scandal, Backstabbed by Her Best Friend. Watching Gu Qingqing leaving the villa crying, Lu Chen did not feel any softness in his heart. On the contrary, his heart was harder and colder than ever before. The host punishes the enemy Gu Qingqing viciously, and obtains black material points, 500. The words flashed in his mind, and Lu Chen opened the system panel, and saw that there were 500 more black material points on it. Then he remembered that today was a new day and he could extract some dirty information about another designated target. Extracting black material, the target is Gu Qingqing's best friend, Yang Li. Lu Chen remembered clearly that his downfall in the previous life was closely related to Yang Li. This woman used her identity as an internet anchor to constantly support Gu Qingqing, slandering and spreading rumors about him, and constantly increasing the popularity of the topic. Not only is Yang Li disgusting in this matter, but she also uses various means such as fabricating her identity and background to create a false persona for herself, thereby deceiving fans and making money. The character she created is that both her parents died, and she has been lonely and helpless since childhood. Because she is beautiful, she is often bullied and harassed. But she still relied on her own part-time work to go to college, and worked hard to become a popular anchor. She is obviously very coquettish, but she pretends to be pure during live broadcasts, selling her art but not her body. Various miserable characters are created to sell sympathy and lure fans to spend money. As long as there is sufficient evidence, these things are enough to be sentenced for fraud. Extraction successful, Yang Li used various means such as fabricated background and facts to create a false persona and lure fans to consume, which is enough to constitute fraud. Can be exchanged for specific evidence, costs 400 black material points, do you want to exchange? Note, depending on the degree of black material exchanged, the black material points required are also different. Exchange. Lu Chen chose to exchange the evidence without hesitation. Exchange successful, evidence has been converted into text data and transmitted to the host's mobile phone. Lu Chen unlocked his phone and quickly found the text in a folder, which contained Yang Li's detailed family background and family information. There are also various false facts she had fabricated in the past, as well as chat records and consumption records in which she used her miserable character to lure fans into giving her large rewards. The whole process was enough to expose Yang Li's false personality, and the amount involved was huge, with the amount of money in her hands being as much as 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. If it is sentencing for fraud, the sentence will also be more than 10 years. Holding the evidence in hand, Lu Chen showed a cold smile. Now, just keep going. Gu Qingqing left Lu Chen's villa in a daze and returned to the house she shared with Yang Li. Qingqing, what's wrong with you? Did Lu Chen not give you the money? Does he want to be completely ruined? Yang Li looked at Qingqing, who looked distraught, and immediately asked with a surprised look on her face. Gu Qingqing burst into tears immediately, and said with tears in her eyes, Lily, something happened. That scheming man Lu Chen actually set up a camera in the private room where we met yesterday and recorded the entire process. If he sends the video out, I'm done for. What, he took a full video? Yang Li was shocked. She had never expected this and her heart immediately became uneasy. After all, she was also involved in this matter. If the situation is reversed now and she is pulled out, the consequences will be very serious. Gu Qingqing nodded, yes, he filmed the whole process. Not only that, but he also filmed me taking that thing in the private room yesterday. He also saved the transfer records he made to me over the years, which contained evidence that I fabricated the story of my parents' injuries. If he prosecutes me for fraud, I will end up in jail for the rest of my life. What should I do now, Lily? Gu Qingqing kept crying. Yang Li was frightened at first, but suddenly an idea popped into her mind. I just used my identity to stand up for her and said a few words online. Outsiders don't know that she and I had teamed up to frame Lu Chen. Even if things were reversed, the worst that could happen is that I wouldn't mention it, or at most I'd just apologize. What's so scary about that? But Gu Qingqing actually inhaled that stuff, and Lu Chen got the evidence to threaten her. If I can get this evidence and expose this matter, the sensation it will cause will definitely be much greater than simply slandering Lu Chen. I am sure I can use this to increase my traffic, and also create a personality of a man who sacrifices his relatives for the sake of justice. Combined with my previous miserable personality, I can also gain a large number of crazy fans. Going to make a ton of money. A series of wonderful ideas quickly appeared in Yang Li's mind. She had already thought of a complete plan to betray Gu Qingqing in exchange for a surge in her own traffic. I couldn't help but clench my fists with excitement, and felt ecstatic inside. As for this damn friendship between besties, is this thing valuable? Aren't best friends meant to be betrayed? While thinking this in her heart, Yang Li put on an angry look on her face and said to Gu Qingqing, "This Lu Chen is so abominable. We just slandered him and wanted some money from him, but he actually did such a vicious thing to you. He is not even a human being. Qingqing, don't be afraid. Now is not the time to retreat. If we retreat at this time, you will just be at his mercy. We should fight to the end now. But what if he leaks the video? My lies will be exposed, and I will be ruined and face jail time. You are stupid. So what if he has a video? We can say that his video was edited maliciously and is fake. Besides, isn't there Du Liyun? She is the best at doing this kind of thing. As long as the public opinion on the internet is well guided, why worry that she can't discredit Lu Chen? And think about it, now he has a handle on you. If you don't use it on him, you will always be controlled by him. And now the only handle you can use is to make this matter bigger and muddy the waters. You are so beautiful and have a bright future ahead of you. Are you really going to be ruined by a man like him? Yang Li tried to induce Gu Qingqing in various ways. She just wanted her to continue doing it. Only in this way could she keep the heat of the matter and give her a chance to leave evidence of Gu Qingqing's fanbase. Then reveal even bigger news. After hearing this, Gu Qingqing thought about it and felt that what Yang Li said made sense. She also didn't want to be countered by Lu Chen like this. Lily, you are still sober. You are right. I can't back down now. I have to fight to the end. I will contact Du Liyun right now and ask her to continue to escalate this matter. I don't believe that Lu Chen dares not care at all. Yang Li was overjoyed and began to support Gu Qingqing in various ways, but in fact she wanted to keep a recording of Gu Qingqing admitting that she had attracted fans and slandered Lu Chen. In this way, when she exposes it, there will be sufficient evidence. Is she still worried that the melon is not big enough or explosive enough? Yang Li was excited, and when she looked at Gu Qingqing, her eyes were shining with golden light as if she was looking at a gold ingot. She doesn't care about framing her best friend, she just wants traffic and money. As for Lu Chen, she cared even less. She had never had direct contact with Lu Chen, and Lu Chen had no chance to keep any evidence against her, so what could he do to her? I'm making a ton of money, I'm going to make a ton of money this time. Yang Li was ecstatic. Chapter 6 New Target, Beautiful Sister-in-Law. After calming Gu Qingqing down, Yang Li quietly contacted Du Liyun. Sister Du, I have a super big piece of gossip here. It is related to the matter between Gu Qingqing and Lu Chen that you are exposing. Once the news is revealed, it will be absolutely explosive. Are you willing to cooperate with me to reveal it and attract a huge wave of traffic? What melon? To put it simply, there was a reversal in Gu Qingqing's slander against Lu Chen. Lu Chen got the evidence of her slander and turned around to threaten Gu Qingqing. And Lu Chen has a few more explosive things on Gu Qingqing. If this news comes out, Gu Qingqing will be ruined, but we can all attract a huge amount of traffic. Du Liyun, isn't Gu Qingqing your best friend? So what? My best friend can't give me money. What I want now is traffic and money. The two discussed it for a while and finally reached an agreement that once Gu Qingqing had enough evidence, they would start to expose Gu Qingqing. Of course, she did not reveal all the evidence Lu Chen had on Gu Qingqing, because she wanted to keep it for herself and reveal it firsthand, so that she could attract the most traffic. However, it was this point that made Du Liyun feel somewhat dissatisfied. As a veteran, she certainly wanted to attract the most traffic, but Yang Li used her connections to slander Lu Chen in the beginning, and now she was unwilling to give her the melon. This made her feel a little dissatisfied, but she didn't say it out loud. As for the impact this reversal would have on her, she didn't care at all. There have been reversals in the things she has handled more than once or twice, but she has been able to get away with it every time because she is nominally speaking for others, and even her short essays are written in the name of others. At worst, she can just apologize and say that she trusted others too easily, and then cry and regret it. She has a one-size-fits-all syndrome, and no one can do anything to her. Villa. When Lu Chen saw that the matter between him and Gu Qingqing on the internet had not been settled, and Gu Qingqing had not come out to apologize or clarify, he knew that Gu Qingqing must have changed her mind again. And based on his understanding of Gu Qingqing, she definitely wouldn't be so courageous on her own, and Yang Li must be fanning the flames. He smiled. Yang Li, you wanna play with me, right? Then just wait to be played to death. He was not in a hurry to fight back immediately. He wanted to give Gu Qingqing a fatal blow when she was at her most proud, so that she would never have the courage to fight against him again. His purpose was not to send Gu Qingqing to jail, as jail would be so boring. It's still fun to have pets. The phone rang. Lu Chen picked up his phone and took a look. A name appeared on the screen. Who you? A plump and beautiful figure immediately appeared in Lu Chen's mind. Hu Yu is his nominal sister-in-law. The reason why she is nominal is that his good-for-nothing elder brother has no blood relationship with him, but was picked up by his parents and named Lu Guang. Lu Guang was a naughty child. He dropped out of school before graduating from high school. When his parents were still alive, he did not work properly and even asked his family for money after working for many years. But he lived a life of debauchery and found a very beautiful wife. Unexpectedly, not long after that, Lu Guang was arrested for committing a crime and sentenced to 5 years in prison, where he is still serving his sentence. Although Lu Chen disliked Lu Guang extremely in his previous life, he still gave him a lot of help out of the consideration of their family relationship. But the more he gave, the more they took it for granted and the more greedy they became. He remembered that the reason Hu Yu came to him this time was because her sister Hu Bing wanted to buy a house and came to him to borrow money. It's called a loan, but in fact it's just for free with no intention of paying it back. In his previous life, he couldn't resist the favor and lent 300,000 yuan. But after Gu Qingqing made a big fuss, Hu Yu didn't say a word for him. Instead, she saw an opportunity and did the same thing. They slandered him online, hoping to use this opportunity to extort more money from him. The past events were vivid in his mind. Lu Chen looked at the name on the screen and a chill flashed in his eyes. Yes, since we want revenge, how can we leave out Hu Yu? Lu Chen sneered and answered the phone. What's up? On the other end of the phone, Hu Yu was a little stunned. Lu Chen's voice was very cold, which was completely different from his usual kindness. But she didn't think much about it. She knew very well that Lu Chen had a soft character. As long as she used her identity as the sister-in-law, she would not be afraid of not being able to morally blackmail Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I'm your sister-in-law. I need your help. My sister wants to buy a house, but she can't come up with that much money right away. You know, she doesn't make much as a kindergarten teacher. You're not short of money, and you don't care about a few 100,000. Can you lend my sister 400,000 or 500,000 yuan for my sake? Sure enough, the first thing Hu Yu asked for was borrowing money, and a lot of it, 400,000 or 500,000 at the beginning, as if his money came from a flood. No. Lu Chen refused without even thinking about it, his tone cold. Hu Yu was stunned, obviously not expecting Lu Chen to refuse. The next second, anger appeared on her face, and she said in a deep voice, Lu Chen, what's your attitude? I'm your sister-in-law. I have never had a good day since I married into your Lu family. Now that your elder brother is in jail, shouldn't you, as the younger brother, take care of me? Since I am your sister-in-law, you should also treat my sister as a family member. Why don't you help her buy a house now? Besides, you are so rich, 400,000 or 500,000 is nothing to you. You are unwilling to lend even this little money. Do you still have a conscience? Hu Yu was used to being rude in front of Lu Chen. Once she got upset, she would start to use moral blackmail and make unreasonable demands. Lu Chen smiled. I said I won't lend you any money. I've already given you a lot. From today on, I won't give you any more money. Of course, if you can show some sincerity, I can also consider meeting some other requests of you and your sister. At your age, you are like a wolf and a tiger, and it must be very uncomfortable to hold it back. Hu Yu's face immediately turned red, and she angrily said, Lu Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm your sister-in-law. Lu Chen laughed and hung up the phone. He knew that Hu Yu would definitely come to find him. On the other side, Hu Yu looked at the hung-up phone, her chest heaving with anger. She works in finance in a company and likes to dress up. She had just got off work and was wearing a black hip-hugging miniskirt. She had no stockings on her legs, but her legs were long and white, and with the high heels, her proportions were perfect. The short skirt also highlights the figure perfectly, making the curves exquisite. She was wearing a white shirt with the buttons about to burst. She looked plump yet sexy, with a sophisticated beauty that neither Gu Qingqing nor Yang Li could match. At this moment, her cheeks were red, and she said angrily, How dare you hang up on me, Lu Chen, just wait for me. The opportunity to make hundreds of thousands of dollars for free was right in front of her, how could she give it up so easily? The night passed quickly. That night, the slander against Lu Chen by Gu Qingqing continued to ferment, and it became more and more serious. Lu Chen saw it all, but he was not anxious at all. Get up the next day. Extract the dirty info. Target, Yang Li. Extraction successful. Yang Li learned that the host had complete evidence of Gu Qingqing's slander and had additional evidence. She wanted to use this opportunity to backstab Gu Qingqing and teamed up with Du Liyun to expose Gu Qingqing. Can be exchanged for evidence, consumes 100 black material points. Exchange. Exchange successful, evidence has been stored in the host's mobile phone. Lu Chen opened his phone and quickly found the evidence, which was the chat records between Yang Li and Du Liyun. Yang Li's plan was clearly stated in it. Backstab? Interesting, then let me see who can successfully backstab whom first. A more sophisticated plan emerged in Lu Chen's mind. Chapter 7 I like sailor uniforms. Lu Chen was not surprised that Yang Li was planning to backstab Gu Qingqing. People like Yang Li would do anything for money. She teamed up with Gu Qingqing to slander him in order to attract traffic for herself. Otherwise, do you really think she is so kind that she would risk her life for her best friend? Haven T, you seen the news that your best friend advised you to divorce, but then you turned around and found that your best friend was together with her husband? Lu Chen was not in a hurry. He knew that with Gu Qingqing's character, as the situation developed, she would definitely come to him for negotiation again. She would not just sit there and watch so much money without asking him for it. Sure enough, Yang Li called at around 9 in the morning. It was still more than 40 minutes before Lu Chen came to see him at 10 o'clock as he had said yesterday. As soon as Lu Chen answered the phone, Gu Qingqing's arrogant voice rang out. Lu Chen, you are so anxious now, right? You still want to fight back against me? I tell you, it's impossible. Now that things have gotten so serious, if you don't want to be disgraced and condemned by everyone, then show your sincerity. I tell you, this is not something that can be solved with just 10 million yuan. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have the video. I can definitely say your video is fake and you are slandering me. I have Du Liyun to help me. She has a whole team behind her. Do you think she can't kill you? Lu Chen just smiled coldly, took a sip of coffee, and said, Yang Li lied to you, and you believed it? Don't you think about why she wanted you to take the risk and continue to slander me when she knew I had evidence? Lu Chen's direct words immediately stunned Gu Qingqing. How did he know that it was Yang Li who instigated her to do this? Lu Chen didn't wait for her to answer and continued, let me tell you why. Yang Li wants to betray you in order to attract traffic to herself and build her image as a selfless person. You were sold, but you're still helping others count money. Gu Qingqing, even a pig is not as stupid as you. Gu Qingqing's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, but she immediately denied it. Lu Chen, stop trying to sow discord here. Lily is my best friend. Everything she does is for my sake. She will never betray me. Really? Why don't you take a look at this first before drawing any conclusions? Lu Chen immediately sent the screenshot of the chat between Yang Li and Du Liyun to Gu Qingqing. When Gu Qingqing opened it, her eyes changed immediately and her heart sank. The chat records clearly show that Yang Li has betrayed her. She suddenly understood why Yang Li had been repeatedly confirming with her yesterday whether Lu Chen really had evidence against her and had the complete video of their meeting. Yang Li is collecting evidence secretly. Gu Qingqing hugged her head and felt like the sky was falling. Her most trusted best friend actually betrayed her. Yang Li, you bitch. Gu Qingqing rushed into Yang Li's room and slapped her in the face. Yang Li was puzzled. Gu Qingqing, are you crazy? Gu Qingqing glared at her and yelled, Yang Li, why did you team up with Du Liyun to betray me? I trusted you so much, but you actually wanted to betray me just to attract traffic for yourself. Yang Li immediately panicked, but still pretended to be calm and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I betray you?" Gu Qingqing clicked on the saved chat history picture and placed it in front of Yang Li. "You're still arguing with me." Yang Li looked at the chat records and her face immediately changed. She stammered, You, how come you have the chat records between me and Du Liyun?" Gu Qingqing's heart immediately sank to the bottom. Yang Li's words undoubtedly meant what the truth was. You don't even need to ask to know that Yang Li has betrayed her. Ah! Yang Li, you bitch, you bitch. Gu Qingqing was so angry that she immediately grabbed and beat Yang Li. Yang Li saw that she could no longer hide the truth and was so furious from being beaten that she just gave up and pushed Gu Qingqing away. "Yes, I betrayed you, but if you hadn't been so despicable and done it yourself, would I have had the chance to betray you? Gu Qingqing, you are the real bitch. I'm telling you, I've recorded what you said yesterday. If I expose it, you're done for. Just wait for your disgrace and ruin." Gu Qingqing felt a rumbling sound in her head. She never expected it to turn out like this. Yang Li took the opportunity to push her away, ran out, and quickly left the community. Full of anger, Yang Li went to the house she rented specifically for live streaming. Then he quickly turned on the live broadcast, saying that he was going to reveal a shocking piece of news about Lu Chen and Gu Qingqing at noon. At the same time, he went to the hot searches and continued to post these remarks to build momentum and attract people to watch his live broadcast room. This matter has always been very popular, and after she attracted attention, the number of people in the live broadcast room immediately increased dramatically. She is very experienced and did not choose to reveal the news immediately, but instead built up momentum first and waited to reveal the news at noon. A few hours passed like this, and by noon, the number of people in her live broadcast room had reached an unprecedented peak, and the peak even approached 1 million. Looking at the skyrocketing traffic, Gu Qingqing was extremely excited. She kept people in suspense and tried to stir up emotions, but she just didn't say it directly. Only after people's appetite has been whetted and traffic starts to decline will they decide to reveal the news. What I want to say today is that all of Gu Qingqing's accusations against Lu Chen are slander. Her tuition and living expenses throughout college were funded by Lu Chen, but now she is asking Lu Chen for a yearly subsidy of 500,000 yuan in the name of preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. Yang Li talked freely and revealed everything she knew. Of course, she also kept the fact that Gu Qingqing had attracted many fans secret. It's not because she is kind, but she deliberately left this handle to make it easier to control Gu Qingqing in the future. With her exposure, the matter immediately ushered in a huge reversal, and the matter was once again quickly pushed to the top of the hot searches. In addition, she had the recording of Gu Qingqing's personal admission as evidence, so Gu Qingqing's reputation plummeted and was on the verge of collapse. Lu Chen had been following this matter from beginning to end. When Yang Li exposed the matter, he personally stood up for the first time to clarify himself and released the first half of the video of him meeting Gu Qingqing at Yunqian teahouse. As for why he didn't release the second half, it was because, firstly, he wanted to have something to hold on his hand, and secondly, he wanted to have a pet now and couldn't let Gu Qingqing go in right away. The successive revelations from the two immediately revealed Gu Qingqing's true face, and Gu Qingqing's reputation plummeted. Those who originally supported her all shut their mouths, and all kinds of abuse poured in. She slandered the man who sponsored her 4 years of college like this. "Damn, why don't you get hit by a car and die? I spent 4 years paying for tuition and living expenses by selling my misery and defrauding people. In the end, I still want to slander people in this way. Should good people be pointed at guns? Fuck, I feel so sorry for this dude." Gu Qingqing's account was quickly attacked. Looking at the overwhelming abuse, Gu Qingqing did not dare to face it and could only quickly close the comments and private messages. But when she thought about the consequences of this matter, she felt desperate, especially since she was stabbed in the back by Yang Li. If Lu Chen did not choose to forgive her at this time and directly sued her, she would not only be ruined, but might have to spend decades in prison. When she thought of this, Gu Qingqing's scalp went numb, her body trembled with fear, and she burst into tears. She trembled as she took out her cell phone and called Lu Chen. As soon as Lu Chen answered the phone, he heard Gu Qingqing crying. "Brother Chen, you must forgive me, I really know I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again, Brother Chen, I beg you, give me a chance, I beg you." Lu Chen smiled coldly and said, "If you want to ask for help, you must be sincere. Don't you understand this principle?" Gu Qingqing nodded hurriedly. I understand, Brother Chen, I will come over right away to apologize in person. If you have any requests, just let me know, I will definitely show my utmost sincerity." Okay, then come over here. Oh, by the way, I prefer sailor suits, so come find me when you're dressed. Lu Chen raised a smile and hung up the phone. Chapter 8. Don't go in, stay here. Gu Qingqing's hand holding the phone was still shaking, and tears were streaming down her face. She never thought that things would turn out like this in just 2 days. Not only did Lu Chen have evidence against her, but Yang Li actually stabbed her in the back. Now the only person who could save her was Lu Chen. After staying there for a few seconds, she hurriedly stood up and walked into the room, opened the closet, and chose the most beautiful and sexy sailor suit to put on. Go downstairs, drive, and go straight to Lu Chen's villa. Villa. Lu Chen sat on the balcony, looking at the Lingyan Lake in the distance. The afternoon sun was dancing on the lake, making the waves sparkle and the water splash golden, which was very beautiful. The houses in the villa area are not densely populated, which ensures that the privacy of the villas is maintained very well. This is exactly what he likes now. Brother Chen. Gu Qingqing stood at the door of the villa and saw Lu Chen on the balcony. She cried out with tears in her eyes. Lu Chen didn't say anything, but just opened the door and let her in. Gu Qingqing had already prepared her emotions when she went upstairs. By the time she went upstairs, her eyes were full of tears and she looked pitiful. She was wearing a sailor suit jumpsuit with a white base and light blue and black edges at the hem. It was tightened at the waist, highlighting her slim waist to the fullest. The skirt was not long, and her white thighs were shining. She was wearing over-the-knee white stockings. Although not as sexy as black stockings, they gave her a strong campus and first love look. Brother Chen, I really know I was wrong. I beg you, please forgive me, okay? As soon as she saw Lu Chen, Gu Qingqing immediately begged for mercy. Her tearful face, coupled with her current outfit and innocent first love face, made her look particularly pitiful and could easily make a man soften his heart. This is what Gu Qingqing did when she asked Lu Chen for money and made up a lie about her parents being sick, and Lu Chen would soften his heart every time. So she hoped that her acting skills would be good enough to make Lu Chen soften his heart again. Lu Chen took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Come here." Gu Qingqing walked in front of Lu Chen while sobbing, lowered her head, and tears fell down. Brother Chen, I. Bang! Lu Chen raised his hand and slapped her in the face, interrupting her words. Gu Qingqing's face changed drastically with fear. She hurriedly covered her face and took 2 steps back, looking at Lu Chen in panic. Come over. Lu Chen stared at her straightly with an icy voice, not showing any sign of softening his heart because of her pitiful appearance. Gu Qingqing's original fluke mentality was shattered in an instant, but she didn't dare not come, and still walked in front of Lu Chen. Bang! Lu Chen slapped her in the face again. Red fingerprints appeared on her face. Gu Qingqing was at a loss, her heart pounding. Facing the cold Lu Chen, she had no idea what to do. Lu Chen stood up, grabbed her hair and pulled her in front of him. He ignored Gu Qingqing's screams and slapped her on the face several more times, turning her fair and delicate face red. Only then did he let go. You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're scared. You still want to act in front of me even now. It shows that you not only don't know that you are wrong, but you are not even afraid. Gu Qingqing, you disappoint me. Gu Qingqing was so scared that she kept sobbing and stammering, Brother Chen, I don't want to hear any explanations. Lu Chen interrupted her bluntly, his tone was harsh and unusually cold. Then he took out his cell phone, unlocked it, and placed it on the small coffee table in front of him. I've hit you now, and there's enough evidence. You can call the police right away. Do you want to try? The best way to make a person surrender is not to beat her into submission, but to break down and destroy all her defenses from the heart so that she has no courage to resist from the bottom of her heart. For a moment, Gu Qingqing really wanted to grab her cell phone and call the police, but after just a second, she gave up the idea. She could call the police, but then what? If Lu Chen hit her, the worst that could happen was that he would have to pay her compensation, and this amount of money was insignificant to Lu Chen. But if Lu Chen got angry, she would face imprisonment. She knew which was more serious. What Lu Chen wanted was for her to be clear about this. Only when she was clear about this, she would know who was the real master and who was the dog. Brother Chen, I don't dare. Please forgive me, I really know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Lu Chen sat down again, smiled, and glanced at her unscrupulously. Do you know why I asked you to wear this? Gu Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head and said, because Brother Chen likes it. Why do I like it? Gu Qingqing didn't answer, but she began to understand what Lu Chen meant. I've washed up. Sensible. You're not going in? Right here. Gu Qingqing's eyes widened, with a look of horror flashing in her tearful eyes. Lu Chen remained unmoved and just looked at her. After staying there for a few seconds, she walked towards Lu Chen, put her hands on her legs, slowly bent her legs, and felt a cold touch on her knees. Lu Chen lifted her face and pinched it hard. Gu Qingqing screamed in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. Lu Chen smiled. I like the way you cry. Gu Qingqing looked at Lu Chen in front of her and suddenly felt extremely strange and frightened. The light of setting sun cast patches of afterglow on Lingyan Lake. Gu Qingqing was a little dazed. She looked around blankly for a few seconds, then retracted her gaze and looked back at Lu Chen. Brother Chen, you will let me go, right? I like obedient pets. Gu Qingqing nodded hurriedly. I will be obedient, but Yang Li has my recording. If I go in, Brother Chen will be left without a pet. Lu Chen understood that Gu Qingqing was afraid that Yang Li would continue to expose her and make the matter worse. Although the final decision was in Lu Chen's hands, she certainly didn't want the matter to be magnified infinitely, otherwise she would be ruined, and it was not certain whether Yuqing University could even give her a diploma. Yang Li is nothing to be afraid of. She just has her own traffic as a streamer. If her account is blocked, she will be nothing and won't be able to make any waves. Gu Qingqing, but how could I let her get blocked? I don't have any evidence against her. You don't, but I do. Gu Qingqing stared at Lu Chen with eyes wide open, somewhat incredulous. Although Yang Li had always given her advice, including fabricating the story of her parents' illness, Lu Chen had never had any private contact with Yang Li, so how could he have any evidence against her? Lu Chen did not explain, but simply said, call Yang Li and ask her to stop, and tell her that I have some dirty laundry on her. Being gentle and kind, and combining kindness and severity, are always good ways to win people's hearts. Now that he had slapped her, he had to give her another piece of candy to make Gu Qingqing understand that even being his dog was better than being someone else's dog. Chapter 9 Yang Li, the sky is falling. Gu Qingqing was skeptical, but she still took out her cell phone and called Yang Li. She wasn't sure if Lu Chen really had any dirt on Yang Li, but what if he did? Yang Li had just gained a lot of traffic by backstabbing Gu Qingqing. Her fans increased by more than 300,000, and the popularity of her live broadcast room also reached a new high. After tasting the sweetness, she continued to spread the word, saying that she had more melons and more details in her hands, and would continue to reveal them later. In this way, she can continue to receive attention and traffic in waves. Even if there is no new gossip, she can attract more attention by exaggerating and fabricating facts. Ha ha ha, I really made a lot of money this time. I made a lot of money. Gu Qingqing was extremely happy. She felt that it wouldn't be long before she could become someone like Lu Chen, living in a villa and driving a Bentley. By that time, Lu Chen might have been ruined and had nothing, but she would be able to live in glory. When she thought of those people who were moved by the character she fabricated, supported her all over the world, and gave her large rewards, she felt very proud and disdainful. A bunch of idiots, all you know is to give me money. Do you really think I will sleep with you if you call me brother? They are all idiots like Lu Chen. Just when she was feeling proud, the phone rang. When Yang Li saw it was Gu Qingqing, the smile on her face became even brighter. She came to me at this time, most likely to beg for mercy. Even if she didn't beg for mercy, she can't do anything to me now. With a huge sense of superiority, Yang Li answered the phone and said, Hey, isn't this the fraudulent campus beauty from Yuqing University? Why are you still in the mood to call me instead of hiring a lawyer to deal with Lu Chen? Taunt to the fullest. Gu Qingqing was so angry that her face turned red, and she angrily said, Yang Li, you stinky bitch, don't be so proud. Brother Chen has already said that he will not pursue me. But you stabbed me in the back and used the matter between me and Brother Chen to attract traffic for yourself. Brother Chen will not let you go. Brother Chen also has some dirt on you. Yang Li was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Gu Qingqing suddenly stood on Lu Chen's side and talked again. But she soon understood and burst into laughter. Ha, Gu Qingqing, in order to avoid being held accountable, you have gone to be Lu Chen's bitch, right? You are really pitiful. You were betrayed by your best friend and became a dog for your enemy. Tell me, what use are you? Gu Qingqing was so angry that her face turned blue. Yang Li was fearless and continued, and that Lu Chen is also a fool. He gave you so much money for free in the past 4 years, but you betrayed him in the end. With such a stupid brain, he still wants to control me? Don't think that you can solve the problem by apologizing to him. I have plenty of ways and means to deal with you and Lu Chen and make you both rot and stink. And there's some dirty laundry about me. Does he know who I am? Has he ever met me? How dare you say there's some dirty laundry about me? Gu Qingqing, you're not stupid enough to think you can scare me with words like that, are you? Ha ha ha. Yang Li laughed loudly, confident and arrogant. She didn't take Gu Qingqing seriously at all, nor did she take Lu Chen seriously either. In her opinion, Lu Chen was even dumber than Gu Qingqing. The phone was on speaker, so Lu Chen could hear everything clearly. His expression did not change, he just smiled faintly and took the phone from Gu Qingqing. He said calmly, "Let me show you something good, and then you can decide how to talk to me." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen sent Yang Li's dirty laundry to Gu Qingqing first, and then transferred it to Yang Li using Gu Qingqing's phone. The information in it clearly showed how Yang Li fabricated her identity and defrauded rewards. Yang Li's face was full of disdain. She didn't believe Lu Chen had this ability at all. But when she clicked on the file, the smile on her face froze instantly, her pupils constricted, and then she quickly scrolled down, read it quickly, and her hand holding the phone began to tremble. How could this happen? How could this happen? How could he have so much information about my family? How could he have evidence that I fabricated my identity? This. Yang Li panicked for a moment, completely losing all her previous arrogance. She hurriedly called Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing, where did you get these things? Tell me. As soon as Gu Qingqing heard it, she knew that these things must be true. She looked at Lu Chen with horror in her eyes and her heartbeat quickened. Lu Chen actually managed to get hold of Yang Li's evidence quietly, and judging from the existing evidence, once the matter is exposed, the consequences Yang Li will face will definitely not be any lighter than hers. Even if Yang Li can return the money, she will definitely face being banned. As a female anchor, what other options does she have if her account is banned? At this moment, Gu Qingqing suddenly realized that Lu Chen was definitely not as simple as she had thought before. Thinking of this, Gu Qingqing suddenly felt grateful for having survived a calamity. She was grateful that she had knelt down and begged for mercy, showing enough sincerity. Although it's a bit sad, it's better than having nothing. These were all sent by Brother Chen. Are you scared now? Yang Li, you're not that great. Gu Qingqing's tone suddenly hardened. Yang Li's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be that Lu Chen had dug it out? Let Lu Chen speak. I want to talk to him. Lu Chen took the phone and said, "Go ahead." Lu Chen, where did you get those things? Why did you want to hurt me? I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of you. Don't try to threaten me with these things. It's a crime if you threaten me too. I can sue you. Lu Chen smiled, "You are right, so I decided to hand these things over to the police chief, so that I am not threatening you. As for the above situation, the police chief will investigate it clearly. Based on what you've done, your account will be blocked as a prerequisite, and you must also pay back the money you've scammed. As for how many years you'll be in prison, that depends on how much money you have left after paying the compensation and what kind of lawyer you can hire." Lu Chen hung up the phone, but Yang Li didn't feel relieved at all. On the contrary, she became even more scared. She suddenly realized that what she had just said was extremely stupid. If she chose to settle the matter privately with Lu Chen, as long as Lu Chen calmed down, she might still have a chance to save herself. But if they fell out and Lu Chen directly handed over the evidence, she would have no room for maneuver. Account blocking, compensation, and jail time. Three-pronged approach. Can she afford the consequences? Yang Li panicked and called Gu Qingqing again in a hurry. "Qingqing, don't be angry. I was just joking before. Let Lu Chen answer the phone. I have something to say to him." Gu Qingqing handed the phone to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the phone but didn't say anything. Instead, he hung up. Then he threw the phone to Gu Qingqing and said, "Within 1 day, no matter how she asks, just say I don't have time. If you don't want to talk to her, just block her. After 1 day, I will tell you what to do." In the evening, Gu Qingqing looked at the caller ID and felt happy for no reason. This is the 18th call from Yang Li. She had hung up 8 times in a row, and this time, she answered. "Qingqing, please don't hang up. I beg you, please don't hang up." Yang Li's voice sounded with tears in her eyes, without any of the arrogance she had in the afternoon. "We are good friends. You must help me, Qingqing. I beg you to let Lu Chen answer the phone, okay? It was all my fault before. I was just a bad mouth. I want to talk to Lu Chen in private. Can you let him talk? Gu Qingqing said arrogantly, Brother Chen doesn't have time, please stop fighting. After saying that, he hung up the phone and blocked her number. Hearing the sound of the phone being hung up, Yang Li slammed the table in anger and continued to call like a madman. But this time, the call couldn't be connected. Yang Li immediately realized that she had been blocked. If Lu Chen didn't talk to her, it meant that Lu Chen was extremely dissatisfied with her previous behavior, and Lu Chen might even have handed the evidence to the police superintendent. Thinking of this, Yang Li felt a rumbling sound in her head, as if she had been struck by lightning. The sky is falling. Chapter 10 Sister-in-Law Visits. Ah! Gu Qingqing, answer the phone, answer the phone. Yang Li held her head and roared, slamming her phone heavily on the table. Her chest heaved violently and her huge body trembled. After a burst of shouting, she immediately grabbed her phone and contacted Gu Qingqing using the Penguin account. Gu Qingqing took a look and turned on the Do Not Disturb mode. When Gu Qingqing thought of Yang Li's hysteria on the other end of the phone, she felt a sense of relief. Some even felt that it was a good thing that she surrendered to Lu Chen first, otherwise she would be the one facing the same result. After witnessing Lu Chen's methods, Gu Qingqing's awe of Lu Chen had reached an unprecedented level. If the evidence Lu Chen had against her only frightened her, then when Lu Chen calmly took out Yang Li's evidence in front of her, she really looked at Lu Chen with a new respect, and even began to doubt Lu Chen's background. How could an ordinary person master so many things quietly? Lu Chen had never had any contact with Yang Li before. On the other hand, Yang Li tried to contact Yang Li again and again but to no avail. She was extremely nervous and her eyes were red. She had originally agreed to hold a live broadcast in the evening to continue exposing Gu Qingqing and Lu Chen, but time had passed and she had completely forgotten about it and had thrown the matter out of her mind. And just like that, the night passed. Yang Li hardly slept that night. She tried every means she could think of to contact Yang Li, but received no response. She even ran to the house she used to share with Yang Li in the middle of the night, but Yang Li called the police and took her away. After one night, Yang Li's eyes were red, her eye circles were swollen, and she looked haggard. But what made her even more desperate was that she had not yet contacted Gu Qingqing and Lu Chen. Lu Chen got up early and ran 5 kilometers in the villa area before going back to eat, take a shower, and change clothes. After living his life over again, Lu Chen has realized that living happily and carefree is the most important thing, and to be happy and carefree, health comes first. Otherwise, no matter how good the gun mount is placed in front of you, if the barrel is not strong enough and you can't fire, wouldn't that be just crying in vain? He remembered that according to the time in his previous life, his beautiful sister-in-law who should have come to him in person today to discuss buying a house for her sister. Extracting black material, subject, Hu Yu. The data was retrieved successfully. Hu Yu lost money in stock trading, used her identity to make false accounts in the company, took kickbacks, and embezzled more than 500,000 yuan of company funds. Should I retrieve the data? Extract. After punishing Gu Qingqing yesterday, he gained another 800 black material points, some of which were capital to exchange for evidence. Extraction successful, evidence has been saved in the host's mobile phone, black material points consumed, 300. After checking the negative information, a smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the phone rang. Lu Chen, I'm Hu Yu. I have something to talk to you about. I'm outside your house right now. Please open the door. Hu Yu's tone was not very friendly, and she even sounded quite righteous, as if this was all natural. Lu Chen listened to her words but did not answer. Instead, he hung up the phone directly. At the door, Hu Yu looked at the hung-up call. Her pretty face immediately turned red with anger, and she immediately called Lu Chen again. Lu Chen, I told you to open the door, can't you hear me? Lu Chen ignored him and hung up again. This is the attitude you have when you come to see me? You're dreaming. Hu Yu was furious, but also a little confused. Usually, Lu Chen was very easy to talk to, so why did he hang up on her several times today? Although Lu Chen didn't speak to her in a nice tone the day before yesterday, she didn't take it to heart at all. After all, Lu Chen had been used to being soft for several years. She was furious, but she also understood that Lu Chen hung up on her because of her attitude. Although she was unhappy, she still had to see Lu Chen, otherwise what would happen to Hu Bing's house and her unpaid bills? So she called for the third time and said in a soft voice, Lu Chen, I was rude just now, please don't hold it against me. I am your sister-in-law after all. Can you please open the door for me and let us talk about what we have to say face to face? Lu Chen still didn't say anything and hung up the phone, but this time he opened the door. Humph, why is he so arrogant? It's just a few stinky money. Next to Hu Yu, another woman who looked somewhat like her said that it was her sister, Hu Bing, a kindergarten teacher. The two entered the room and saw Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked up and saw Hu Yu walking in front of him. She was wearing a black hip-hugging miniskirt and a white shirt as usual, a full office professional style. She has a plump figure, and no matter whether she is wearing a short skirt or a shirt, the protruding parts are fully filled. She is very beautiful, and both her figure and temperament are that of a typical young woman, which is in stark contrast to Gu Qingqing's campus style and Yang Li's coquettish poses. Plus, she has a pretty face, which can be said to be a great weapon to attract men. Hu Bing, who was standing next to her, was wearing casual jeans, a simple white t-shirt, and a bun, which was very consistent with her identity as a kindergarten teacher. Although she is not as plump and attractive as Hu Yu, she is still pretty enough. Plus, as a kindergarten teacher, she is still attractive to many people. After all, there are many contrasting women in this profession. But Hu Bing had a cold face. She was clearly here to ask for money, but it felt as if she was the one who borrowed the money, while Lu Chen was the one who came to ask for the money. As soon as they sat down, Hu Yu said, "Lu Chen, I've already told you about this, and I'm sure you understand. Bing Bing really can't afford that much money to buy a house now. We are all family, you have to help her no matter what. I know you are not short of money, and I am your sister-in-law. You should at least give me this face, right? We don't want more, just give me 500,000. You have so much money, 500,000 is nothing to you, why are you so stingy?" Hu Yu spoke very confidently, as if it was natural for Lu Chen to give money, and if he didn't give, he would be stingy. Moreover, Hu Yu didn't even say borrow, she just said want. Others at least know to borrow it to make it more high-sounding, but she doesn't even bother to act. Lu Chen sneered, looked at Hu Yu straight in the eye and said, "Sister-in-law, are you going to ask me for it directly, or are you going to borrow it?" Hu Bing on the side said unhappily, "Is there any difference?" She had no intention of paying it back anyway. Hu Yu's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Of course I'm borrowing it. Don't worry, I won't take your money for nothing. Oh, so, how about you first return the more than 300,000 yuan I lent you, and then I will consider lending you another 500,000 yuan? By the way, write an IOU to avoid any disputes later." Lu Chen said with a cold expression. When Hu Yu and Hu Bing heard this, their faces immediately turned ugly. Hu Bing couldn't help but stood up and pointed at Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, what do you mean by this? Are you humiliating us? My sister married into your Lu family, so she belongs to the Lu family. You actually asked my sister to write an IOU. How can you treat me like a brother-in-law?" Hu Yu also frowned and said unhappily, "Lu Chen, this is boring. Let's not talk about whether IOU should be written or not. I am your sister-in-law, and it is my duty for you to help me. Don't say I'm just borrowing some money from you. If you have a conscience, you should take the initiative to support us when our family is in trouble. Now you actually say such ugly words and do such ugly things for such a small amount of money. To put it nicely, you have no conscience, and to put it bluntly, you are inhumane. You can't be like this as a human being. Chapter 11 Humiliating You Too. Hu Yu started speaking in a sarcastic tone, making it seem like she was justified in asking for money. Lu Chen, who had previously given her hundreds of thousands of dollars for free, was now considered to be heartless and inhuman. The reason was simply that Lu Chen was too easy to talk to before, and she was used to bossing him around. Anyway, with Lu Chen's previous soft personality, she was not afraid of offending others, and it was even more impossible for Lu Chen to do anything to her. Hu Bing became even angrier. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Lu Chen with the other, growling like a shrew, "Lu Chen, do you want to smell what fart you are letting out now? If we weren't really in trouble, would we come to you? Now that we are in trouble, you are still here to add insult to injury. Do you have a conscience? Do you have any shame? I used to think you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to be so heartless. You asked us to write an IOU for a few bucks. Do you think we are beggars?" Lu Chen's face was extremely cold, but he did not get angry because of what the two said. Now that he had experienced more, he became more restrained. But this restraint does not mean that he has no temper, but that he is able to control it freely and does not show his emotions on his face. He looked at Hu Bing coldly and sneered, "Oh, you know you came to me because you encountered difficulties. Since you encountered difficulties, it means you have something to ask of me. Is this the attitude when asking someone to do something for you?" Hu Bing was speechless for a moment, his face slightly red, but he didn't know what to say. Hu Yu was also stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, Lu Chen, you are being too polite. I am your sister-in-law. Do you want me to kneel down and beg you? That's a good idea. Then kneel down and beg me. If you kneel well, I will lend you money. If you don't kneel well, there will be no negotiation. Remember, keep a nice posture when you kneel. Lu Chen looked calm and composed, staring at Hu Yu's plump body and chuckling. Hu Yu's face immediately turned red, and she became furious. Lu Chen, is this the attitude you should have when talking to me? Hu Bing also shouted loudly, you are not a human being. You actually made my sister kneel down. How dare you have such a dirty mind? Lu Chen, do you have any shame? Lu Chen stared at Hu Bing coldly, then suddenly took a step forward, raised his hand, and thrust it hard towards her face. Bang! A loud and crisp slapping sound was heard, and Hu Bing's voice stopped abruptly. She took 2 steps back, covered her face with one hand, and looked at Lu Chen with disbelief and horror. Hu Yu was also dumbfounded. They all knew that Lu Chen had a soft personality, so why was he like a different person today? Not only was his attitude so tough, he even dared to slap Hu Bing in the face. Before the two could come to their senses, Lu Chen slapped Hu Bing on the other half of her face again, forcing her to take several steps back. Her face was red and the fingerprints were clearly visible. If you come to me to ask for money, you should behave like a beggar, instead of being arrogant and domineering in front of me. In terms of kindness, I gave you no less than 300,000 yuan before, and you didn't pay me back a cent. I have done my best. Now I will not give you money for nothing. If you want to borrow money, you can. Just kneel down and beg me as you said just now. But there are conditions for you to kneel down and beg me. Your clothes are nice, but I don't like them. I like my mom's skirt. Go back and change your clothes, then kneel down and beg me, and I can consider it. Lu Chen felt no burden in his heart. He had indeed done his best before. As for whether Hu Yu is living a good life, what does that have to do with him? His good-for-nothing elder brother was not related to him by blood, and he had been asking for trouble all these years. Without his help, Lu Guang and Hu Yu would not have had the money to get married. Now that Lu Guang is in jail, Hu Yu treats him as a cash cow. Even if he throws the money away, it will still make a difference. Why should he give the money to you, Hu Yu, for free? To put it bluntly, with $300,000 lying around, there is no woman of any quality that I can't spend the night with, and there is no posture that I can't unlock. Should I waste it on you? Hu Yu's face turned pale, then ashen, and he was furious. Lu Chen. She opened her mouth and roared, her body trembled slightly, and the surging waves rose and fell with her. Don't go too far. I'm here to borrow money from you, but don't think you're so great just because you have a few bucks. You can choose not to lend me the money, but you can't humiliate me and my sister like this. Why do you want to hit my sister? Lu Chen smiled, it's not a big deal that I have a few stinky coins. If you have the ability, don't come to me for these stinky coins. You keep saying my money is filthy money, but you keep asking for it. Who is so shameless? As for humiliating your sister, don't get me wrong, I don't mean to humiliate your sister. I will humiliate you too. Bang! As soon as Hu Yu finished speaking, before she could react, Lu Chen stepped forward and slapped her in the face. Hu Yu covered her face and stared at Lu Chen with wide eyes, her face full of horror and disbelief. Her mind went blank. She never expected that Lu Chen would be so bold and have such a bad temper that he would attack her directly. You. Lu Chen, you are crazy, you are crazy. Bang! Lu Chen ignored her and slapped her in the face again, then grabbed her hair and pulled her back hard, exposing her entire face, and slapped her in the face several more times. Finally, he pushed her away and Hu Yu almost fell to the ground. Hu Yu felt a burning pain on her face and was about to explode with anger. Ah! Lu Chen, you bastard, you actually dared to hit me, you are finished, I tell you you are finished, today no matter how much money you have, it can't save you, I will call the police, I will sue you, I will make you spend the rest of your life in jail. Hu Yu was so angry that her body was shaking and she took out her cell phone to call the police. Lu Chen was not panicked at all. He smiled and said, you don't know whether my money can save me, but I know that your money can't save you. Even if you sold your kidney, would it be enough to make up 1/10 of your stock market losses? Sister-in-law, do you want me to continue? Lu Chen looked at Hu Yu with a smile on his face. Hu Yu had already dialed in the number to call the police, but when she heard Lu Chen's words, her hand holding the phone trembled violently, and her eyes immediately looked at Lu Chen with an incredible and horrified expression. Lu Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? What about the stock market shortfall? I don't understand what you are talking about. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, as long as you can understand. I just happen to have a nice gift for my sister-in-law. Lu Chen unlocked his phone, dug out the evidence of her misappropriation of funds to make up for her stock market losses, and placed it in front of her. Hu immediately grabbed the phone, and at one look, her heart suddenly contracted violently, as if it was about to explode in an instant. Then his face and eyes began to tremble, and a sense of fear arose. How could you have these things, Lu Chen, how could you have these things? Lu Chen took the phone and said with a smile, you don't need to worry about how I got it. You just need to know one thing, whether you kneel beautifully or not means whether these things only exist in my phone or appear in other places. I would also like to remind you that with the amount of money you are involved, if you cannot make up the difference on time, it will take at least 10 years. But with the money you have now, can you make up for it? You came to me in the name of buying a house for your sister, is it really just to buy a house for her? I'm done, you can call the police now. Lu Chen sat down and looked at Hu with a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. But Hu's hands were shaking so badly that she almost dropped the phone on the ground. The next moment, she hurriedly turned off the dialing function and looked at Lu Chen with fearful and almost pleading eyes. Chapter 12, Mom's Skirt. No, Lu Chen, you can't do this. You can't do this. I'm your sister-in-law, you can't be so heartless, you can't. Hu was panicked. She had no idea where Lu Chen got these things. Even her family and Hu Bing next to her didn't know about it. She had never mentioned a word about it. Hu Bing looked at Hu in confusion, totally not understanding why Hu was so nervous and spoke to Lu Chen almost in a pleading manner. She said angrily, Sister, what are you doing? He beat us, why are you still talking to him like this? Call the police immediately, you must call the police. Lu Chen, just wait for me. I won't let you go. Do you think you can get away with just beating us up? No way. Hu Bing gritted his teeth and took out his cell phone to make a call. Hu immediately held her down, shook her head and said, don't fight. Hu Bing was even more puzzled and looked at Hu with a strange expression. Sister, what are you doing? He just slapped us. If we call the police now, he will at least have to pay tens of millions of dollars in compensation. Why don't we hit him? Hu Bing, that's enough. Hu yelled, her face flushed red. Hu Bing was frightened by her yell, and stared at Hu with wide eyes, totally confused as to why her sister, who always protected her, would suddenly act like this. Hu Bing, don't worry about this. Let's go back now. Don't ask about other things. Let's go back. Hu was extremely confused and didn't know how to respond for a moment. He could only avoid the spotlight for the time being. Hu Bing was puzzled. Why do you want to go back, sister? I don't understand. I told you to go and you went. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Hu roared again. Although Hu Bing didn't understand, she didn't dare to say anything more when she saw Hu was so angry. After all, she had always relied on Hu to ask Lu Chen for money. Lu Chen did not stop them and just watched Hu and Hu Bing leave in a hurry. He knew that Hu's mind was in a mess, and once she was in a mess, it would be easy to deal with. There were many ways to control her and many ways to make her submit. Lu Chen also had no intention of contacting Hu. He knew that Hu would definitely become impatient and come to find him. Since offense and defense have changed, why should he take the initiative? Hu left the villa, feeling confused all the way, while Hu Bing kept asking questions beside her, trying to figure out why Hu suddenly became so scared. But Hu remained silent. She knew that even if she spoke, Hu Bing wouldn't be able to help her, and the more people knew, the more dangerous it would be. If she were to be exposed, she would definitely be finished within a day. When she thought of what Lu Chen had in his hand, her heart began to tremble with fear, and when she heard Hu Bing chattering away, she became even more furious. Alright Hu Bing, can you please shut up? I'm warning you now, don't bother Lu Chen again. Hu Bing was even more confused. Why? He beat us, why don't we go find him? Besides, he has always been soft, what are you afraid of? Hu was speechless. She didn't understand why Lu Chen suddenly changed, but no matter what, the current situation was very unfavorable to her. Lu Chen hit it very well and his methods were so powerful that she suddenly felt like a clown. She was afraid that Lu Chen's previous weakness was not real at all, but an act. If this is true, then this person is amazing. Don't worry about it. Just listen to me now. I just realized today that Lu Chen is very dangerous. You should decide not to provoke him in the future. As for the rest, I will find a way to deal with it, so don't ask too much. Your top priority is to never cause trouble for Lu Chen again, do you understand? I understand. Hu Bing said impatiently. He agreed with his mouth but was still very unconvinced in his heart. Is Lu Chen in danger? What's dangerous about it? Didn't he give me money when I asked him for it before? Is it dangerous just because he suddenly got a little angry today? What a joke! In her opinion, Lu Chen was just a little angry today because he didn't want to borrow money, and there was nothing to be afraid of. She wants to buy a house now, and the only person who can give her so much money at one time is Lu Chen. Why shouldn't she ask Lu Chen for it? Humph! Lu Chen, just wait for me. I don't care what tricks you used to deceive my sister, I will not let you off easily. You can fool her but you can't fool me. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Hu Bing gritted his teeth in his heart, then took out his mobile phone to play, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This trending search. Lu Chen threatens a female college student, a reversal. Her eyes suddenly lit up and then she started laughing. After Hu Yu returned, she was still worried and was struggling over whether or not to talk to Lu Chen. Thinking of what Lu Chen said, she blushed and felt that it was too shameful to go to Lu Chen. But if she didn't go, and Lu Chen really sent those things directly to her company, she would be finished in a minute. Not only will you lose your money, but you will also lose your future. After much thought, she finally gave in. In the afternoon, Lu Chen looked at the caller ID and a smile appeared on his face. As he expected, Hu Yu came after all. He answered the phone, didn't say anything, just smiled slightly. It's not him who should take the initiative now. Feeling Lu Chen's silence, Hu Yu felt even more uneasy and confused. After several seconds, he said, Lu Chen, can we talk? Lu Chen, okay, but I like to talk with sincerity. How can I be sure that you are sincere in talking to me when you just call me like this? Hu Yu was silent for a moment, pursed her lips, and then said, I'll come to see you at 6 in the afternoon, okay? Okay. Lu Chen smiled, his smile bright and confident. I said I think you are suitable for the little mom skirt. Bring enough sincerity and I will open the door for you. Lu Chen deliberately emphasized the word open the door and hung up the phone. Hu Yu's hand holding the phone was trembling slightly, and a look of embarrassment and anger appeared on her face. If they open the door for you with sincerity, there is another meaning behind it. If they are not sincere, then don't even think about getting in, let alone talking. Hu Yu slammed her cell phone on the table. Her chest heaved and her heart surged. It took a while for her to calm down. Then she walked into the bedroom, opened the closet, and after searching for a while, her eyes fell on a black lace jumpsuit. The dress fit her perfectly, accentuating her figure to perfection. The mature style is fully displayed, charming but not coquettish, with a breathtaking beauty. A little before 6 in the afternoon, at Lu Chen's villa. Hu Yu stood at the door, looking at Lu Chen inside, trying hard to make her expression look colder. It seems that making such an expression can make her appear more confident and have more bargaining power. Lu Chen, open the door. Lu Chen smiled. Please me. Chapter 13. Turn around and lie down. Please me. Lu Chen spoke calmly, but his words sounded particularly harsh to Hu Yu's ears. Her face flushed slightly and she bit her lip. She was obviously angry, but it made her look more attractive. Lu Chen, please, let me in. We can talk face to face, okay? Lu Chen walked to the door and looked at her with a smile. It seems that you are very obedient. If so, why do you still pretend to be serious in front of me? Lu Chen knew that although Hu Yu looked serious, she was actually a wild person. It's just that due to shame, she has been unable to let go of this restraint. If she is guided well, perhaps the effect will be extraordinary and the results will be very good. Once this type of woman lets go, her previous sense of shame will give her attention different from that of ordinary women, and she will experience a true feeling of pain and joy. Of course, this is for her. Lu Chen, I don't know what you are talking about. Hu Yu had a cold face and tried hard to make herself look less approachable, but her increasingly hot face undoubtedly showed her panic at the moment. It doesn't matter if you don't know. You just need to know to do what I say. For example, if I ask you to beg me, you beg me. If I ask you to wear something, you wear it. Lu Chen was quite satisfied with the clothes Hu Yu was wearing. It was a step dress skirt, or more accurately, a tight-waisted hip skirt that highlighted a woman's waist, hips, and leg curves. The name Young Mother's skirt was given later, but in Lu Chen's opinion, this name undoubtedly reflects the style of this skirt vividly and appropriately. The skirt that Hu Yu was wearing at this moment achieved just that. Hu Yu's body, wrapped in it, has a mature charm like a ripe apple, exuding a charming fragrance. Hu Yu's face turned even redder, and she snorted, but didn't say much. Lu Chen walked into the house with a smile, and Hu Yu followed closely behind him. She watched Lu Chen sit down, but she did not sit down herself. She paused and said, "Tell me, Lu Chen, how did you get those things?" "Lu Chen, what you should care about is how I got it." Hu Yu pursed her lips and said, "Then just tell me what conditions you want to ensure that you don't send those things out." "What conditions I want depends on how sincere you are." Lu Chen was not in a hurry. A woman like Hu Yu needed to be made to fall for her little by little instead of him taking the initiative. Hu Yu pursed her lips even tighter and her face turned redder. After holding it in for a long while, she looked at him with a look of shame and anger. "Are you doing this to Lu Guang?" Lu Chen smiled. "Have you and Lu Guang ever been worthy of me?" Hu Yu was speechless. If she and Lu Guang had not relied on Lu Chen over the years, they would have gone bankrupt countless times. The reason why she agreed to marry Lu Guang was because she had a rich brother named Lu Chen as her cash cow. There is also a price difference for the middleman, not to mention a lazy and useless person like Lu Guang. In fact, she didn't have much feelings for Lu Guang. After a moment of silence, Hu Yu put her bag on the table and walked in front of Lu Chen. "What do you want?" Lu Chen's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said faintly, "Turn around, bend down, and lie down." Hu Yu's face was as red as an apple. She bit her lips, slowly turned around and bent down. She felt a cold touch on her knees and palms. She raised her head slightly and found a mirror on the wall in front of her. In the mirror, her posture was perfect. The cold white skin on the side of her face and neck seemed to be glowing, and a few strands of hair scattered on the side gave her a beauty that made the blood boil. In an instant, Hu Yu immediately lowered her head again, the blush spread from her face to her neck, her heartbeat accelerated rapidly, and her chest heaved. But her mind was full of the figure she had just seen. A strong sense of shame overwhelmed her, but for some reason, she felt an inexplicable and unspeakable excitement deep in her heart. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when we left the villa. Hu Yu sat in the car and rested for a while. She picked up her phone and found that Hu Bing had made several calls, but she didn't hear them because the phone was on silent mode. She called back and Hu Bing's excited voice rang out, "Sister, I have thought of a way to deal with Lu Chen. Didn't he sponsor a female college student? I saw it online. That female college student actually publicly said that Lu Chen threatened her. As long as we make good use of this matter, we can definitely threaten Lu Chen. Then he won't dare to not give us money." Hu Yu's heart skipped a beat. It was not that she did not want to take over the position, but now Lu Chen had the upper hand over her. After all the trouble just now, she felt like her body was about to fall apart. But now Hu Bing still didn't realize the seriousness of the problem and was still thinking about it. "Do you want to try how hard I worked just now?" "Shut up!" Hu Yu yelled in annoyance, very angry. "I told you not to mess with Lu Chen again. Did you really ignore my words?" "I'll say it again, Lu Chen is not someone you can afford to offend. He is no longer the easygoing person he used to be. If you don't provoke him now, everything will be fine. If you dare to provoke him again, anything could happen." Hu Bing didn't expect that what he thought was a good idea would be scolded by Hu Yu, and his face suddenly fell. He said unconvincingly, "Humph, I know what kind of person Lu Chen is. I think he just drank some cat urine today, so he forgot himself. Why should we give up such a good opportunity now? This female college student has already taken the lead. If we exaggerate and ruin his reputation, he will be in trouble. I don't understand, sister. You were so strong in front of him before, why did you suddenly become like this? Why are you so timid?" Hu Yu's anger suddenly flared up, like an exploding powder keg. "Hu Bing, shut up. I'm warning you one last time. Don't provoke Lu Chen again. Otherwise, if you get into trouble, don't say I didn't warn you, you stupid pig." After cursing loudly, Hu Yu hung up the phone. She had the urge to beat Hu Bing up, and then drove away. On the other side, Hu Bing was scolded and his anger was completely ignited. "Humph, isn't Lu Chen just a few bucks? He did whatever you told him to do before, so what is there to be afraid of now? If you don't do it, I will. Just wait and see, Lu Chen, you will cry one day." Hu Bing gritted his teeth, his anger burning, yet he was full of confidence, not feeling at all that he was courting death. Lu Chen drank a large glass of water, picked up his phone, and found that Gu Qingqing had sent several messages and there was a missed call. He called back. "What's up?" Gu Qingqing immediately said obediently, "Brother Chen, didn't you say yesterday that you would tell me how to deal with Yang Li today? I'm here to ask." Lu Chen then remembered that it was indeed several hours ago when he said those words to Gu Qingqing yesterday. He was so busy filling his stomach that he forgot about it. "Give my phone number to Yang Li and ask her to contact me." Lu Chen finished speaking simply and directly, then hung up the phone. Gu Qingqing was a little stunned, but at the same time she was afraid that she had not handled the situation well and made Lu Chen unhappy. But she quickly followed Lu Chen's instructions. A few minutes later, Lu Chen's phone rang again, and an unfamiliar number lit up. Chapter 14. I am not picky about food and have a good appetite. Lu Chen had never seen this number, but he knew who it belonged to. He picked up the phone and answered it. "Brother Chen, I'm Yang Li." Yang Li's excited and nervous voice came, and it was a little hoarse. Lu Chen knew without thinking that she must have not eaten or slept well in the past day, and even her voice was hoarse. "Then what?" Lu Chen spoke coldly without any emotion. Yang Li's heart immediately sank. Lu Chen's tone clearly showed that he was not easy to deal with. "Brother Chen, I apologize to you for what happened before. I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. As long as you are willing to destroy those things in your hands, we can discuss any conditions. I'll buy it with money, okay? You name a price." Lu Chen laughed on the spot. "Buy? Do you think I'm short of money?" Yang Li was speechless. She was so nervous that she forgot that in front of Lu Chen, the money she made as a small anchor was nothing. If Lu Chen wanted to, he could waste more money than her. "I'm sorry, Brother Chen. I was abrupt. What I meant was, Brother Chen, just tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I will agree to it. If Brother Chen doesn't mind, just give me an address and I can come over right now. It is now past 9 o'clock in the evening. If you rush over to see him at this time, just tell him what you want. You don't need to think about what his purpose is." Lu Chen smiled. "I won't speak, but I hope you will speak when you are in front of me." Yang Li was stunned for a moment, and the next second she understood what Lu Chen meant. "Brother Chen, rest assured. I will open the car in a way that will satisfy you. As long as you let me go, everything will be fine. Besides, I have a good appetite and I'm not picky about food. I can eat anything." Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa and smiled. As expected, she is a female anchor, she is very good at this. Yang Li is a school beauty who is as famous as Gu Qingqing in Yuqing University, so she is not just famous for nothing. Plus her character and status, she would definitely satisfy him. But he was not hungry today, so he did not ask Yang Li to come over, but said, "No need to come over, show me your sincerity first. I will give you a chance if I am satisfied with your sincerity. Do not let me down in one day, otherwise the things you do not want to disclose will appear somewhere." "I cannot guarantee it. Hang up the phone." When Yang Li heard the hang-up sound, her heart trembled for no reason. She thought that with her beauty, Lu Chen would definitely agree to let her go to see him. As long as they met and as long as she could feed Lu Chen, she felt that everything would be fine. But Lu Chen refused. A greedy man is easy to deal with, but a greedy but patient man is difficult to deal with. The more crucial point is, what is sincerity? The feeling Lu Chen gave her was different from other men. Other men had clear goals. For example, if a rich man came to the live broadcast room and spent money, he just wanted to be number one, and the purpose of being number one was to sleep with her. She didn't think that Lu Chen didn't have such thoughts, but Lu Chen was obviously not in a hurry and was difficult to deal with. In addition to her previous behavior, could ordinary sincerity satisfy Lu Chen? After some thought, Yang Li came up with a plan. She first clarified online, saying that what she had said before about Lu Chen and Gu Qingqing were all false and were just facts she fabricated. Then he posted an apology video, begging Lu Chen and Gu Qingqing for forgiveness. The heat of this matter was already high, especially after she stabbed Gu Qingqing in the back. It pushed the matter to a new level. Now she suddenly apologized, and many people who were watching the show were confused and speculated what had happened. However, Yang Li did not respond to the online comments, but insisted that she had indeed said something wrong and that it was a lie she made up to increase her traffic. But one thing is true, that is, Lu Chen did sponsor Gu Qingqing for 4 years, and did not ask for any return. Such a secondary reversal once again pushed up the heat of the matter, and Du Liyun, who was the first to expose the information, was immediately pushed to the forefront. Because the matter was first exposed by Du Liyun, and now it has been reversed one after another, many people naturally come to her. You diode, didn't you keep saying you supported Gu Qingqing? Now that the situation has reversed, you are silent. Are you dumb? Why, you jumped so hard before, but now you don't want to play against the wind? Fuck your mother, the situation has turned out the other way around, and you don't even say a word? Although there were still many crazy fans cheering for her, Du Liyun couldn't stand the countless insults, and finally had to close the comments and private messages. She was so angry that she went to Yang Li to question her. Yang Li, it was you and Gu Qingqing who wanted to team up to slander Lu Chen, and it was you who wanted to backstab Gu Qingqing for traffic. Now that I'm exerting my strength, you all backstab me. What's the meaning of this? Of course Yang Li couldn't tell Du Liyun the truth. The more people knew, the greater the risk. What's more, she also knows Du Liyun. If she does whatever it takes to gain traffic, then Du Liyun is definitely a beast who is not even a human being for the sake of traffic. Sisterly, there is a reason for this. Anyway, now that things have come to this, we can't continue to slander Lu Chen, so just apologize and let this matter end here. Du Liyun immediately became furious. I have already written 3 short essays overnight in your and Gu Qingqing's name, and you are telling me to stop now? Who do you think I am? Yang Li was embarrassed and said, but now things really have to be like this. Sisterly, I'm telling you the truth. Lu Chen is not as simple as we thought before. He is not easy to mess with at all. Gu Qingqing and I have already suffered. I advise you not to provoke him. It is best to apologize to him. Otherwise, not only will it be difficult to end it in the future, but you may also have to pay the price. Du Liyun laughed angrily. Yang Li, I think you are fucking crazy. Do you think I'm stupid when I do things? When have I ever offended someone I can't afford to offend? I've already investigated Lu Chen's background a long time ago. There's nothing I can't afford to offend. At most, he was lucky and made some money by investing in the stock market. Other than that, what else should I be afraid of? Now that things have come to this, it's impossible for him to stop, and it's even more impossible for me to apologize to him. Who the hell is he? How could he deserve my apology? Since you guys are backstabbing me, don't blame me for being rude. Just wait and see. Du Liyun hung up the phone angrily, still furious. She really couldn't understand how a man with no background could have the ability to stir up trouble in front of her. Not to mention those with a net worth of tens of millions, even those with a net worth of hundreds of millions were slandered and wronged by her, leading to bankruptcy and loss of everything. Gu Qingqing and Yang Li's sudden defection did make her feel like she was stabbed in the back, but on second thought, this was actually an opportunity. Based on her understanding of Yang Li and Gu Qingqing, they would never admit their mistakes to Lu Chen if they were not caught. Well, she is now taking advantage of this issue, using this wave of popularity to drag Gu Qingqing and Yang Li into the water, and hinting that Lu Chen is not a good person, and that he has coerced Gu Qingqing and Yang Li. She can also continue to trample Lu Chen to death, so that she won't be considered to have failed. At most, she misjudged Gu Qingqing and Yang Li, but she was able to say that she was backstabbed and play the emotional card to gain sympathy. In this way, her traffic will not only not drop, but may even skyrocket. As long as there are continuous melons, the traffic will not decrease. As for whether it is true or false, good or evil, how many people who eat melons care? Okay, let's do it. Gu Qingqing, Yang Li, you will pay the price for backstabbing me. And that Lu Chen, especially you. Everything started because of you. If you clean yourself up and get away with it, my reputation will be ruined. I will never let you have a good life. Du Liyun snorted coldly, a hint of ferocity flashing in her eyes. Chapter 15 Brother Chen, I'm so hungry. In the evening, Lu Chen casually glanced at the public opinion on the matter between him and Gu Qingqing on the internet. There were still 2 camps. One camp supported him and believed that he was innocent. Another group attacked him crazily, and no matter what evidence was in front of them, they all refused to admit it, as if they were blind. Those who say that Lu Chen is a good person, are you blind or stupid? If he didn't pose a threat, would Gu Qingqing suddenly admit her mistake? That's right. Qingqing is such a good girl, it's impossible for her to lie. The fact that she bowed her head now proves that Lu Chen is not a good person. He must have threatened her in some way. You are speaking up for Lu Chen like this. Is Lu Chen your father? Let's take a step back and say that even if Lu Chen did support Gu Qingqing, why did he support her? Would he support her for 4 years for no reason if he had no other purpose? After all, he still funded Gu Qingqing because of ulterior motives. He had bad intentions to begin with. How can he be considered a good person? Facing the overwhelming attack, Lu Chen just smiled coldly. He knew very well that some of these people were organized and premeditated, and they specialized in doing this kind of thing. Another group of people are simply brainless idiots who believe whatever others say. In his previous life, he really didn't have any other thoughts about Gu Qingqing. He only provided financial support out of alumni and sympathy. But even so what? Far from thinking that he was kind, these people thought that he had ulterior motives from the beginning. Therefore, kind people cannot be explained clearly, while powerful evil people do not need to be explained, because they will naturally have lackeys to explain for them. But there is one thing Lu Chen now feels that these people are right, that is, he is indeed not a good person now. Not a good guy, but he feels much happier. Yang Li and Gu Qingqing will definitely not dare to slander her again, but Du Liyun, that scumbag, will definitely continue to do it for traffic. We are just waiting for an opportunity to suppress her completely and never let her stand up again. Lu Chen raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold smile. People like Du Liyun have slandered countless people. It is no exaggeration to say that she deserves to be put to death. But the prerequisite is that he must first have something on the other party. A notification tone suddenly sounded. It was a message from Yang Li. Lu Chen opened it and took a look. It was a selfie of Yang Li. She was kneeling on the bed with a graceful figure, and the photo was taken from the front with a mobile phone. The white holy light is faintly visible under the low neckline, and the tight skirt highlights the perfect waist-hip ratio. She opened her mouth, and I could clearly see her pink oral cavity and the throat deeper inside. Brother Chen, I'm so hungry. I want to eat. Then a message came. Lu Chen smiled. He knew exactly what the purpose of sending such a photo at this time was. After all, she is a female anchor, so she is more relaxed and has many tricks. But he didn't reply, instead he closed the dialogue box directly. Forgiveness that is too easy to get will not be taken seriously, just like the emotion that is too easy to get will not be taken seriously. Since I want her to surrender, I have to let her know the pain, and let her know that I can let her go, but I also have the ability to kill her at any time. If you give her another candy on this basis, she will feel it is extra sweet and cherish it extra. If you give someone a candy for no reason, will she care? Obviously not, and she may even think you are an idiot. Lu Chen slept very soundly. When I woke up the next day, Yang Li sent another message, and it was also a selfie, which was obviously what she looked like when she just got up. This time he was sitting on the bed, with his head raised at a 45-degree angle, his left hand supporting his back, and his right hand holding up the phone to take the picture from top to bottom. The white lace pajamas were clinging to her body, revealing her belly slightly, and her black panties just covered her legs. Her skin was white and delicate like snow, and would definitely turn red if pinched lightly. Brother Chen, why are you ignoring me? I'm so hungry when I wake up in the morning. I want to drink milk, hee hee. Lu Chen took a look and knew that Yang Li was trying to get back with him, but he still didn't respond. He just took a look and put down his phone. To be a villain, one must not only be mentally strong and use tough methods, but also have sufficient self-control. Making her kneel down and lie prone is only a means of revenge, not the goal. Once there is a risk, you must abandon it immediately. This must be remembered. Lu Chen found that after his inner cognition changed, his logic seemed to be much stronger, and his thinking became clearer, calmer, and more controllable when dealing with things. So, I originally had potential in this area, and it might be quite high. It's just that I was too kind-hearted before and ignored it. After running, have breakfast. Lu Chen opened his phone and took a look at the trending searches, only to find that he was once again on the trending searches, essentially because of the incident between him and Gu Qingqing. After several reversals, his reputation had been restored, but now he was being scolded again. Lu Chen took a closer look and found that it was Du Liyun who had attacked him again. But Du Liyun alone could not achieve this effect, because many people no longer believed in her. What really changed the situation was the joining of a person with the ID Bingbing Kanaisi. This Bingbing Nanazi suddenly came out last night, claiming to be someone close to Lu Chen and that they were very close. She also posted close-up photos of herself and Lu Chen. As a result, naturally many people believed it and paid great attention to her. After Bingbing Nanazi introduced herself, she began to slander Lu Chen, saying that Lu Chen was definitely not a good person. He did sponsor Gu Qingqing for 4 years, but Lu Chen's purpose was not simple from the beginning. He was targeting Gu Qingqing. He even asked back, Gu Qingqing is the school beauty, how can he, as a man, not be moved? If he is not moved, he will help others. Do you really think someone is so kind? She then gave the example of not only Gu Qingqing, but also a friend she knew who had also been humiliated and beaten by Lu Chen. The reason was that something happened in their family. Their parents were seriously ill and needed a large amount of medical expenses, but they couldn't come up with so much money at once, so they went to Lu Chen to borrow money. As a result, Lu Chen raised the price and threatened her and her friend to sleep with him, otherwise he would not lend her the money. He even went so far as to beat her and her friend. In short, Lu Chen is a scumbag who has no mercy and no humanity at all. In order to prove the truth of her words, she revealed more photos of Lu Chen's daily life, and even some photos inside Lu Chen's villa. As a result, people who didn't know the truth immediately went wild. Especially after seeing that Lu Chen actually lived in a villa and drove a Bentley, it caused dissatisfaction among many people, and they insisted that Lu Chen was a scumbag. It seems that in their eyes, anyone who has money is a scumbag. The reason behind this is nothing more than jealousy caused by seeing others doing well. Bingbing Nanatsi, in just one night, caused Lu Chen's originally improving reputation to take a sharp turn for the worse, even worse than before. Lu Chen looked at Bingbing Nanatsi and immediately determined her identity in his mind. Hu Bing. Chapter 16 Hu Bing's Black Material. Lu Chen didn't even need to click on Bingbing Nanatsi's homepage to look for any clues, he knew that this person must be Hu Bing. Only Hu Yu and Hu Bing had come to him to borrow money recently, and Hu Yu and Hu Bing had also taken photos with him before. He remembered all the photos of him that Bingbing Nanatsi sent him clearly, and there was no way he was wrong. Moreover, only people like Hu Bing can enter his villa and take pictures inside. Hu Yu already has the handle in his hand, and now she is scared to death. There is no way she would dare to do such a thing behind his back. Lu Chen's eyes were cold, but he was not angry. In his previous life, not only Hu Bing, but Hu Yu was also involved in this matter, so he had nothing to care about. Extracting dirty information, target, Hu Bing. Looking at Hu Bing's slanderous accusations online, Lu Chen chose to directly dig up her negative information. Withdrawal successful. Hu Bing, as a kindergarten teacher, has abused children many times by using his identity, which constitutes the crime of intentional injury. Should I redeem it? Exchange. Exchange successful. Evidence has been converted into video and stored on the host's phone. Black material points consumed, 300. After punishing Hu Yu, Lu Chen gained nearly 1,000 black material points, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough black material points. After all, after 3 hours of hard work, there must be enough gains. Lu Chen transferred the evidence to the computer first, then opened it and took a look. His eyes turned cold. In the video, Hu Bing used his identity as a kindergarten teacher to assault children. His behavior was extremely cruel. Even though he is now cold-hearted, he immediately felt murderous in his heart. He would never be soft-hearted towards his enemies, but these were all children, and even now he could not tolerate this. Hu Bing, you really deserve to die. Lu Chen closed the video and decided to increase the punishment on Hu Bing. Others can be kept as pets, but Hu Bing doesn't even qualify as a pet. Lu Chen, come out. An arrogant voice suddenly came from outside. Lu Chen heard it clearly and it seemed to be Hu Bing's voice. When he walked to the balcony and looked out, he saw Hu Bing standing at the door, looking at him with a provocative and complacent expression. There were 2 other people coming with Hu Bing, a middle-aged couple. Lu Chen recognized them as Hu Bing's parents, Hu Dasheng and Li Cuihong. This couple is not a good person either. They are greedy and have no self-control. Lu Chen still remembered that in his previous life, this couple had come directly to his house to ask for money, and they were unreasonable and said they would not leave unless they were paid. He was soft-hearted at that time and didn't want to offend anyone. After all, Hu Yu was still his sister-in-law in name, so he couldn't break off relations with her. But what he didn't expect was that this family was a bottomless pit. This kind of thing only happened 0 times and countless times. If he gave it to them the first time, they would come back for the second, third, and fourth time. If they are not given money even once, they will act up. After several attempts, Lu Chen finally stopped trying and closed the door to see them. However, he did not expect that the couple actually moved their things directly to his doorstep. They eat, drink, defecate and urinate at the door and ask the security guards to drive them away. Then they try to commit fraud and the security guards don't dare to do anything. We called the police, but they didn't hit anyone. At most they gave us a verbal warning, not even enough to detain us. And once they were released, they immediately came over to eat, drink, defecate and urinate at the door again. The level of shamelessness was beyond the limits of human beings that Lu Chen could understand. At this time, Hu Bing called Hu Daqiang and Li Cuihong over, and one can imagine what Hu Bing was thinking. Lu Chen's eyes became even colder, but he was not afraid in this life. Lu Chen, I'm calling you to open the door. Are you deaf or blind? You can't understand what I'm saying. Hu Daqiang glared at Lu Chen and started cursing. Those who didn't understand would think that he was the owner of the villa. Lu Chen sneered and opened the door with the remote control. Hu Daqiang and the other two immediately rushed in. Lu Chen was not panicked at all. He sat on the sofa and watched several people come in without saying a word. Hu Daqiang rushed in aggressively, pointed at Lu Chen and said, Lu Chen, we are here today because you beat up Hu Yu and Hu Bing. You must give us an explanation today, or you won't leave. Li Cuihong also said, that's right, don't think you are great just because you have a few bucks. You can't just beat our daughter. Lu Chen knew that these words were all bullshit, and their real purpose was still to get money. Tell me, how much do you want? Sure enough, as soon as he opened his mouth, Hu Daqiang, Li Cuihong, and Hu Bing's eyes lit up. Hu Daqiang quickly said, 300,000, not a cent less. Li Cuihong stopped him immediately. What nonsense are you talking about? He is so rich, and the cars he drives are all worth millions. How can you give 300,000 to a beggar? 500,000, I tell you Lu Chen, no deal below 500,000. Dad, Mom, can you take a long-term view? What's the point of 3 or 500,000? It's not even enough to pay for a house for me, not to mention we still have to spend money ourselves. Hu Bing said unhappily, with a strategic vision. 2 million. Lu Chen, if you give us 2 million, we will not pursue this matter. Otherwise, I will definitely ruin your reputation and make it impossible for you to recover. Don't think I'm easy to bully. I came here prepared. I already know about your relationship with Gu Qingqing. I'm sure you've seen it too. Your reputation has collapsed again since last night. That's right, that Bing Bing Nazi is me. As long as I keep saying bad things about you online, you will never be able to clear your name. I guarantee you will die without knowing how you died. Give me 2 million now and this matter will be over. Otherwise, you can't afford the consequences. Hu Bing looked at Lu Chen with an arrogant look on his face. Hu Daqiang and Li Cuihong were rubbing their hands excitedly, nodding their heads continuously, and casting approving glances at Hu Bing. Our second daughter has a long-term vision. She asked for 2 million right away. Look, how generous she is. Lu Chen sneered, what if I don't give it to you? Hu Bing chuckled, his face full of sarcasm and disdain. Lu Chen, you have to know that I have the evidence against you now. I really don't know if you have ulterior motives towards Gu Qingqing and that's why you supported her, but as long as I say so, you can't prove your innocence. If you spend 2 million, you can live in peace, but if you don't spend it, you will be ruined and even lose everything in the end. Don't you know which is more important? Hu Daqiang slammed the table, pointed at Lu Chen and shouted, Lu Chen, we are willing to let you pay to solve the problem. We have already given you a chance. Don't be so shameless. Li Cuihong, that's right. Don't you see how bad your reputation has become online? Do you think you have the capital to bargain with us? Now I'm giving you a chance to solve it with 2 million. If you're not willing, you may not be able to solve it even if you spend 20 million in the future. I'm telling you, if you don't pay us today, we will stay here. If you kick us out, we will live right in front of your door. We will eat, drink, defecate and urinate right in front of your door. What can you do to us? The whole family stared at Lu Chen with wide eyes and a fierce look on their faces. They were fearless and unreasonable to the extreme. Chapter 17 Headshot. Lu Chen had been mentally prepared, so he was not surprised by what Hu Daqiang and Li Cuihong said. In his previous life, he really had no way to deal with these scoundrels, but now, huh? Lu Chen chuckled, glanced at the three people, and said, have you finished talking? If you have, then it's my turn to speak. First, I won't give you any more money. Secondly, if you apologize to me sincerely, I can consider giving you a lighter punishment. Third, I will never let Hu Bing go, even if you kneel down and beg for mercy. Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but it was extremely cold. When Hu Daqiang and his family heard it, they were stunned for a moment. They obviously didn't expect Lu Chen to say these words so calmly at this time. Isn't he really afraid of being ruined and losing everything? But after just 2 seconds of silence, Hu Bing burst into laughter and looked at Lu Chen as if he was an idiot. Lu Chen, are you crazy? You should understand that I have the leverage over you now. I can ruin your reputation and even make you lose everything. Where do you get the courage to say these things to me? I'm apologizing to you and telling you to go easy on us, but you definitely won't let me go. Ha, it's a joke. Hu Daxiang slammed the table again, pointed at Lu Chen and cursed, Lu, don't be shameless. If you don't cherish the opportunity one gave you today, you may not have this opportunity tomorrow. Do you think we are easy to bully? Let me tell you, we have many tricks up our sleeves. Don't think you can beat us just because you have a few bucks. Hurry up and take the money, or I'll teach you a lesson about how powerful we are today. What are you looking at? I speak so loudly. If you don't agree, hit me. Hu Daxiang yelled at the top of his lungs, pointed at Lu Chen and cursed him, while his other hand kept slapping the table, making a very loud noise and looking very intimidating. But Lu Chen knew that Hu Daxiang was a person who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was too weak in his previous life, so this whole family bullied him. In fact, Hu Daxiang once got drunk and provoked a gangster outside. The gangster was not a big brother, but a thug under the big brother. As a result, he was almost scared to death by the other party. He had to kowtow and admit his mistake, and also treat people to a meal and give them money before the matter was settled. Looking at Hu Daxiang, who was shouting with a red face and thick neck in front of him, Lu Chen laughed, stood up, walked to the wine cabinet, and took out a bottle of wine. Hu Daxiang saw it and laughed. You are smart enough to know that I like to drink some foreign wine, and you brought me a bottle of foreign wine as a gift. I'm telling you, I don't drink cheap foreign wine. If your wine is not valuable, don't expect me to treat you well. Do you hear me? Lu Chen walked up to Hu Daxiang with the wine in his hand, without saying a word, raised his hand, and hit him on the head. Bang! With a crisp sound, the bottle exploded and the wine splashed everywhere, pouring down Hu Daxiang's head, wetting his hair, neck, and clothes. Ah! Hu Daxiang covered his head and screamed. Queen Song retreated and blood quickly flowed from his head, and he couldn't stop it. Hu Daxiang felt dizzy, his vision went dark, his legs trembled, and he sat down on the ground. Dad! Husband! Hu Bing and Li Tsuehong screamed and immediately went over to grab Hu Daxiang, all of them with horrified, shocked and angry faces. Lu Chen, you are crazy. How dare you hit my dad with a bottle? You are finished, I tell you, you are finished. You are such a fool, how dare you hit my husband? I will fight you to death. Hu Bing started to curse loudly, while Li Tsuehong rushed towards Lu Chen, ready to attack him. Bang! But as soon as she rushed to Lu Chen, she was slapped in the face by Lu Chen and retreated back. A burning pain came from her face. Li Tsuehong was furious. She uttered all kinds of strange syllables and rushed towards Lu Chen with her teeth and claws bared. Lu Chen was not polite at all. He slapped her in the face and kicked her in the stomach. Li Tsuehong had never been beaten like this before. She immediately bent over in pain, holding her stomach, and sweat the size of beans broke out from her forehead. Lu Chen stepped forward and slapped her on the face again, then kicked her to the side. He looked down at Hu Bing without saying a word, but the murderous intent in his eyes surged like a tide. Hu Bing had never seen Lu Chen like this before. He was stunned when he saw Hu Daxiang with a bloody head and Li Tsuehong with a red face and wailing. This is totally different from the Lu Chen she remembered. She clearly had the evidence in her hand. How could Lu Chen dare to do that? You. Hu Bing pointed at Lu Chen and began to stutter. Lu Chen, you don't want to live anymore, don't you want to live anymore? You are committing intentional injury, you will go to jail. Go to jail? I can tell from the fact that you have never studied law. I did it, but the extent of my actions is not enough to warrant jail time. At most, I can just spend tens of thousands of dollars to resolve the matter. I'm not short of money. I don't care even if it's hundreds of thousands, let alone tens of thousands. But I feel good beating you up. As for your so-called handle, there is no real evidence. How can you say that I had ulterior motives towards Gu Qingqing from the beginning? Even if I had ulterior motives, she is on my side now. Are you sure that your attempt to confuse right and wrong will work? But if everyone knew that you used your position as a kindergarten teacher to abuse children and intentionally hurt them, what consequences would you face? Lu Chen looked down at Hu Bing with a smile on his face, but this smile made Hu Bing feel a little chilly. Especially when she heard his last few words, her face became horrified and her pupils shrank. You, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand what you are saying at all. Lu Chen, stop slandering me and distorting right and wrong. Lu Chen smiled. I am slandering you, so why are you so nervous? You're talking nonsense. I'm not nervous. You hit someone. Now you should be nervous. Really? Why don't you watch something first and then decide whether you want to be nervous or not? Lu Chen took out his phone, found the video, clicked it, and placed it in front of Hu Bing. Hu Bing watched the video and became so nervous that she let go of Hu Daqiang's hand. Hu Daqiang cried out and fell to the ground, but she acted as if she didn't see it. His eyes were fixed on Lu Chen's phone, and the next second he reached out to grab the phone. Lu Chen was prepared and retracted his hand. Hu Bing grabbed the empty space, his face full of horror, looking at Lu Chen and stammering, how do you have this thing? Lu Chen, how do you have this thing? Tell me. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes at her and slapped her on the face. Is this the attitude you should have when talking to me now? Hu Bing subconsciously wanted to fight back, but forced himself to hold back. He stared at Lu Chen's phone and said, Lu Chen, you actually plotted against me behind my back? Impossible, this shouldn't happen. The surveillance cameras in those rooms were all broken. I only took action after I was sure. How could this happen? Hu Bing's voice stopped abruptly, and she realized that she had said the wrong thing. Lu Chen smiled, sat down, and looked straight at Hu Bing. Look, why don't you call the police first? After all, I beat your parents and you. You should call the police and have me arrested. Hu Daqiang didn't know why Hu Bing was afraid, and he was furious when he heard Lu Chen's words. Just wait, I'm going to call the police right now and have you arrested immediately. But as soon as he took out his phone, Hu Bing knocked it away. Dad, you can't call the police, you can't call the police. Chapter 18. You know how to kneel now, what were you doing before? Hu Daqiang looked at Hu Bing in confusion. Why couldn't he call the police? This was not Hu Bing's style. Hu Bing's body trembled slightly, and he stammered, anyway, we can't call the police now. Let's go back and discuss it. Let's go back first. Hu Bing's mind was in a mess and he didn't know what to do for a moment. She thought she had grasped Lu Chen's lifeline, but she didn't know that Lu Chen had grasped her Achilles heel. Based on what she did, once it is exposed, she will definitely be fired, and will most likely face criminal liability and a prison sentence of up to 3 years. What's more frightening is that if this incident is magnified on the internet, she will have to face overwhelming cyber violence. Even her family members might be exposed. Can she bear it then? A series of consequences popped up in Hu Bing's mind, and he instantly became timid. When he looked at Lu Chen again, there was no longer any arrogance in his eyes, only fear and terror. She had no idea when Lu Chen got hold of the evidence against her. This usually soft-hearted good-natured guy actually had such great means. Hu Daqiang and Li Cuihong could not accept this result. They became furious and started cursing. Leave? Why should we leave? He beat us, he must pay the price. That's right. Why should we be afraid of him? He doesn't have any leverage over us. He should be afraid of us now. Lu Chen, don't even think about getting away with it today. The couple were furious, and Hu Bing was about to cry, but he couldn't stop them, and he didn't dare to tell the truth. Lu Chen looked calm as he looked at the two of them and said, Don't understand? Then I'll show you clearly. He opened his phone again and clicked on the video. Hu Bing immediately rushed over to grab the phone, shouting, No, no. But before he could touch the phone, Lu Chen kicked it away. When Hu Daqiang and Li Cuihong saw the video, they were confused and puzzled at first, but when they saw the content clearly, their faces quickly turned strange. Especially when they saw that the person who attacked the child was clearly their daughter Hu Bing, their eyes widened and their hearts trembled with fear. It wasn't Hu Bing's actions that scared them, but the fact that Lu Chen actually had this video. Lu Chen, where did you get this video? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. My daughter has always been gentle and kind. How could she do such a thing? Stop confusing right and wrong and stop making trouble. We are not scared of anything. Li Cuihong tried to make her voice louder so that she would sound more confident, but her trembling voice revealed her guilty conscience. Lu Chen did not explain anything, but said coldly, Let me give you some general information. Her behavior is completely intentional injury, and it is enough to be sentenced. She can be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years or detention. If serious harm is caused to the victim, the sentence can be more than 10 years or even life imprisonment, with the highest penalty being death penalty. She knows best how many such things she has done. As long as this matter is exposed, someone will definitely get to the bottom of it. I hope you will have enough money to hire a lawyer by then. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Gu Qingqing and Li Cuihong were both shocked and their faces turned pale. The reason why they dared to be arrogant in front of Lu Chen was simply because Lu Chen was easy to talk to in the past, but in fact they were all bullies who only feared the strong and bullied the weak. Now that Lu Chen became tough, they became cowardly. Especially after hearing Lu Chen's legal education, he was even more frightened. Not to mention 10 years, even 3 years would be enough to leave a mark on Hu Bing's criminal record. Which company would dare to hire her in the future? Not to say that your future will be ruined, but at least a few years of your youth will definitely be wasted, and the future will be confusing and there will be no hope. Hu Bing was also panicked. He never expected that Lu Chen would have such evidence in his hands. Looking at the cold and frosty Lu Chen, he could no longer remain calm. Lu Chen, you must not release the video, you must not. I admit my mistake, I apologize, I'm sorry, it was all my fault before, I won't dare to do it again. Please give me one chance, okay? Just this once, I will definitely turn over a new leaf. Hu Daqiang also said hurriedly, right, Lu Chen, please be magnanimous and let my daughter go this time. At most, I will let you beat me up for nothing, but I won't sue you. Let's call it even, okay? Lu Chen smiled without saying anything. Is it even? What the hell are you thinking? Seeing Lu Chen sneer, the family's heart sank to the bottom. They looked at each other, completely panicked, not knowing what to do. Lu Chen, I beg you, I kneel down and beg you, okay? Hu Bing couldn't help it and knelt down in front of Lu Chen crying on the spot. Lu Chen just looked at her coldly and said with a smile, you know to kneel now, what were you doing before? I'm not in the mood to listen to your apologies now. Go away and stop making trouble here, or I will call the police right now. Hu Bing wanted to argue more, but after hearing the last sentence, she swallowed the words back immediately. She didn't dare to offend Lu Chen anymore. Although Hu Daqiang and Li Cuihong were extremely anxious, they did not dare to provoke the police. Otherwise, if Lu Chen directly handed the video to the police, there would be no room for recovery. Okay, let's go right now. Lu Chen, you must stay calm, we have something to discuss, we can discuss it. Hu Daqiang covered his head with one hand and nodded and bowed to Lu Chen, without any arrogance at all. Lu Chen watched this shameless family leave, then turned around and called Yang Li. Help me with something. Yang Li was overjoyed. She had sent Lu Chen several messages but Lu Chen hadn't replied. She was extremely anxious, fearing that Lu Chen would not give her a chance and would ruin her future. Now Lu Chen suddenly called her and asked her to do something. This was a great start. Brother Chen, you tell me, as long as I can do it, I will do it for you even if I kneel down. Did you see that Bing Bing Nanako on the internet? Of course I saw it. I don't know where she came from. She actually slandered Brother Chen like that. I couldn't stand it. I've been scolding her for a whole day. It has to be said that Yang Li is really good at handling things. In just one day, she completely changed her mindset and was determined to be a loyal dog to Lu Chen until death. Lu Chen said, I know who this Bing Bing Kainaizi is, and I also know what she has done. I'll give you a video, and you can expose it. Remember, make it as popular as possible. But don't send it right away. Wait until after 8 p.m. Got it? Understood, Brother Chen, rest assured. I will definitely do my best to satisfy you. By the way, Brother Chen, are you free tonight? If so, I'll come find you after the live broadcast. I've been so hungry these past 2 nights. I really want to eat something, hee hee. Lu Chen didn't say anything, but fell silent. Yang Li's laughter stopped abruptly, and a feeling of uneasiness surged in her heart. Brother Chen, did I say something wrong? Lu Chen then said in a cold voice, just do whatever I tell you to do. Don't say anything I didn't say. Yang Li's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately said in a trembling voice, yes, I'm sorry, Brother Chen, I was too talkative, I won't dare to do it again next time. Lu Chen didn't answer and hung up the phone. Yang Li's hand holding the phone trembled slightly, her teeth clenched her lips, and her face turned slightly pale with fear. Lu Chen put down his phone and laughed. Although feeding can bring people closer together, we must also know that it is only a means, not an end, and that feeding that is too easy to obtain is also worthless, just like feelings. You have to keep her hope while making sure she can't figure out your character, so she will remain afraid. Chapter 19 Sister-in-law, Can We Talk? The experiences of the last 10 years of his previous life gave Lu Chen a deep understanding of human nature. Starting over again in this life, he found that after his mentality changed, he actually had the feeling and means of a behind-the-scenes boss. Yang Li was nervous, as she had thought that she could quickly make Lu Chen accept her and feed her. As long as Lu Chen accepted it, she felt that the previous things would not be a big deal and would most likely be able to settle smoothly. But she didn't expect that Lu Chen would be completely beyond her expectations. Even though she actively tried to please him, he didn't feed her and was unusually indifferent. This made her feel even more anxious and uneasy, not knowing what choice Lu Chen would make. The only thing she could do was to keep trying to please Lu Chen and show her loyal side. Fortunately, he didn't say anything about the photos I sent to Brother Chen last night and this morning. It seems that Brother Chen is at least interested in me. After some hesitation, Yang Li found a little comfort. After dealing with Hu Bing's family, Lu Chen turned on his computer and started to manage today's stock market investment. Most of his capital accumulation came from this. In his previous life, even without any memory of the future, he was able to make a lot of profits through precise operations, not to mention that he still has a clear memory of the future in this life. Lu Chen was fully confident that he could multiply his assets several times, or even dozens of times, in a short period of time. Sure enough, Rebirth is good. I love Rebirth so much. After some precise operations, the phone rang again shortly after the morning session ended. Lu Chen took a look and saw a familiar name on the screen, Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni is a tutor at Yu Qingqing University. He took classes from Zhang Yuni when he was in college. At that time, Zhang Yuni was 27 or 28 years old and had just returned from abroad. She was extremely beautiful and knew how to dress up, and she instantly became the goddess in the hearts of students at Yu Qingqing University. Her popularity was even higher than that of the school belle at that time. Lu Chen's academic performance is very good, so Zhang Yuni also appreciates her, and the teacher-student relationship between the two is very good. After graduation, Lu Chen showed extraordinary investment talent, which impressed Zhang Yuni. The two have always kept in touch. Moreover, in his previous life, after Gu Qingqing's incident broke out, Zhang Yuni was one of the few people who did not take advantage of him. Speaking of which, in his previous life, Lu Chen also had fantasies about this beautiful teacher when he was in college, but he never expressed them. Although the two kept in contact after graduation, he never crossed the line. The term teacher-student carries a hint of ethics, which made him yearn for it but also fear it. Instead, it was Zhang Yuni who took the initiative to look for him most of the time, and they would discuss everything from academics to life. He would also recommend his investments to Zhang Yuni, and Zhang Yuni made a lot of money by following his investments. Zhang Yuni is now 36 years old, but she is still as charming and mature as ever. Her popularity at Yu Qingqing University is no less than that of school beauties Gu Qingqing and Yang Li, and is even higher. Therefore, there has always been a saying circulating in Yu Qingqing University: campus beauties come and go, but teacher Jiang remains forever. Well, he didn't know if Zhang Yuni was ironclad, but the school beauty. It will indeed flow. Memories flashed back to him, and Lu Chen picked up the phone and answered it. Teacher Jiang. Lu Chen, are you busy? A very attractive voice came from the phone, which was very comfortable to listen to and also had a kind of temptation. When any man over the age of 25 or 26 hears this voice, the female characters who are set as stepmothers in Korean comics will unconsciously emerge in his mind. Mature, full of charm and temptation. No, isn't Teacher Jiang busy recently? Lu Chen laughed, and his tone was rarely peaceful. It's still the same as always. I'm always busy, so I might as well relax. Zhang Yuni laughed. Listening to the laughter, Lu Chen could imagine what Zhang Yuni's trembling body looked like on the other end of the phone. Okay, let's get down to business. I haven't seen classmate Lu for a while. I don't have class tomorrow night. If you are free, let's go out and meet him. The teacher will treat you. Zhang Yuni didn't hide anything and expressed herself very directly. Okay, I also want to meet Teacher Jiang. What time and where tomorrow night? Zhang Yuni, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, my class ends at 4:30 tomorrow. As for the place, I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I've chosen it. How about that? Okay, then I'll drive to pick up Teacher Zhang tomorrow. Your get out of class ends at 4:30, and I'll be there at 5. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Lu. Zhang Yuni laughed a few more times. Her magnetic voice was extremely pleasant to the ear, and her familiar charm could be felt on all kinds of mobile phones. The two chatted for a few more sentences, nothing more than trivial matters in life, and then Zhang Yuni hung up the phone happily. What did you say? Are you guys going to cause trouble for Lu Chen again? Hu Bing, why are you so stupid? I've already told you not to cause trouble for Lu Chen again. You can't beat him. Why are you so stupid? Hu Yu received a call from Hu Bing before she got off work. Hu Bing cried and asked her for help, saying that she had offended Lu Chen. So Hu Yu came as soon as she got off work. Hu Bing hadn't found a boyfriend or gotten married yet, so she still lived with Hu Daqiang in Li Tsui home, but Hu Yu got married and moved out long ago. Upon asking, he learned that Hu Bing had actually brought Hu Daqiang and Li Tsui home to cause trouble with Lu Chen, and was beaten up by Lu Chen. He was furious. Lu Chen still has the evidence against her, and if the pig-brained Hu Bing goes to cause trouble again, isn't this pushing her into the fire pit? Hu Daqiang said in a deep voice, Hu Yu, don't blame her for now. The most urgent thing is to solve this matter first. You don't know, and Lu Chen didn't know what means he used, but he actually has a video of your sister abusing children in kindergarten. If this matter gets out, her future will be ruined. Yeah, Hu Yu, what's the point of saying this now? Who would have thought that Lu Chen would have such a method? The most urgent thing is to calm Lu Chen's anger. You can't just watch your sister's future ruined. Li Tsuehong also spoke, her face gloomy. When Hu Yu heard this, her eyes widened. Does Lu Chen still have some dirty information about Hu Bing? My heart sank into an icy cave in an instant. My God, how many cards does he have left to reveal? How deep is his secret? A terrifying thought popped up in Hu Yu's mind. At this moment, Lu Chen's figure became taller and more unattainable in her mind. His handsome face and smile became exceptionally cold and terrifying, making her feel like trembling all over. Bang! After the fear, Hu Yu became extremely angry and slapped Hu Bing hard in the face. I told you a long time ago not to provoke Lu Chen, but you didn't listen and insisted on going there to get yourself killed. If you had any brains, you wouldn't do such a thing. Hu Bing, how long can you continue to be so stupid? Hu Bing was furious, but she didn't dare to refute. Now that Lu Chen had the upper hand, she had no way out and could only count on Hu Yu. Hey, what are you doing? Hu Bing didn't want it to be like this. Who knew Lu Chen was so cunning? Hu Yu, you can't just sit back and watch this happen. You are Lu Chen's sister-in-law after all. Go and help her to speak up for him, okay? Hu Daqiang and his wife hurriedly grabbed Hu Bing, fearing that she would run away. Hu Yu was furious, but Hu Bing was her sister after all, and she had always been very protective of Hu Bing. There was nothing she could do at this time. 10 minutes later. Lu Chen looked at Hu Yu's caller ID and knew her purpose. What's up? Hu Yu pursed her lips and said nervously, Lu Chen, can we talk about Hu Bing's matter? Yes, but it depends on how sincere you are. Chapter 20, High Heels. Lu Chen did not hide his purpose. Women like Hu Yu were not strong in character, but they would only be strong towards people who were weaker than themselves. Now that he has become stronger, Hu Yu has naturally become weaker. Compared with Yang Li and Gu Qingqing, this kind of woman is easier to control, so he doesn't need to use too many means. What's more, in the last experience card, he clearly felt another self inside Hu Yu. The inner conflict between shame and the desire to break through made her a hesitant yet easily manipulated woman. Shame is often a good thing. Interesting. Hu Yu also understood what Lu Chen meant. She put down her phone, thought for a while, went back home, changed into a burgundy dress, put on some makeup, and then drove to Lu Chen's villa. She is beautiful in herself, and the burgundy color makes her look more charming. With light makeup, she looks even more radiant. When wearing high heels, the legs will look even longer, and when the heels are turned up, the attack speed will definitely be increased to the maximum. In the villa, Lu Chen looked at Hu Yu with a smile on his face. I have to say that Hu Yu's outfit today is very nice, charming, and thoughtful. Although the skirt is close-fitting, the fabric is elastic and can be lifted up, while also showing the curve of the back perfectly. Hu Yu pursed her lips, her red lips were so beautiful and tempting. She looked at the silent Lu Chen for a few seconds, and then spoke first. I've finished washing. Lu Chen pointed at the sofa. Hu Yu walked over, sat down, and prepared to take off her high heels. You don't have to take off your high heels. You just want high heels. He still remembers a popular saying a few years later, red bottom facing the sky, magic power is boundless. Netizens never lied to me. Hu Yu lay on the sofa with a red face. There was still some sweat on her neck and face. A few strands of hair stuck to her neck, making her neck look more delicate and white. A feeling of fatigue came over her body, making her want to fall asleep directly. Lu Chen changed his clothes and sat next to her again. He was full of energy. As he moved, the muscle lines on his thighs were clearly visible and rolled along with him. When Hu Yu saw his legs, her face turned even redder and her heart beat faster. His legs are very strong, that's an intuitive feeling. The arm strength is also very good, which is also an intuitive feeling. At this moment, she was overwhelmed with shame, but it was a direct feeling, but she couldn't speak it out. Lu Chen's phone on the table rang. Lu Chen opened it and took a look. It was another message from Yang Li, and as usual, it was a selfie. Yang Li sat on the yoga mat, doing the splits, leaning forward, with her hands on the yoga mat, her face a pink color after exercise. There was a slight amount of sweat on his neck and face, exactly the same as Hu Yu at this moment. The yoga pants make her figure look perfect. After all, she is still a girl, which is completely different from Hu Yu's mature look. Brother Chen, do you think my splits look good? Hu Yu subconsciously turned her head to take a look. Because Lu Chen was not shy about it, she also saw Yang Li in the photo, and her expression changed slightly. The matter between Lu Chen and Gu Qingqing has been fermenting quite a lot these days. Yang Li first exposed the matter between Gu Qingqing and Lu Chen, and then quickly apologized and admitted her mistake. She had followed Lu Chen, so naturally she had also read Yang Li's remarks. In addition, Yang Li is a female anchor herself, so it is impossible for her to conceal her identity, so she is also clear about it. She was originally wondering why Yang Li suddenly changed her attitude. Did Lu Chen catch her? Now she saw that Yang Li actually sent this kind of photo to Lu Chen in a private message, and her heart immediately skipped a beat. Yang Li? She asked subconsciously, but regretted it after asking. She was afraid that Lu Chang would be angry, so she lowered her head nervously. Lu Chen was not angry, but smiled faintly and said, "Yes, it's strange why she would send me such a photo, right?" He looked at Hu Yu. Hu Yu didn't say anything, but her silence was enough to express her thoughts. Because she doesn't want to be banned and her future to be ruined, just like your sister. So she has no choice but to please me. But she doesn't have a sister to help her please me, so she can only please me by herself. Hu Yu blushed even more, and at the same time, she became more afraid of Lu Chen. Lu Chen's words were undoubtedly telling her directly that he had something on Yang Li, and this something was big enough to make Yang Li in awe, and even force her to become the loser. For a moment, the image of Lu Chen in her mind made her even more terrified. She really couldn't understand how this man could be so powerful. What was even more terrifying was that he had always been low-key before. Lu Chen did not explain too much. He believed that Hu Yu already understood this point well enough. Of course, there was another good show to be performed in the evening. Hu Yu rested for a while, sat up and prepared to leave, but the phone rang first. It was Hu Bing calling. "Sister, did you go to Lu Chen to plead for me? Why was I exposed? Why?" Hu Bing's panicked and crying voice rang out, and Hu Yu was stunned, not knowing what was going on. "What exposure, Hu Bing? What are you talking about? That female anchor named Yang Li exposed me. The video was released and it became a hot topic. What did you say to Lu Chen?" I'm finished. Hu Bing cried anxiously. Hu Yu glanced at Lu Chen next to her, and hurriedly opened a certain software to take a look. Sure enough, she found that one of the hot searches was about Hu Bing. When I clicked on it, I saw content about Hu Bing abusing a child, and the person who exposed it was Yang Li. Because Hu Bing slandered Lu Chen in the name of someone close to Lu Chen, Hu Bing's popularity was already very high at the time, so as soon as the video was released, his popularity was pushed up. A day ago, Hu Bing was still the leading figure in denouncing Lu Chen and was hailed by many supporters. But now his image has collapsed in an instant. Hu Bing's heart was trembling violently, and he looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. "Lu Chen, how could this happen? Where did Yang Li's video come from? I gave it to her, and I made her explode." Lu Chen was very calm. This was the second good show she had prepared for Hu Yu. Hu Yu's body trembled violently and she almost collapsed for a moment. "Lu Chen, how could you do this? I have met all your requests and I have shown great sincerity. Didn't you promise me to let Hu Bing go? Why are you still doing this?" Did I promise to let her go? Think about it carefully. Hu Yu was stunned. Only then did she realize that from the beginning to the end, Lu Chen had never said that he would let Hu Bing go. She just subconsciously thought that as long as she showed sincerity and Lu Chen accepted it, he would let Hu Bing go. A feeling of weakness spread throughout her body. She staggered and managed to stand by holding on to the sofa. His knuckles were clenched until they turned white, and he looked at Lu Chen with trembling eyes. Lu Chen, you can't do this, you can't do this. You let someone expose Hu Bing, and yet you still want me to come here. What is this? What is this? Lu Chen smiled, stood up and looked at Hu Yu. Bang! A slap hit him hard in the face. Do you think I called you over here so you can talk to me like this? Hu Yu covered her face and looked at Lu Chen. She was clearly furious, but for some reason, when her gaze met Lu Chen's cold eyes, her anger immediately weakened. Chapter 21 Then you have to kneel. Lu Chen knew clearly that the reason why Hu Yu's family had been so arrogant in front of him before was only because he was considerate of their relationships. In fact, there is no one in Hu Yu's family who is tough, and the same goes for Hu Yu. Now he has the dirt on both Hu Yu and Hu Bing. Given Hu Yu's personality, even if she knew that he had deliberately lied to her, she would never dare to fall out with him as long as she is strong enough. This was his method, and it was also the mark he deliberately left for Hu Yu, so that Hu Yu would know more clearly who the master was. She had no room for bargaining in front of her master. Hu Yu covered her face, her pretty and delicate face flushed, tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt extremely aggrieved. She had surrendered to Lu Chen twice, but she didn't expect this to be the result. Lu Chen's cruelty and coldness were beyond her imagination. Lu Chen had a cold expression on his face. He slapped her, then pinched her chin and lifted her face up. He stared at her and said, "Do you hate me?" Hu Yu didn't dare to speak, but shook her head. Lu Chen smiled. "No need to act. I know you hate me in your heart. How could you not hate me? Just like you used to treat me as a cash cow, wanting to squeeze me dry and take away all my assets. Do you think I won't hate you if I continue like that?" Hu Yu became even more silent. She also knew that what her family had done in the past was definitely not that of a good person. But it doesn't matter. I only exposed Hu Bing now, but I didn't expose you. This can be regarded as a kind of preference I have for you. I know you hate me, but think about it, if you want to fight to the death with me, then it's not just Hu Bing who will pay the price, but you as well. Do you have the money to make up for the funds you secretly embezzled? Do you have enough money to hire a lawyer? You can choose to confront me head-on, but the ending must be that I will be safe and sound, and at most I will have to pay a small amount of money, but you and Hu Bing, no one will be left behind, you will all go to jail. Hu Yu just pursed her lips. She had indeed thought about fighting to the death with Lu Chen. The worst that could happen was that she would go to jail too, but she would also make Lu Chen pay the price. But after hearing what Lu Chen said, she suddenly realized that she was just acting on impulse and wishful thinking. Since Lu Chen had planned all of this, how could he leave any evidence for her? Even the video of Hu Bing was exposed by Yang Li, and Yang Li's evidence was in Lu Chen's hands. Even if they made a big fuss, how could Yang Li risk her own future by telling the truth? Lu Chen had already calculated all of this. After a moment of silence, Hu Yu's inner defenses collapsed again. She wiped her tears and looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, what exactly do you want us to do? To be precise, I'm letting you go, not you guys. Although I'm not a good person, Hu Bing's behavior is unforgivable. This is my bottom line. But you are different. I can give you a chance as long as you perform well enough. You should understand that the small amount of funds you embezzled is insignificant to me. You lost all your money in the stock market, but I made all my money from the stock market. Today I made a net profit of over 1 million. As long as I am willing, I can always help you make a comeback and fill the gap in your funds. Do you understand? Lu Chen smiled and looked at Hu Yu, and Hu Yu's eyes, which were shining with lightning, immediately lit up. Lu Chen, are you willing to help me? I told you, as long as you perform well enough, you will have a chance. Do you want to go in with your good-for-nothing sister, or give up on her and stand by me, betting on a chance to rise again in the future? It's your choice. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he fell silent, made a pot of tea, and drank it leisurely. Hu Yu bit her lips, clenched her fists, and her eyes revealed hesitation and struggle. Lu Chen's move was very cruel. On one side was his sister, and on the other was himself. No matter what she chose, she would definitely lose something. But if she chooses her sister, she will ruin her future together with Hu Bing, while if she chooses herself, she only needs to sacrifice Hu Bing, and she may still have a promising future. For her, this is undoubtedly the most beneficial. Lu Chen was not in a hurry because he knew that human nature is selfish. After a long time, Hu Yu calmed down and walked in front of Lu Chen again. Without letting Lu Chen speak, he placed his hands on his legs and slowly knelt down. Lu Chen, please forgive me. Lu Chen looked down at her and said, then you better kneel down. Asshole, asshole, asshole. In a high-end villa, Du Liyun slammed the table hard, her face flushed with anger, her chest heaving, and she looked like she was fuming. The reason why she was angry was that Bingbing Nanatsi, who had just joined her camp yesterday and made her launch the counterattack, was suddenly exposed by Yang Li and ruined. And because the matter involved children, the superintendent of police was dispatched directly, and the Yuqing police even issued a notice and arrested Bingbing Nanako. And through interrogation, Bingbing Nanatsi admitted the facts and will face legal sanctions. Du Liyun never thought that after doing this kind of thing for so many years, there would be a day when she would fail. First, Gu Qingqing and Yang Li stabbed her in the back one after another, and she was already being condemned by everyone. Finally, Bingbing and Kainaizi came along and changed the direction of public opinion, and Lu Chen was pushed to the forefront again. She was ready to join forces with Bingbing and Nanatsi to deal a fatal blow to Lu Chen and drag Yang Li and Gu Qingqing into the water at the same time. In this way, not only will her traffic explode, but her reputation will also not collapse. But what she didn't expect was that Bingbing Nanatsi was killed in just one day. And the person who killed Bingbing Nanatsi was actually Yang Li, which made her even angrier. Now that Hu Bing has been exposed, the direction of public opinion has naturally changed again. When a kindergarten teacher does such a thing, is there any need to say anything about his character? Although she has been quibbling, saying that Hu Bing was wrong, it does not mean that what she said about Lu Chen is false. There are still some crazy fans cheering for her. But after Hu Bing fell, she was fighting alone again, and naturally her momentum became much smaller. She even closed her private messages for several days and didn't dare to open them. Unable to bear the brunt of the anger, Du Liyun called Yang Li again. Yang Li, what on earth do you want to do? How did you expose Bingbing Nanatsi's affairs? You have no grudge against her, why did you do this? Where did you get that video? Du Liyun yelled and Yang Li immediately became unhappy. She had taken the initiative to pursue Lu Chen many times, but Lu Chen ignored her. This made her extremely nervous. She was afraid that Lu Chen would not forgive her and would ruin her reputation and her future. Now Du Liyun is trying to make trouble for her, how can she bear it? Du Liyun, you stinky bitch, be polite when you talk to me. It's not your turn to teach me how to do it. Du Liyun was immediately furious. She still clearly remembered that a few days ago, Yang Li called her sisterly in order to expose Lu Chen and gain traffic. You called me sisterly when you needed my help, but now you call me a stinky bitch? Yang Li, you wanna die? Du Liyun screamed, her voice breaking. Chapter 22. How many dishes are there to drink like this? Don't forget, it was you and Gu Qingqing who took the initiative to find me to expose and slander Lu Chen. Now that I'm exposed, you guys are hiding like cowards and pushing me to the front alone. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Du Liyun was furious. With her status and popularity, she didn't take Lu Chen, Yang Li, and Gu Qingqing seriously. After all, she has a whole industrial chain behind her, but she didn't expect that she would be defeated this time, and so quickly. Yang Li was worried and anxious every day. She also warned Du Liyun not to pick a fight with Lu Chen again, but Du Liyun just wouldn't listen. She was also afraid that Lu Chen would take his anger out on her. She didn't want her account to be blocked and her future to be ruined. Du Liyun, shut up you stinky bitch. Don't think I don't know who you are. Aren't there enough people you have slandered? Don't you know how many innocent people you have ruined? What I said about you is true, and it's too late. I warn you, Brother Chen is definitely not the weakling you think he is. If you let go now and apologize to Brother Chen sincerely, this matter may still be salvageable. If you insist on doing what you want, you will be doomed. Brother Chen's methods are beyond your imagination. Don't think that you are the only one who can bully others and that no one else can do anything to you. Du Liyun sneered. Okay. Yang Li, just wait and see how I kill you and Gu Qingqing, and how I kill Lu Chen. You are a lowly man with no background, and you want to punish me. What the hell do you want? Du Liyun cursed loudly and hung up the phone. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the hatred in her heart grew stronger. She had no intention of letting Yang Li and Gu Qingqing go, nor did she intend to let Lu Chen go. Now that things have come to this, why not drag them all into this and insist that Lu Chen's motives for supporting Gu Qingqing are impure? As for Gu Qingqing and Yang Li's apology, she pushed it onto Lu Chen's threat to them. This way, she could get Yang Li and Gu Qingqing involved, while also maintaining the image of Lu Chen's subordinate that she had always promoted. As long as she uses it well, her traffic will not be low, and she can also keep Lu Chen and the other two from being dragged into the water and unable to escape. Du Liyun was furious and acted without hesitation, continuing to distort the truth and spread rumors online. Her main attack was still directed at Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen is the core figure in connecting the whole thing. As the night passed, the heat of the matter continued to escalate. Lu Chen looked at Du Liyun's ambiguous but highly suggestive words and smiled coldly. Du Liyun is indeed very resourceful. Her words are mostly suggestive and she never speaks directly. This way she can both slander him and leave room for herself to exonerate herself. For example, if he had impure motives in supporting Gu Qingqing, she would never say it directly, but would ask in return, "Do you believe that a stranger would support a poor girl for no reason?" For example, if he threatened Gu Qingqing and Yang Li, her rhetoric was, "Do you believe that two good girls would defend a subordinate with ulterior motives for no reason?" Not every word was said directly, but every word was telling everyone that there was something fishy going on and that there was something wrong with Lu Chen. Extracting black material, subject, Du Liyun. Lu Chen's face was calm, with no mood swings, and he directly extracted the black material. Extraction successful. Du Liyun will have a party with her friends on the second floor of Building 3 in Qingqing Villa Community at 12:30 noon. During the party, she will attract fans for fun. It is recommended that the host report to the police and catch them all in one fell swoop. Lu Chen glanced at the time. It was not yet 9:30 in the morning, and there were still 3 hours until 12:30, so he could make it in time. He smiled. He actually held a party and had such a wild time, he would definitely die a miserable death. Yang Li sent a message. "Brother Chen, this Du Liyun is too arrogant. She just called to insult you. I scolded her and asked her to admit her mistake, but she didn't listen and even scolded you." Yang Li hadn't waited for Lu Chen to feed her yet, and she couldn't feel at ease. So she has been acting very attentive, posting selfies in the morning and evening, implying that she is hungry and wants to eat her fill. Now that Du Liyun is doing this again, of course she has to seize the opportunity to show off. Lu Chen replied, "It's okay, send me her number and I'll talk to her in person." When Yang Li saw that Lu Chen actually replied, she immediately became happy. "Okay, Brother Chen, I'll push it to you right away." Lu Chen clicked on the number Yang Li sent and dialed it directly. Du Liyun looked at the unfamiliar number and was not surprised. In her line of work, she would receive a lot of unfamiliar numbers every day. After all, many people were looking for them to do things. Except for acquaintances, everyone else will use different numbers to contact each other to avoid leaving any evidence. Who? Lu Chen. Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but very cold. When Du Liyun heard these two words, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She obviously didn't expect Lu Chen to come to her. But soon she smiled, and even looked very proud. She had already pushed Lu Chen to the forefront of public opinion. In her opinion, Lu Chen came to her at this time with only one purpose, which was to raise the white flag of surrender and beg her to let him go. She has done this kind of thing many times. At first, the people she slandered would be very angry and curse at her, but after they were powerless to change the situation, they would basically choose to make peace. Because of this, she made a lot of money, and made money on both ends. She had already checked and found out that Lu Chen had no background at all. She didn't believe that such a person had the ability to bring her down. "Haha, it's you. Why, now you want to ask me to let you go? What were you doing before?" Du Liyun opened her mouth and sneered, very sarcastic. Lu Chen said calmly, "Don't think too much, I'm not here to beg you, on the contrary, I'm giving you a chance to beg me to let you go." Du Liyun was stunned for a moment, and 2 seconds later. "Ha ha 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 ha." Du Liyun laughed out loud as if she had heard a huge joke. "Please let me go? Lu Chen, do you want to hear what you are talking about? The whole internet is condemning you and scolding you, and you still want me to beg you? How many dishes are there? Why are you drinking so much? What kind of fake liquor made you so drunk that your brain shrank?" Du Liyun laughed so hard that she couldn't stop. Lu Chen remained calm, just smiled faintly and said, "You should understand that since I can make Yang Li and Gu Qingqing switch sides, I also have the means to make you pay the price." "Okay, then give it a try. I'm looking forward to you making me pay. I've been doing this for so many years, and no one has ever made me pay a price. Now that you say that, I'm really curious and looking forward to it. If you're a man, you'll make me pay the price. If you can't do that, I'll look down on you." Du Liyun was fearless and became more and more arrogant as she spoke, not taking Lu Chen's words to heart at all. She has experienced this kind of thing many times. Many people would be tough and threatening at the beginning, but in fact no one could do anything to her. People who were once worth hundreds of millions were ruined by her. At the beginning, they were full of harsh words, but in the end, they were left with nothing. In her opinion, Lu Chen's strength at this moment was exactly the same as those people, and he was fearless at all. Okay, I hope the surprise I give you will make you happy. Lu Chen smiled calmly and hung up the phone. Du Liyun shook her head, her expression becoming even more disdainful. You still want to deal with me? I'm just giving you a chance. Can you do it? You really think you're so awesome, you idiot? Chapter 23 Brother Chen, I bought a new set of clothes. After Du Liyun cursed a few times, she suddenly felt much better. She felt even happier when she thought that Lu Chen would probably come to her to make peace and beg for mercy in a few days. We are so happy, of course we have to celebrate. Let's ask a few people to come over at noon and have a get-together. Du Liyun curled up on the sofa, took out her cell phone and quickly contacted a few people, making an appointment for them to gather at her house at noon. These friends were all very close to her and there had never been any problems with them, so she was not worried. After a while, Yang Li sent a message to Lu Chen. How about it, Brother Chen, what is Du Liyun's attitude? Lu Chen, no remorse. Yang Li immediately looked very angry. This woman is so ungrateful. I really want to go over and beat her up. Lu Chen, it doesn't matter, she will fall. Yang Li looked at Lu Chen's words. They were brief, but they made her heart beat faster. She thought of herself, Gu Qingqing, and Bingbing Kanatzi. All of them were caught by Lu Chen without any notice. Is Du Liyun going to fall into Lu Chen's hands this time too? She was a little afraid to think about it. Du Liyun was very resourceful. Judging from her background, Du Liyun had indeed dealt with several people whose backgrounds were much more powerful than Lu Chen's, but nothing happened. Is Lu Chen really so capable that he can even bring down Du Liyun? She didn't know, but she was looking forward to it. Then his slender white fingers quickly typed out a line of words. I believe you, Brother Chen. Du Liyun is ungrateful, but I will always stand on Brother Chen's side. By the way, Brother Chen, I bought a new set of clothes. Do you think it looks good? Then a photo was thrown over. Lu Chen clicked on the photo. In the photo, Yang Li was wearing a tight white gymnastics suit with a bare waist and tight shorts underneath. She supported herself on the wall with one hand and pressed her back down, forming a very smooth arc. Using the other hand, she took a photo from the side. She had a bun on her head, with a few strands of hair hanging down from her fair and delicate neck. Open your mouth slightly, revealing your pink lips. Hee hee, Brother Chen, there is an invisible zipper on the back of the pants. Lu Chen looked at the photo of Yang Li and the words she said afterwards, and had to admit that Yang Li was indeed very capable. This dress is simple, but you must have a very good figure to pull it off and show off your curves perfectly. Her posture, lip movements and details are all just right. Not bad, I'll try it next time I get a chance. Lu Chen replied, and Yang Li looked at the reply and immediately blushed with excitement. Lu Chen finally responded to her directly for the first time, which relieved her fear and anxiety over the past few days. Lu Chen's words undoubtedly revealed that he had a motive. As long as he had this motive, it meant that she had a chance. Hee hee, I also want to try Brother Chen's. Lu Chen did not reply. It was time for the morning session to begin and he had to start investing. With someone like Yang Li, you have to strike the right balance. You have to give her hope and sweetness, but not too much. If you give her too much, she won't be so nervous. Only when she is extremely worried will she try her best to be a loyal dog. Hu family. Hu Yu, how did you manage to speak up for Hu Bing? Why was the video still released? Do you want to watch your own sister go to jail? Hu Daqian looked at Hu Yu, his face turned red with anger and veins bulged on his neck. Li Tsuehong also said, that's right. I asked you to go and ask Lu Chen for mercy, but you went there for a whole night and your sister was still taken away. Did you do anything? That's your own sister, are you so heartless? The old couple originally thought that if Hu Yu went to Lu Chen to plead for mercy, Lu Chen would most likely let Hu Bing go, but they did not expect that Hu Bing's video would still be leaked. Hu Bing was taken away by the police early in the morning. The two were so anxious that they quickly called Hu Yu over and started scolding him. Hu Yu was already very depressed, and her knees were still aching badly. She rubbed her cheeks for half the night and paid the most. As a result, she was the one who was criticized, as if everything she did was what she should do. Dad, Mom, since you know that I didn't come back all night, you should understand that I must have done my best to talk to Lu Chen about Hu Bing's matter. But Lu Chen won't let her go. What can I do? If you think I'm incapable, then go talk to him yourself. You. Hu Daqiang was speechless for a moment, and Li Cuihong's old face turned red. Hu Yu didn't say it directly, but they all knew what not coming back all night meant. If Hu Yu hadn't been trying her best, it wouldn't have taken so long. But when he thought of Hu Bing's fate, he still couldn't accept it. No, how can I watch my daughter being sent to prison by that bastard Lu Chen? At worst, we'll fight to the death. He's also beaten us before, so we can sue him and make him go to jail. Hu Daqiang rolled up his sleeves and said angrily. Hu Yu said coldly, where is the evidence? He did beat you, but is there any evidence left behind? Let's take a step back. Even if you have evidence, are your injuries enough to warrant sentencing? The most he can do is throw tens of thousands of dollars in your face and settle the matter. Let me tell you one more thing. Lu Chen not only has leverage over Hu Bing, but also leverage over me. He can send me to jail just the same. If you guys want to fight to the death, then Hu Bing and I will have to go to jail. Without my money, can you afford the mortgage? Do you have the ability to make money? Do you have the ability to get Hu Bing and me out of here? Hu Daqiang and Li Cuihong looked at Hu Yu with their eyes wide open, looking incredulous. What did you say? Lu Chen still has something on you? What's going on? Don't worry about what happened. Anyway, he has something on me now. If you want me to go in too, then go and make trouble with him. If you still want me to make money and live, then don't cause any trouble to him anymore. Otherwise, our family may die without knowing how. After Hu Yu finished speaking, she turned around and left, leaving Hu Daqiang and Li Cuihong looking at each other with horror and surprise on their faces. My heart was beating fast and I was filled with fear. They all knew Hu Yu's character. She would never do this if Lu Chen didn't have a hold on her. But when did Lu Chen quietly catch hold of both of their daughters? This Lu Chen, how could he have such a method? Hu Daqiang murmured, and the couple stayed there together. They felt a rumbling sound in their heads, as if they were struck by thunder, and they didn't know what to do. After Hu Yu left, she went to visit Hu Bing again. Sister, you have to save me. You must save me. The moment she saw Hu Yu, Hu Bing burst into tears. This was the only life-saving straw she could grasp. Hu Yu shook her head with a cold face. I can't save you. If I say one more word in front of Lu Chen, my fate may be worse than yours. I've told you several times not to provoke him, but you didn't listen. Now it's too late to regret it. It's better for you to go in alone than for both of us to go in. Just be patient for a while. Watching Hu Yu turn and leave, Hu Bing felt a loud bang in his head, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Chapter 24. Do you look up to me now? Time flies, and it's noon. After Lu Chen had lunch, he looked at the time and it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Judging from the time, Du Liyun should be having a great time with her friends at this time, so it's a good opportunity to take action. So, Lu Chen called the police, reported Du Liyun's address, and reported that she might have gathered a group to attract fans. At Du Liyun's home, she and a few of her friends were dancing wildly, everyone was laughing and twisting their bodies. There were both men and women, so the fun was particularly exciting. At this time, Du Liyun was wearing a shirt and shorts, but the buttons of her clothes were unbuttoned, exposing her body. Fortunately, she was wearing underwear. She was so excited that she thought about all the happy things in her mind, and soon thought of Lu Chen. She smiled. That Lu Chen, you know, the guy I exposed. Today he actually called me and told me to pay the price. I almost died of laughter, ha ha ha. I've killed so many people like him, and he wants me to pay the price. Tell me, isn't this funny? Tell me, isn't this funny? It's funny. It's so funny. Ha ha. We have dealt with all kinds of people before. It's easy to deal with people like this. He still wants to retaliate against you. What a joke. That's right, a lowly man, how can he turn the world upside down? The others followed suit, laughing and screaming, just like a bunch of lunatics. Du Liyun swayed and twisted her body, stammering, that's what I thought. I said, he was like that, and he made me pay the price. If he didn't make me pay the price, I would look down on him. Pay the price, let me pay the price, ha 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 ha. She laughed out loud, and everyone else, whether they heard her or not, laughed along. The whole room was filled with smoke and chaos. Bang! At this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. Get down with your head down, police! A cold shout was heard, and several people subconsciously wanted to run outside, but before they could take a step, they were caught and pressed face down to the ground. Feeling the cold touch on her face, Du Liyun suddenly became much more sober, and fear immediately overwhelmed her like a tide. She wanted to struggle and escape, but she had no strength and it was impossible for her to break free. In an instant, Du Liyun thought of the consequences. There were a total of 7 people here, all of whom were organized by her. The consequence is very serious. Let me go, let me go. Du Liyun was almost scared to death. She couldn't understand why she was caught this time when she had done it so many times before without any problems. Be honest. As soon as she moved, she was slapped in the face, making her dizzy. Then, all the people were taken away. In less than half a day, the Yucheng police had issued a notice that, following an anonymous tip-off from a concerned citizen, they had arrested several people who had gathered to attract fans. The main culprit is a media personality with millions of followers, who also released a video of the on-site arrest. Although the faces of the people in the video were blurred, many people still recognized her. The main culprit was most likely Du Liyun. Especially Yang Li and Gu Qingqing, they were very familiar with Du Liyun and had met her many times, so they knew at a glance that this person was Du Liyun. Everyone was terrified, especially Gu Qingqing. She had done this kind of thing before. Once it was exposed, she would be doomed. I just tried it out of curiosity. This is my first offense. I will never touch it again, never again. Yang Li immediately thought whether this matter had anything to do with Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen had just told her in the morning that Du Liyun would soon pay the price. It's been less than half a day and Du Liyun has been arrested. If it was really Lu Chen's work, then Lu Chen is too awesome. She had known Du Liyun for so long, but she didn't even know that Du Liyun had this hobby. And it was a gathering of many people. It goes without saying that it would take Du Liyun several years to get started. Her awe of Lu Chen reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. This man must not be offended, must not. Yang Li bit her lip. Thinking of her previous suicidal behavior, she felt a lingering fear and a chill down her spine. At this moment, she wanted to hug Lu Chen's thighs and kneel down to beg for mercy. As this incident was exposed, the internet exploded, and many people went to Du Liyun's account to ask if it was her. But no one got a reply, and no reply was equivalent to confirmation. No one expected that Du Liyun, who had been a big shot in the industry for many years, would suddenly be screwed like this. This incident happened right after Du Liyun once again slandered Lu Chen, which inevitably reminded people of what happened to Gu Qingqing and Yang Li before. Both of them apologized quickly after slandering others, but Du Liyun was even worse off, as she was sent straight to jail. Could it be that all these things are related to Lu Chen? Oh my god, why do I feel like Lu Chen is the core of this matter? This man is definitely not a simple person. It seems that everyone who participated in the Lu Chen incident has changed their attitude or paid a price. Damn it, who is he? Why do I feel like this man is a being above the heavens? For a time, there were many different opinions about Lu Chen's identity. No one knew who he was, but many people felt that he must be extraordinary. From beginning to end, he only released one video to prove his innocence, and then those who targeted him fell on their own. How could this be possible without an impressive identity and background? Lu Chen didn't explain anything about this, he just laughed it off. When you are away from home, your identity is given by yourself. Very normal. In contrast to the heated discussions about Lu Chen's identity, Du Liyun's reputation has collapsed. I've said this woman isn't a good person at first glance. Sure enough, she's done for this time. She's caught red-handed. Where are those people who supported her before and said she was fighting for justice? Are they dead or mute? I've never seen a case that was so clear and convincing. There's no room for quibbling. Du Liyun was subjected to a barrage of abuse, and most of her so-called die-hard fans chose to keep their mouths shut and dared not speak, for fear of being drowned by the netizens' saliva. After Du Liyun came to her senses, she had no way to argue and could only confess and cry bitterly, but the result was irreversible. She thought about one thing: why was she arrested suddenly? The police said that someone made an anonymous report, but who was the person who made the report? She thought of Lu Chen, what Lu Chen had said to her in the morning, and how arrogant she had been in front of Lu Chen. Especially those words, "If you don't let me pay the price, I will look down on you," were like a loud slap in her face. In the afternoon, after taking her statement, she asked to have her cell phone back so she could talk to her family, and the police agreed. When she picked up the phone, she saw a message from Lu Chen. "Now, do you look up to me? Du Liyun's hand trembled and the phone fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 25 Beautiful Female Teacher, Zhang Yuni. The internet was in turmoil and Lu Chen became the focus of discussion, but Lu Chen did not come out to explain anything, nor did he act complacent. Killing your opponent silently and leaving mysterious footprints is actually the best option. There are legends about me everywhere in the world, but no one knows who I am. This feeling is really great. As Du Liyun fell, Gu Qingqing and Yang Li also contacted him quickly. Without exception, they all express loyalty. Brother Chen, are you free tonight? I want to meet you. Lu Chen directly rejected Gu Qingqing's call. I don't have time today. I'll watch it another day. Yang Li sent a message, Brother Chen, are you free to see your little pet today? I really want to be whipped by you. Although their looks are equally matched, their skills are obviously different, and Yang Li is much more playful. But Lu Chen still refused. I have to meet a friend in the afternoon, let us do it another day. He had made an appointment with Zhang Yuni, a female teacher from Yuqing University, yesterday, so he naturally couldn't go back on his word. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Chen drove straight to Yuqing University. Zhang Yuni's class was over at 4:30, so she would definitely need to get dressed up a bit. He arrived in a little over 30 minutes, which was just right. In an office at Tamaki University. Zhang Yuni put down the textbook and placed it on her desk. Then she tidied up quickly, took out a small mirror to look at herself for a few seconds, touched up her makeup a little, and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Thinking about meeting Lu Chen, I felt inexplicably excited. This student who graduated from her a few years ago is now successful in his career and is also handsome. Teacher Jiang. A voice interrupted her thoughts. Zhang Yuni turned her head and saw a male student walked in with a smile, holding a large bouquet of roses in his hand. Zhang Yuni's face was slightly dull, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. The boy's name was Zhang Shenghui, and he was a junior in the class she had just attended. During these years at Yuqing University, her popularity has been higher than any other campus beauties in the past. Naturally, there are many students who like her, so this kind of thing is not surprising. But she never accepted any confession from any of her students and only maintained a long-term contact with Lu Chen. She didn't like Zhang Shenghui in front of her, not because Zhang Shenghui looked average, but because he was inexplicably confident. It's not that Zhang Shenghui always likes to express his opinions to her in a sensational way. For example, in class, when she asked a question, Zhang Shenghui would raise his hand to answer. The result is often that they can't answer it. At this time, they would say with a smile, Teacher Jiang is so beautiful, she must be kind-hearted, you won't blame me if I can't answer it. Then I felt like I was very courageous to say these words in front of so many people. I looked around with a high spirit and a very impressive look. It's not because he always sends flowers and gifts every now and then, and if she refuses to accept them, he will pester her. If she accepts them, he will run out and tell others, Teacher Jiang accepted my things, she must be interested in me. The biggest reason is that Zhang Shenghui has a father who is the vice president. Relying on this relationship, he is usually very high profile and always says my father is this and that in front of her. As a teacher at Yuqing University, he naturally had to give the vice president some face, and Zhang Shenghui liked to use his father's face very much. This really annoyed Zhang Yuni. She had said it many times both openly and secretly, but Zhang Shenghui always used these self-righteous little tricks, which was very annoying. It just so happened that she had an appointment with Lu Chen today, and she was about to go out after putting on her makeup, and this self-righteous bastard came again. Looking at the large bunch of roses that were roughly and crudely wrapped, Zhang Yuni felt annoyed. I have something else to go out for. If you don't have anything important to do, come back another day. Zhang Yuni forced a smile, and almost said directly, I have something to do, get out of here. Anyone with a little bit of common sense would know that this was already very direct. But Zhang Shenghui still walked in with a smile, handed the flowers in his hand to Zhang Yuni, and showed a smile that he thought was very handsome. Teacher Jiang, these are the flowers I sent you. This bouquet of flowers is most beautiful only in Teacher Zhang's hands, because where Teacher Jiang is, there is sunshine. Zhang Shenghui spoke his own cheesy love words with a smug look on his face, as if he were Su Jima. Zhang Yuni felt goosebumps all over her arms. Compared to Lu Chen, the man in front of her simply made her feel disgusted. Thank you for your kindness, but I really have something important to go out for, and it's inconvenient to carry the flowers with me, so just leave them here. Zhang Shenghui put the flowers down. In his opinion, this meant that Zhang Yuni had accepted his feelings. Teacher Jiang, it doesn't matter if you have something to do this afternoon. If you are free in the evening, I would like to ask you. No, I haven't been free for a long time recently, so if you don't have anything to do, don't look for me. I'm in a hurry. Bye. Zhang Yuni glanced at the time. It was already 4:40. Lu Chen should have arrived. She didn't want to be dragged along by Zhang Shenghui, so she simply shut him up, picked up her bag, stood up and left quickly. In order to avoid running into Zhang Shenghui and being harassed by him, she deliberately went out of the side door of the building. She knew that the get out of class was over and Zhang Shenghui would definitely go downstairs. A large bouquet of roses was still on the table, untouched. No matter how self-righteous Zhang Shenghui was, he could see that Zhang Yuni really didn't want to waste time with him. He looked a little unhappy and went downstairs with a cold face. There was a BMW parked downstairs. When Zhang Shenghui saw the car, his expression looked better. This car is his, and he had just bought it not long ago, with a price of more than 500,000 yuan. For a junior student, this is definitely cool enough, so in his small circle, he has been flattered all the time. One of the main reasons why he went to see Zhang Yuni today was that he wanted to show off his new car, but he didn't expect Zhang Yuni to refuse. Bentley Flying Spur? When Zhang Shenghui was feeling proud, he suddenly turned his eyes and saw a car parked next to him. It was a Mercedes-Benz, which was worth nearly 10 times as much as his car. His eyes immediately lit up and he watched with fascination. Although there are many wealthy school leaders, he has never seen one who can afford a Bentley Flying Spur, not even his father, the vice principal. It is his beautiful mother who is in the real estate business who has the ability to do so, but she has never bought this kind of car and only drives a car worth more than 1 million yuan. Zhang Shenghui couldn't help but take a few more glances. The more he looked, the more envious he felt. Then he compared it with the BMW worth more than 500,000 yuan next to him, and immediately felt that it was not so attractive. Lu Chen contacted Zhang Yuni and learned that she had come out from the side door of the teaching building, so he went directly to the side door to wait. Hello, classmate Lu. Zhang Yuni's magnetic voice sounded, and Lu Chen saw her. Today, Zhang Yuni wore a daisy floral halter dress, with her neck and shoulders exposed, as smooth and delicate as snow. The wing-shaped collarbone is slightly upturned, which is beautiful. Coupled with her very delicate and fair skin, her collarbone is even more pleasing to the eye. Although she is already in her 30s, the simple combination makes her look very girlish. Her temperament is mature, her voice is magnetic, her figure is plump, and this girlish feeling creates a unique sense of contrast. Teacher Jiang. Lu Chen went up and took the bag from Zhang Yuni without saying anything sly like Teacher Jiang looks even prettier today. Instead, Zhang Yuni looked at Lu Chen, sized him up for a few seconds, and said with a smile, Mr. Lu seems to be more attractive than before. Oh, what's so attractive about it? Well, he seems calmer and more mature. In layman's terms, more manly. The two of them were already very familiar with each other, so Zhang Yuni didn't beat around the bush and said it directly. Lu Chen smiled, and the two of them walked towards Lu Chen's car while chatting. Teacher Jiang. As soon as they reached the gate of the teaching building, a very unhappy voice came from the front, interrupting their conversation. Zhang Yuni looked up and frowned slightly. Zhang Shenghui, do you have anything else to do? Chapter 26, Mr. Lu, you don't want to make the teacher angry, right? Zhang Shenghui looked at Zhang Yuni and Lu Chen beside her, his expression visibly not looking good. Especially since he just saw Zhang Yuni and Lu Chen talking and laughing from a distance, and it seemed that Zhang Yuni was laughing very happily. He gave Zhang Yuni so many gifts, but Zhang Yuni had never smiled like this before. I'm fine, but didn't Teacher Jiang say that he had something important to do in the afternoon and evening and was in a hurry to leave? Why don't I see you in a hurry at all now? Zhang Shenghui looked at Lu Chen, sizing him up and down for a few seconds, his eyes quite provocative. Lu Chen knew what Zhang Shenghui was thinking at a glance. Zhang Yuni has always been more popular than the campus belle at Yuqing University. It's not surprising that there are countless male students who want to pursue her. But most of the boys who have this idea are good-looking. But the guy in front of him, Zhang Shenghui, has acne scars on his face, is as thin as a monkey, has no good looks and no figure. He doesn't quite understand where the other person gets the courage to do this. The key is that he looks very strong. Zhang Yuni looked a little unnatural, and said, I do have something important to do, but you don't need to worry about my affairs. Who is he then, and where are you going? Zhang Shenghui looked straight at Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Shenghui was only in his 20s. Most people were young and energetic and did things without thinking. He even thought that this method was very cool. But in fact, in the eyes of mature people, he is no different from an idiot. This approach makes only the equally immature little girls think he is handsome, but no one else will think he is handsome. Jiang Yuni hurriedly said, "He is." He wanted to say that Lu Chen was her academic partner, but before she could finish, Lu Chen spoke first. "I'm Mr. John's former student and now my part-time boyfriend. Do you have any questions?" Lu Chen had a smile on his face, looking calm and composed. Jiang Yuni's pretty face immediately turned red and she looked at Lu Chen in surprise. She obviously didn't expect Lu Chen to say that. Zhang Shenghui was also stunned. "Teacher Jiang has a boyfriend. When did it happen?" Lu Chen stepped forward and said with a smile, "Does this have anything to do with you? Does the teacher have to report his love affair to a student like you?" Zhang Shenghui was speechless. Lu Chen walked up to him again, looked at Jiang Yuni behind him, then looked at Zhang Shenghui, and whispered, "You are worthy of playing teacher-student game with teacher Jiang? Go back and play in the mud." Lu Chen usually doesn't bother to deal with people like Zhang Shenghui, but he doesn't like Zhang Shenghui's direct gaze. He also disliked the stupid behavior of blocking Jiang Yuni and interrogating her. So he decided to teach the other party a lesson. Zhang Shenghui's face immediately turned ugly when he heard that. After all, she was still a student in her 20s and had never experienced anything. She was confronted like that in person and she didn't know what to do. Lu Chen laughed, patted his shoulder, raised his voice and said, "Thank you for your concern for teacher Jiang, but as her boyfriend, I have to tell you to stay away from her in the future. I'm afraid your face will affect her appetite." After saying that, he turned around, took Jiang Yuni's hand and walked towards the Bentley Flying Spur, opened the door, got in the car, and started it, all in one go. By the time Zhang Shenghui reacted, he could only smell the exhaust fumes from Lu Chen's car. Zhang Shenghui looked at Bentley's back and his eyes widened in surprise. He had been envious of this Bentley for a long time and had been guessing for a long time who it belonged to. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a love rival's. Looking at his BMW again, he suddenly had the urge to smash the car. "You are worthy of playing teacher-student game with teacher Jiang?" Lu Chen's words echoed in his ears, and for a moment Zhang Shenghui felt that he was indeed unworthy. However, he still resisted the urge to smash the car. After all, he had been asking his mother for it for a long time. Although he couldn't show off in front of Lu Chen's Bentley Flying Spur, he could still show off in front of other people. "Wait a minute, this person looks familiar, I seem to have seen him somewhere." Zhang Shenghui suddenly seemed to remember something and took out his cell phone to flip through it for a while. "It's him, Lu Chen. The man who was exposed as the one who funded Gu Qingqing but had ulterior motives." When Gu Qingqing slandered Lu Chen before, she maliciously edited the video and posted Lu Chen's photo. Gu Qingqing was the campus belle of Yuqing University, so she was highly watched by students of Yuqing University. He had tried to pursue Gu Qingqing in Yangli before, but was rejected. However, he still enjoyed watching the story. After all this time, he turned out to be a scumbag. How can such a person be worthy of teacher Jiang? Zhang Shenghui seemed to have found the winning point and immediately became excited again. He even wondered if Lu Chen had used some means to threaten Jiang Yuni. After all, when Lu Chen said he was her boyfriend, Jiang Yuni was obviously surprised. In this way, he might have a chance to play the hero who saves the beauty. Facts have proved that under the impact of hormones and the second-year syndrome, young people can easily fantasize about themselves becoming an omnipotent hero. In the car, Jiang Yuni's face was still flushed. Looking at Lu Chen with a smile on his face, she wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Lu Chen said, "Teacher Jiang, just say what you want to say." Jiang Yuni then said, "Lu Chen, you just..." She paused. "Lu Chen, you want to say, was I a little impulsive just now?" Jiang Yuni smiled and shook her head, and suddenly said in a playful tone, "No, Mr. Lu, what the teacher meant is that you were quite handsome just now." Her magnetic voice matched with her brilliant smile, that damn girlishness and mature charm combined perfectly. Even though Lu Chen had already enjoyed top-notch women like Gu Qingqing and Hu Yu, he still felt from the bottom of his heart that Jiang Yuni in front of him was very attractive. He didn't expect Jiang Yuni to say this. He really thought Jiang Yuni would say that he was impulsive. Oh, so Teacher Jiang likes this style. Teacher Jiang has always liked this style, why else would he only eat with Lu? Jiang Yuni smiled playfully again, and there seemed to be something else behind her words. To put it bluntly, it has a hint of seduction. Lu Chen knew that Jiang Yuni had indeed only maintained contact with him as a student for such a long time. "Teacher Jiang, you don't like the development department, do you?" "Ha ha ha ha." Jiang Yuni giggled, but stop talking about this topic, neither saying yes nor no. Drive quickly, little driver. I'm starving. Let's go eat first. I've booked a very good private restaurant. After dinner, let's go to Beishan to see the night view. Are you free? Of course I am free, but the teacher has to make it clear that you are only allowed to watch the night view, and you are not allowed to do anything else with the students. Zhang Yuni laughed so hard again that her body shook with laughter, and looked at Lu Chen with her watery peach blossom eyes. But he deliberately said, "How can that be possible? The teacher's room has been booked. If you don't listen to the teacher, you will be punished. Student Lu, you don't want to make the teacher angry, right?" Lu Chen glanced at Zhang Yuni, who spoke half-truthfully, and for the first time he clearly felt what a vixen was. Chapter 27, This Island Teacher, Please Stop Speaking. Gu Qingqing is young and immature, Yang Li is proactive and knows how to have fun, and Hu Yu has a strong sense of shame. All of them have their own merits. But when it comes to flirting, no one is as good as Zhang Yuni. Coupled with Zhang Yuni's temperament that combines girlishness with maturity, her magnetic voice, the words that are highly suggestive yet unspoken, her posture and expression, she really is like a vixen. Lu Chen recalled that Zhang Yuni was also like this in front of him in his previous life, but at that time he was not able to understand such a sentiment. Now that I think about it, Teacher Jiang has been in contact with him for so many years, I'm afraid he really might like the development system. But the teacher thinks I am a young driver, but he doesn't know that I am already an experienced driver. Lu Chen pretended to be serious and said, "Teacher from the island country, please stop talking." Zhang Yuni immediately burst into laughter, and there was a different kind of surprise in her eyes when she looked at Lu Chen. She used to say these things, but Lu Chen's responses were always rigid and boring, which often made her sigh in her heart. This student is good in every way except that he is too unromantic. But Lu Chen was very different today. He actually started to understand the situation and even flirted back. It feels like after raising something for many years, there are finally some signs of success. The teacher is very pleased. Zhang Yuni just kept laughing all the way. She felt like she hadn't been so happy in a long time. Classmate Lu was really awesome today. Half an hour later, they arrived at the private restaurant, and in the private room, the two were chatting and laughing. Zhang Yuni's laughter almost never stopped. She found that for some reason, Lu Chen was full of damn sense of humor today. Her voice is very attractive and has good penetrating power, so it can be vaguely heard in the private room next door. At this time, a person next door looked unhappy. Zhang Shenghui frowned and listened carefully several times. The more he listened, the more he felt that the laughter belonged to Zhang Yuni. Originally, he was planning to invite Zhang Yuni to this meal so that he could establish a very impressive image in his circle. Look, I even invited Teacher Jiang. She even agreed to have dinner with me, so she must be interested in me. As a result, her pretense failed and Zhang Yuni left with a man who said he was not worthy of playing the teacher-student game. But everyone else had already been invited, so she had no choice but to come. Unexpectedly, as soon as she sat down, she heard Zhang Yuni's trembling voice of joy coming from next door. A girl in a pink floral dress opposite said curiously, "Zhang Shenghui, didn't you say that Professor Jiang had an important academic conference to attend, so you didn't come? Why does the voice next door sound like Professor Jiang?" The girl's name is Chulan. She is the most beautiful girl in the class. Although she is not as pretty as Zhang Yuni and Gu Qingqing, she is still pretty. The other people at the table also looked at Zhang Shenghui with strange expressions. "Yes, Brother Hui, didn't you say that Teacher Jiang was interested in you? You agreed to come today, but you didn't come because of something unexpected. Why?" Another boy also spoke up. Zhang Shenghui was in a difficult position. He couldn't just say that he failed in pretending to be cool and that Teacher Jiang actually left with another man. He could only pretend to be calm and said in a nonchalant tone, "Maybe it's just the voice that sounds similar. The person next door is not Professor Jiang at all. Professor Jiang does have an important academic conference to attend. Don't think too much. Teacher Jiang wouldn't lie to me." Chulan and the others were half believing and half doubting, and they all found it very strange, but no one said anything further. Although Zhang Shenghui was pretending to be calm, they were not stupid and could still see some clues. Students of this age are like this, they think they hide it well, but in fact it is all written on their faces. People in their middle school years cannot hide things at that age. Lu Chen and Zhang Yuni were talking and laughing, and Zhang Yuni's cheerful voice never stopped. This continued for a while, and someone really couldn't help it. Chulan stood up and said, "I'll go take a look. I think it's really Teacher Jiang." Teacher Jiang and I have a good relationship. It's okay. So she got up and went out, walking to the door of the next private room. Just then the waiter came to serve the food and opened the door. Chulan stretched her neck to look inside, and saw Zhang Yuni and Lu Chen sitting opposite each other. Their faces were full of smiles, and their rosy cheeks were so beautiful that even she, a girl, felt her heart fluttering. Teacher Jiang, it's really you. Chulan called out, and Zhang Yuni turned around and recognized Chulan, but she didn't seem unhappy. Chulan has excellent grades, and most importantly, he is not like a fool like Zhang Shenghui who does things without thinking and just thinks he is handsome. Because Chulan decided to take the postgraduate entrance examination, she became very close to Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni also taught her a lot of things and they had a good relationship. It's Chulan, you're here too. Zhang Yuni greeted with a smile, and Chulan said, a few of us friends came out to eat together. Zhang Shenghui treated us. I didn't expect Teacher Jiang to be here too. Zhang Shenghui just said that he had invited Professor Jiang to come with him, but Professor Jiang had an academic conference to attend, so he couldn't come. This academic conference has been cancelled at the last minute. Chulan didn't think too much about it and just spoke out his thoughts. Zhang Yuni's face immediately felt a little uncomfortable. Zhang Shenghui, that self-righteous idiot, was also here? Lu Chen smiled. He understood in a second that Zhang Shenghui definitely wanted to show off in front of others that he could treat Zhang Yuni to dinner, but he didn't expect Zhang Yuni to refuse. But they met here again unexpectedly. Others didn't understand what was going on. These words were like putting Zhang Shenghui on fire. Before Zhang Yuni could think of what to say, Lu Chen spoke up. Teacher Jiang didn't have any academic conference to attend. She just asked me out for dinner in advance. My name is Lu Chen. I used to be Teacher Jiang's student, and now I'm her boyfriend. You can call me Senior Lu. Chulan was stunned for a moment. Teacher Jiang's former student? Boyfriend? Senior Lu? No. So messy. Chulan was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. They all knew that Zhang Shenghui was interested in Zhang Yuni, and Zhang Shenghui often said that Teacher Jiang was interested in him because Teacher Jiang accepted everything he gave her. Of course, he never said that Teacher Jiang originally didn't want to accept him, but he pestered her to accept him. But now Teacher Jiang suddenly has a boyfriend, who is her former student. So what about Zhang Shenghui? The noise here made the other people next door unable to sit still, and they all ran over. Zhang Shenghui couldn't help but followed. After all, if it was really Zhang Yuni, he couldn't pretend since everyone else had seen it. As a result, a group of people ran over and saw Zhang Yuni eating with a man. They were all stunned and looked at Zhang Shenghui with strange expressions. Didn't you say that Teacher Jiang went to a meeting? She was meeting alone with a man in a private room of a private restaurant? Zhang Shenghui's face immediately turned ugly and flushed red. Lu Chen smiled and looked at Zhang Shenghui and said, it's you. Teacher Jiang has made it clear. She asked me out for dinner. Why are you bothering us? When this news spread, the expressions of others changed. Did Teacher Jiang say that? Zhang Shenghui's previous statement about going to a meeting was undoubtedly a deliberate lie. For a moment, there was silence at the scene, and the atmosphere was so awkward that Chulan and the others clenched their toes. Zhang Shenghui was silent for several seconds. He felt so embarrassed. Thinking of what he saw on the internet about Lu Chen, his second-year syndrome immediately struck. Teacher Jiang, I don't understand, what's so good about a scumbag like him? You should ask him out. The news of him supporting Gu Qingqing has caused such a big stir online, didn't you see it? You rejected my kindness and went out to eat with this kind of person, then, what do I mean to you? Lu Chen chuckled, looked at him straight in the eyes and said, don't think too much, you're not here. Chapter 28, Student Lu, let go of the teacher. You're not here. When these three words came out of Lu Chen's mouth, several people were stunned for a moment, and then they understood what he meant. What am I to you? Sorry, you are not in my heart at all, so you mean nothing. In a word, it kills people and breaks their hearts. Zhang Shenghui's face turned pale and he was so angry that he didn't know how to speak. Lu Chen remained calm as he picked up a piece of meat and handed it to Zhang Yuni in front of everyone. Come here, Teacher Jiang, eat some meat, be good and be obedient. Zhang Yuni didn't know what she did, but she actually opened her mouth and caught it. My heart beat faster, yet I felt inexplicably excited. Chulan and his group were all stunned. Everyone knew that Teacher Jiang was beautiful and popular, but they also knew that Teacher Jiang was not easy to pursue. Many people have flocked to it, but no one has ever succeeded. Not to mention feeding the meat, even making an appointment to have a meal together is impossible. Isn't Zhang Shanghui, the son of the vice president, a living example of this? This senior Lu is so fierce. Chu Lan looked at Lu Chen and this thought popped into his mind. He is handsome, but he doesn't take the vice principal's son seriously. He feeds teacher Joan directly in front of so many people. Isn't that awesome? More importantly, teacher Jiang hasn't refused yet. Zhang Yuni swallowed the meat that Lu Chen fed her, then looked at Zhang Shenghui and said, Zhang Shenghui, if there is nothing else, you can go back. Student Lu and I have other things to do. Zhang Shenghui's face turned pale. Good. Call me by my name, and call him classmate Lu, right? Zhang Yuni, you are noble and great, why do you want to humiliate me like this? There is other things to do, single men and women, what else do you have to do? Chu Lan and the others were stunned. These words actually came from teacher Zhang's mouth? Oh, that. Chu Lan was the first to react and forced a smile. Then I'll go back first. Goodbye, teacher Jiang, and senior Lu. We'll leave first too. See you later, teacher Jiang. Chu Lan lowered her head, her face was burning. She was the first one to run over to confirm if it was Zhang Yuni. She never expected it would turn out like this. Zhang Shenghui was completely embarrassed. Although Zhang Shenghui lied to show off, she was at least half responsible for exposing the lie. How can I face him like this? Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. Chu Lan bit her lip, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. The others looked at each other, and no one knew what to say. Zhang Shenghui returned to the private room with a cold face, his heart filled with anger, but he knew that if he made a big fuss at this time, it would make him seem too petty. So in the end, I chose to pretend to be calm and said calmly, it's okay. Teacher Jiang has the right to make her own choice. I respect her. Let's continue eating, and then go to sing karaoke. All the money for today will be mine. Let's eat and drink well and have fun. A few people smiled and agreed, trying their best to liven up the atmosphere, but the subtlety of the atmosphere made it impossible for everyone to get involved. After barely finishing their meal, everyone found their own excuses to leave and did not go singing K with Zhang Shenghui. Everyone had left, and Zhang Shenghui sat in the car, unable to suppress his anger any longer. When he thought of Lu Chen's provocative eyes and the fact that Zhang Yuni actually ate the meat that Lu Chen fed her in front of him, he felt furious. If you dare to eat the meat he feeds you today, then you will dare to eat his meat tomorrow. Grass. Zhang Shenghui was so angry that he punched the steering wheel. Sure enough, sometimes people's imagination cannot be too rich. Coincidentally, at this moment, Lu Chen and Zhang Yuni also walked out of the private restaurant. Zhang Yuni was still talking and laughing. What was even more hateful was that she and Lu Chen were actually holding hands. Zhang Shenghui just stared at Zhang Yuni as she walked to Lu Chen's Bentley, and said to Lu Chen with a smile, Student Lu, we agreed to go to Beishan to see the night view, you must not break your promise. Otherwise the teacher will be angry and punish you. When Zhang Shenghui heard that magnetic voice, he felt hot all over, but it turned out that the words were not spoken to him. He could only watch Zhang Yuni get into Lu Chen's car, and the two of them sped away, leaving him with no time to spare. Beishan is a famous place in Yucheng for viewing the night view, but today is not a holiday, so there are not many people. Lu Chen and Zhang Yuni went up the mountain just to see the night view and take some photos. The air on an early summer night was just right, neither too cold nor too hot. Zhang Yuni was the most conspicuous one even in the crowd. Therefore, along the way, both of them have received a lot of attention. They played until after 10 o'clock in the evening before Zhang Yuni decided to return. I'll take teacher Zhang back. No need to send me off. I've already booked the hotel, but the teacher has only booked one room. Does Mr. Lu dare to go? Zhang Yuni looked at Lu Chen and said with a smile. I dare to go, but I'm afraid teacher Jiang won't dare to let me in. If I dare you to go, of course I dare you to come in. Can I go in anywhere? No matter where you go. Before Zhang Yuni could even utter the last okay, she realized that Lu Chen had something else in mind and said with a slightly red face, teacher said to enter the door. Lu Chen said seriously, the students also mean to enter the door. 10 minutes later, BB Hotel. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised when he saw Zhang Yuni using her ID card to register and showing her reservation order. No way, teacher, are you serious? Why, you don't dare anymore, are you going to make the teacher angry? Student Lu, you are not obedient. Jiang Yuni looked at him with watery eyes. Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's not that I don't dare, I'm just afraid that the teacher will cry out in pain later." Lu Chen took a quick look around the room and found that it was a king-size bedroom, not a double room. The teacher is really playing with fire. Would you like to go wash first or should I? Jiang Yuni put down her bag and looked at Lu Chen with a smile on her face. Lu Chen, can't we go together? Jiang Yuni giggled, took out a rune card from her bag, and then used her other hand to put the card in his hand. You naughty boy, you really want to sleep in the same room with your teacher. You are so naughty, I will spank you. Lu Chen smiled at Jiang Yuni but did not leave. He suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Jiang Yuni's shoulders and pushed her back. Jiang Yuni exclaimed, took a few steps back, and leaned her back against the wall. Subconsciously, she reached out to support Lu Chen's chest. A warm and soft touch came from her palms. When she touched Lu Chen's solid and strong chest, a hint of romance appeared in both of their hearts. Student Lu, what are you going to do? Lu Chen ignored her and grabbed her wrists and lifted them up, easily lifting her hands up and pressing them against the wall. As he moved closer, Jiang Yuni felt Lu Chen's body pressing in front of her. She was almost a head shorter than Lu Chen. When Lu Chen approached, she immediately felt the hot breath emanating from his body, as well as the clear lines of his chest muscles faintly visible under the buttons of his shirt. The scent of hormones hits me in the face. In just a few seconds, her breathing accelerated, her chest heaved violently, and her suspender skirt swayed with her breathing like a fluttering butterfly. Just now she was teasing Lu Chen, but in the blink of an eye she became a bound little lamb. Lu Chen looked down at her flushed face and said provocatively, "Teacher, you smell so good." Jiang Yuni bit her lip, her face flushed. She didn't dare to look at Lu Chen. She could only turn her face to the side and stammered, "Let go, teacher." Lu Chen laughed softly, "Then teacher, beg me. If you beg me, I will let you go." Chapter 29 Teacher, I am a bad student. Jiang Yuni's face was flushed, but she was extremely excited. Having kept in touch with Lu Chen for so many years, he knew exactly what she was thinking. Lu Chen used to be unromantic and she found him difficult to deal with. She liked him to be proactive and Lu Chen to be passive, but she didn't want Lu Chen to show no reaction. Now that was good, Lu Chen expressed his intention, but he expressed it too strongly, and she actually lost the initiative. Hateful. How can a teacher be bullied by students? Do you think the teacher is just joking when he says he will punish you? Why, if the teacher doesn't want to, then don't blame the students for being cruel. Lu Chen looked at Jiang Yuni, whose pretty face was flushed and whose chest was heaving violently. He deliberately moved his body closer and closer, as if he was going to press her against the wall. Wait a moment. Jiang Yuni couldn't help it after all. I beg you, classmate Lu, please let the teacher go. Please ask again. Jiang Yuni turned her head and looked at Lu Chen, anger flashing in her misty eyes, but it had no killing power on Lu Chen. It just made him feel hotter. Student Lu, are you going to commit treason? Wasn't it the teacher who seduced me into committing treason first? Jiang Yuni wanted to struggle, but her hands were pinned to the wall by Lu Chen, and she couldn't move. Lu Chen's hands were strong and his body was upright, so she couldn't resist. Both arms were raised up, and the sleeves slid down, revealing arms as white as jade. Lu Chen held her wrist, and as she struggled, the delicate touch was very alluring. I was wrong, classmate Lu, please let me go, I will never dare to do it again. Well, you are quite sincere. You are sincere, why don't you let me go? No. Why? Because I'm a bad student. Jiang Yuni felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. No, it's only been a short time since we last met. When did classmate Lu become so good at flirting? Student Lu, if you do this again, the teacher will be really angry and I will really spank you. Jiang Yuni gritted his teeth, looking fierce. Since begging was useless, why not try the opposite strategy, maybe it would work. Lu Chen smiled, lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Teacher, you don't seem to understand your situation." After saying that, he suddenly let go of Jiang Yuni's hands, but pulled her towards him with force. He put his left hand through her armpit and back, pressing her upper body down. A perfect arc appeared in front of Lu Chen. Bang! Ah! Jiang Yuni screamed, her voice trembling. Her exquisite body trembled slightly, and her shame exploded. She was actually beaten back. Jiang Yuni's mind went blank. She had never thought that Lu Chen, a good student, would have such courage. He wasn't like this before. Lu Chen let Jiang Yuni go. Zhang Yuni even forgot to run away. Instead, she turned back and looked at Lu Chen with a red face. Her face was so red that shame almost burst out of her eyes. Lu Chen rubbed his hands calmly and said with a smile, "Teacher Zhang, this is the first time. If you dare to talk to me like this again next time, I will punish you severely. Remember, I'm a bad student." After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Zhang Yuni actually booked 2 rooms, and there was another room next door, which she registered using Lu Chen's ID card. Lu Chen understood that Zhang Yuni's previous words were definitely meant to test him. But Zhang Yuni obviously prefers to take the initiative rather than being passive. She really has a bit of a teacher complex. Coincidentally, he also likes to take the initiative and give orders to others rather than be ordered by others, so he must take the initiative. Although the teacher is nice, the principles cannot be lost, otherwise how can she tell who is the big and small king in the future? Zhang Yuni sat on the bed with a red face. Thinking of the scene of being teased by Lu Chen just now, she felt annoyed. Damn it! Was this kid just pretending all along? He was just waiting for me to be fooled and then his true colors would show? He actually hit my... Who is the student anyway? Zhang Yuni couldn't accept it. She had to be the one to take the initiative, otherwise where was her dignity as a teacher? After she calmed down, she went to take a shower. The sound of splashing water was heard, and a layer of hazy water vapor covered the glass. Zhang Yuni reached out to wipe off the moisture, looking at her perfect body in the mirror, and then she thought of the scene where Lu Chen grabbed her hands and pressed them against the wall. Actually, that feeling is not bad. That kid is lucky. No. She suddenly shook her head and stopped thinking. I have to take the initiative. How can I be controlled by him? He is my student. No, Zhang Yuni, you can't lose. You can't change your beliefs. For so many years, I have been practicing yoga and leg exercises, isn't it just to take control of myself? Independent young women are all independent and do things on their own. Don't give in to evil students. Lu Chen was lying on the bed, so he naturally had no idea that Zhang Yuni was still thinking about herself. He understood one thing: he had to defeat Teacher Jiang, and he had to take the absolute initiative, even if it meant a tug of war. At the same time, in Yuqing, in a high-end residential area, in a spacious large flat with a wide hall, Zhang Shenghui walked into the room and slammed the door shut with a loud bang, shaking the walls so much that they seemed to tremble. A woman wearing a plain light white cheongsam walked out of the room. She had a plump figure with curvy curves, and her hair was tied up with a hairpin. The hem of the cheongsam covered 3 inches above her knees, and was the perfect size. She looked to be in her mid-30s, a ripe old age. What's wrong, son? Why are you so unhappy? The woman looked at Zhang Shenghui with a hint of doubt on her face. Her name was Li Qingyu, and she was Zhang Shenghui's biological mother. Li Qingyu is already 40 years old, but she pays great attention to maintenance, so she looks much younger. She feels like she is only 35 or 36. Moreover, she is particularly outstanding in the age group of 35 or 36. She was born charming. Putting her and Zhang Shenghui together, no one would have thought that she would give birth to such an ugly son. Of course, the reason lies with Zhang Shenghui as father. Mom, I was bullied today and I'm very unhappy. Zhang Shenghui sat down, looking depressed and angry. Li Qingyu sat next to him and asked, "Who can bully you?" Zhang Yuni, and this bastard named Lu Chen. Li Qingyu certainly knew what her son was thinking. Zhang Yuni was very popular in Yuqing University, and she also knew that Zhang Shenghui was pursuing Zhang Yuni. Although the age gap makes it impossible for her to really let Zhang Yuni be her daughter-in-law, but if her son likes her, it's okay to have some fun with her. But from what Zhang Shenghui said, it was obviously unsuccessful, and he was probably poached by someone else. Oh, Zhang Yuni has a boyfriend? What boyfriend? He's just a scumbag who's a few years older than me. It's been revealed online that he's supporting our school's most beautiful girl. Why would such a scumbag be with Teacher Jiang? Zhang Shenghui kept on cursing, and Li Qingyu also roughly understood the cause and effect of the matter from him. Then he laughed. So, Zhang Yuni is probably just using Lu Chen as a shield. What's there to be angry about? Your father is the vice principal. Give him a call tonight and ask him to put pressure on Zhang Yuni. Doesn't she know what to do? Son, let me tell you, when you encounter something, don't act on impulse, think of ways to solve it. Your parents are both of high status, and we can still handle ordinary people and ordinary things. Zhang Shenghui nodded after hearing this. Mom, what you said makes sense. I'll call Dad right now. Humph, Jiang Yuni, Lu Chen, just wait for me. Chapter 30 Teacher is good. The next day, morning. Lu Chen got up early. The environment of Beishan Bibi is quite good. It is built on the mountainside, halfway up the mountain. When the sun comes out, the sky is full of golden clouds, which is very beautiful. Lu Chen stood on the balcony and took a few photos. Brother Chen, what are you doing? The notification sounded. It was another message from Yangli. I have to say that Yangli is a very thoughtful school beauty. She will send some sexy photos to seduce sooner or later, but she knows how to do it in moderation and won't pursue the guy relentlessly. Look, another photo was thrown over, and it was obviously a photo of Yangli just waking up. The silky pink lace suspender pajamas reveal her fair and delicate shoulders, and she is wearing pink shorts underneath. Her white and slender legs are shining white under the camera. A simple bun with a few strands of hair scattered on the side of the face and neck is exactly the kind of bun that many girls dream of tying up casually after going to the bathroom. Lu Chen casually replied, on the mountain, taking pictures. Yang Li replied almost immediately, what's the point of taking pictures? Brother Chen, come and take a picture of my butt. Then another photo was sent over. Yang Li was kneeling on the bed, and the photo was taken from the side. Her waist, legs and hips formed a perfect arc. The pink shorts were bulging. Lu Chen looked at the photo, and it was undeniable that he was indeed a little upset. After a few seconds of silence, he replied, what's the point of taking pictures? I'm going to whip you with a whip. Yang Li, then Brother Chen, you have to be more drastic. Lu Chen smiled and ended the conversation. Damn you little slut, you're so slutty so early in the morning. It doesn't look like a good thing at first glance. Fortunately, I am not one either. If there wasn't a teacher next door, he would call you over right now and give you a good beating, and you would kneel down and beg for mercy. You lazy bastard, you're not still lying in bed, are you? Just after finishing chatting with Yang Li, Jiang Yuni sent a message to me. The tone of her voice was exactly like the attitude of a teacher towards a student. This further confirmed Lu Chen's thoughts. It's not that the teacher doesn't want it, but the teacher complex is too strong. He just wants to be dominant, and the student wants the same thing. Lu Chen opened the door directly, walked to the next door and knocked. Teacher Jiang, open the door, I'm here to fix the water pipe. The door opened quickly. Jiang Yuni was wearing a silk suspender nightgown. The hem of the skirt just covered the base of her thighs. The clothes fell close to her curves. She was not wearing any makeup, but she was already very charming. Being stared at by Lu Chen, Jiang Yuni said, Student Lu, it's very rude to stare at the teacher like that. Do you want to be punished by the teacher? Lu Chen smiled, walked forward and pushed her to the corner, holding her down with one hand and pressing her against the wall. Teacher Jiang, who do you want to punish? Jiang Yuni's pretty face immediately turned red, and she thought of the fear of being dominated by Lu Chen yesterday. She immediately looked at Lu Chen with misty eyes, bit her lip, and pretended to be angry. Student Lu, you are not behaving well. I am a bad student and have never behaved well, but now I really want to see the teacher behave better. Teacher, be good and squat down. Jiang Yuni suddenly felt overwhelmed with shame, the blush on her face spread all the way to her neck, her chest rose and fell, and her beautiful collarbone shone. There is also an inexplicable excitement. The conflict between the two psychological states made her mind go blank for a moment, and she froze in place, not knowing what to do. It seems that the teacher's belief is not strong enough. Lu Chen did not force her down, because a forced melon is not sweet. He wanted to see Jiang Yuni squat down on her own initiative one day. Jiang Yuni's pretty face flushed red, and she looked up at Lu Chen, biting her lips and grinding her teeth in anger. But to Lu Chen, her ferocity at this moment was of no use other than making him more perverted. Lu Chen couldn't help but reach out and pinch her face, pinching it hard. Ah! Jiang Yuni screamed in pain, and the part of her face where Lu Chen pinched her turned red. Her eyes were really misty now, and she stamped her feet and said, Lu Chen, you hurt the teacher. Lu Chen, don't blame me, it was the teacher who hurt me first. Where did I hurt you? Tell me, where does it hurt? Lu Chen smiled without saying anything and lowered his head slightly. Jiang Yuni was stunned for a moment, and the next second her face turned as red as an apple. It seems like they have played a little too much. Student Lu was at the age of full of vigor and vitality. Because Jiang Yuni didn't have classes in the morning, the two were not in a hurry. After leaving the BB, Jiang Yuni took Lu Chen to a nice small restaurant nearby for breakfast. It was not until noon that I decided to return to school. In the car, Zhang Yuni's cell phone rang. She looked at the caller ID, frowned slightly, and answered the call. Vice Principal Zhang. Then there was a silence, during which one could see a hint of surprise on her face, which then turned into disbelief and even some anger. Vice President Zhang, I have been working on this project for 2 years and it will be completed soon. I have sorted out all the data and will definitely achieve good results. Besides, my project is a key project of the school. How can I stop it at this time? There was another silence, and then Zhang Yuni stopped talking. She put down her phone, and her originally sunny face was now filled with sorrow and sadness. She even felt so aggrieved that she almost cried. Teacher Jiang, what's wrong? Lu Chen asked immediately. Zhang Yuni smiled bitterly and said, the project I had been working on for 2 years was suddenly and forcibly stopped. The results were about to come out. I devoted my heart and soul to this project for 2 years, and they just stopped it. Lu Chen frowned. She knew that Zhang Yuni was very dedicated to her work, had never made any mistakes, and had been rated as excellent for several years in a row. It is indeed abnormal to be suddenly stopped from studying. Is someone targeting me? Lu Chen immediately thought of this. Zhang Yuni showed a look of disgust on his face, and said coldly, who else could it be? Zhang Shenghui. His father Zhang Jianqiang is the vice president of Yuqing University. It was Zhang Jianqiang who called me just now. My project has consumed a lot of school resources, but the results are far from what we expected. After evaluation, the school decided to temporarily stop it. Oh, what a capable father and son. Zhang Yuni was so angry that she gnashed her fangs. Thinking of Zhang Shenghui's ugly face, she wanted to slap him twice, but then she thought better of it. It's so ugly that I feel like dirtying my hands just by slapping him. Mr. Lu's face is still prettier and nice to touch. Lu Chen understood the reason without thinking. It was simply that Zhang Shenghui wanted to pursue Zhang Yuni but failed, especially today when he was slapped in the face by Lu Chen several times. Now he was holding a grudge and was using his father, the vice president, to put pressure on Zhang Yuni. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I'll think of a way to help you when I get back. Teacher, you are mine now. How can I let a few ugly bastards bully you? Zhang Yuni smiled bitterly and said, Student Lu, I appreciate your kindness, but with Zhang Jianxiang's identity, I'm afraid you can't interfere in this matter. And as far as I know, Zhang Shenghui's mother is also quite famous in Yucheng. She runs a real estate company. Her family is very wealthy and has a wide network of contacts. Don't offend such a person just because of your teacher. I'll figure this out myself, so stay out of this. Lu Chen smiled, that won't work. Teacher Jiang will squat in front of me one day. How can I ignore it? Teacher, don't panic. They have a background, and I am not a soft persimmon. Zhang Yuni blushed slightly, glared at Lu Chen and said, Student Lu, if you keep talking nonsense, the teacher will be angry. Who's going to squat in front of you? Lu Chen suddenly became playful and stared at her and said, why don't we make a bet? If I can solve this problem, Teacher Jiang will squat in front of me. If I can't solve it, I will accept Teacher Zhang's orders. Zhang Yuni blushed but did not answer. What? Teacher, you don't dare anymore? Lu Chen looked at her provocatively. Zhang Yuni puffed out his chest and said, who dares? Let's bet. Chapter 31 Zhang Xinghui's Black Material. Goodbye, Teacher Jiang. Goodbye, Classmate Lu. At Yuqing University, Lu Chen sat in the car and waved goodbye to Zhang Yuni, not caring about the looks from the people around him. Many students couldn't help but take a few more glances when they saw Zhang Yuni getting out of Lu Chen's Bentley Flying Spur. After all, she is a female teacher who is more popular than the school belle. She has always been pursued by men, but there has never been any scandal about her. She actually came to school today in a man's car, and made such a big fuss about it. Who would believe that there was nothing fishy? Lu Chen deliberately made such a big fuss. Didn't Zhang Shenghui even use his father's power as vice president? I'm just stepping on your face. As for Zhang Shenghui's revenge, he was not worried. This kind of person was not a good person at first glance, and he was not even a family member. The more such a person is, the easier it is to find dirty information and evidence against him. Extracting black material, subject, Zhang Shenghui. Extraction successful. Zhang Shenghui bullied female classmates many times and caused one girl to have an abortion, and then used his family background to settle the matter. Can be exchanged for video evidence, costs 500 black material points, do you want to exchange? Exchange. Lu Chen felt a little excited. The more black material points he spent, the more important the evidence he exchanged for would be. This was the first time he had spent 500 black material points. There was no doubt that the evidence must be very important. The exchange was successful, and the evidence was converted into a video and transmitted to Lu Chen's mobile phone. He opened it and took a quick look. It was indeed explosive. Zhang Shenghui bullied several girls, and his methods were very cruel, including slapping, whipping, and other perverted methods. Not only that, he even called his cronies to join in. What a scumbag! It is conceivable that the family that can produce such a scumbag is also a scumbag family, and his father and mother are not good people either. Lu Chen returned home, saved the video on his computer, compressed it, uploaded it to the cloud disk for backup, and encrypted it before sending a copy to Yang Li. In this way, multiple protections can be provided to prevent the handle from being lost. Yang Li saw Lu Chen asked her to back up the files. Although she didn't know what they were, this move undoubtedly gave her hope of becoming a loyal dog. Brother Chen, I really want to be whipped by you. Are you free today? I bought myself a small whip, hee hee. Lu Chen, I'll tell you when I want to whip you. Compared to Yang Li, he now cares more about Zhang Yuni. After all, there are many female anchors, but the identity of a teacher is rare. Adults naturally need them all, but it is normal to have an order of priority. After all, no one has an unlimited supply of ammunition. In the afternoon, a call came from an unfamiliar number. Lu Chen took a look and didn't recognize the person, but he still chose to answer the call. Who? Are you Lu Chen? A cold and low female voice came from the other side, but Lu Chen was sure that he definitely did not know this person and had never seen him before. I am, who are you? Du Menglan. Lu Chen frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, who is Du Liyun to you? From the woman's voice, one could tell that the other party had bad intentions. And among the people with the surname Du, the only one who had been killed by him recently was Du Liyun. The other party was most likely related to Du Liyun. I'm her sister. I came to you to ask you a question. Does my sister's imprisonment have anything to do with you? It is true. Lu Chen smiled and said, I said it doesn't matter, do you believe me? Du Menglan snorted coldly, and her tone became even colder. I don't care whether you admit it or not. Judging from the signs my sister told me, it is most likely you who did it. I only have this one sister, and you harmed her. I will not let you off easily. Hearing Du Menglan's fierce words, Lu Chen just laughed and hung up the phone directly. Since Du Menglan has already traced him back, it would be redundant to say anything now. Moreover, even though Du Liyun did such a thing, he, as her elder sister, did not think that his sister had done anything wrong, which was enough to prove that she was not a good person either. There's no need to waste your time with this kind of crap. In a building, Du Menglan looked at the hung-up phone and stomped her feet in anger. Hateful. Lu Chen, right? Just wait for me, I won't let you off easily. She gritted her teeth and her eyes almost spit fire. Director Du, here are a few documents that require your personal signature. There was a sudden knock on the office door. Du Menglan suppressed her anger and sat down again. Tamaki University, Office of the Vice President. Zhang Yuni looked at Zhang Jianxiang, who had a big belly and a bald spot on his head. He was only in his 40s but looked like he was in his 50s or 60s. She felt a little disgusted from the bottom of her heart. It's not just his appearance, but more importantly what he did. Teacher Jiang, I have made this very clear. Your project is very expensive, but the results so far do not seem to be enough. It is the school's opinion to stop your project, not my personal decision. So don't blame me. I have no choice. Certainly. Zhang Jianxiang pushed his glasses on his nose, turned to look at Zhang Yuni, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. Everything has two sides. Although Teacher Zhang's project has been temporarily suspended, it does not mean that there is no chance to continue. As long as Teacher Jiang works harder, there will definitely be a chance. My good-for-nothing son recently said he wanted to take the postgraduate entrance exam, majoring in finance. Teacher Jiang does this. If you are free, Teacher Jiang can guide him. As a father, I naturally want to thank Teacher Jiang. Zhang Jianxiang just laughed and Zhang Yuni just felt disgusted. His meaning is very clear. My son wants to have something with you. If you play with him, the topic can continue. As if he was afraid that Zhang Yuni would not give in, Gu Qingqing added, in the past 2 years, the school has also been implementing a last-place elimination system. If Teacher Zhang can't produce any decent results this year, I'm afraid he will be at a disadvantage in the end-of-year selection. It all depends on what Teacher Zhang chooses to do. Zhang Yuni said nothing and walked out of the office with a sullen face. Gu Qingqing's threat was very clear: if you play with my son for a while, the project will continue and you can stay safe at Yuqing University. If you don't want to, then stopping the project is just the beginning. I can make you lose your job at Yuqing University. With Gu Qingqing's status, he actually has connections in almost all the leadership of Yuqing University. Although it is impossible to cover everything, he can really suppress her for a few years. You bastard! Zhang Yuni cursed in her heart, feeling quite annoyed. She felt sick when she thought of Zhang Xinghui's stupid look. She didn't even want to look at him, let alone fall in love with him. Hello, Teacher Zhang, this is the rose I sent you. When she returned to her office and hadn't even sat down yet, Zhang Xinghui walked in with a big bouquet of roses and placed it in front of her. Teacher Zhang, are you free tonight? If you are, I would like to invite you to have dinner alone. Zhang Xinghui looked at Zhang Yuni with a smile that he thought was very handsome. He had already called Zhang Jianxiang and told him about it. He also knew that Zhang Jianxiang had put pressure on Zhang Yuni, and this time the pressure was very great. Zhang Yuni might not have a place to stand in Yuqing University in the future. He didn't believe that Zhang Yuni would give up such a good job, and as long as she wanted to keep her identity, she had no choice but to accept him. Zhang Yuni looked at Zhang Shenghui and felt a wave of nausea. The next second, she picked up the cup next to her. Crash! A large glass of water was poured directly onto Zhang Shenghui's face. Chapter 32, Get Out of Here. Zhang Shenghui stood on the ground, looking confused and stunned. I never expected that Zhang Yuni would just throw a glass of water at me. Shouldn't she beg me to give her a chance now? How dare she do that? Teacher Zhang, what do you mean? Zhang Shenghui looked at Zhang Yuni, wiped the water off his face, and asked with a tone of surprise and anger. Zhang Yuni said with a cold face, it has come to this point. Why are you still pretending? You are relying on your father being the vice president to target me and control me. You stopped my research project that was about to produce results, and you even tried to threaten me with my job at Yuqing University. You two are really disgusting, father and son. But I, Zhang Yuni, will not let you guys manipulate me. If you think that I will fall in love with you just by using your father to pressure me, then I suggest you go back and ask your mother to give you a complete head first. Lu Chen is right. Are you worthy enough to play teacher-student game with me? After Zhang Yuni finished speaking, she threw the rose in his hand to the ground, stomped on it a few times, then turned around and walked away. Zhang Shenghui was left standing there, his face flushed red, looking like he was about to explode. When he realized what was happening, he wanted to catch up with Zhang Yuni to question her, or even slap her a few times. But when he turned around, he saw that a group of people had gathered at the office door. Seeing his blushing face, they laughed one after another. And this laughter was like a slap in the face, making him feel even more embarrassed and humiliated. Class beauty Chulan pursed her lips and her heart beat faster. Oh my god, what a huge melon! Zhang Shenghui is actually the vice principal's son? He also used the vice principal's power to maliciously suppress Teacher Jiang and force Teacher Zhang to date him? Fuck, what kind of bloody plot is this? The same thought echoed in everyone's mind. There was no doubt that Zhang Shenghui had become a joke at this time. Get out of the way. Zhang Shenghui walked out with a cruel face and roared angrily at the person at the door. The crowd moved aside, but the laughter grew louder and more piercing. Zhang Shenghui knew without thinking that this matter would soon be exposed on the school's bulletin board and forum, and would quickly ferment. By then, he would not only be embarrassed in the office, but also in the entire school. When he thought of that outcome, Zhang Shenghui was so angry that his whole body was shaking. In fact, this was true. Within just a few minutes, someone broke the news in the school forum. In order to force Teacher Jiang to fall in love, the vice principal's son was maliciously suppressed by his father and was splashed with water and scolded in public by Teacher Jiang. This melon is big enough and bloody enough, so naturally the popularity has soared. No way, this ugly bastard is actually the vice principal's son? No wonder he's so arrogant. Let's be honest, how could he have the courage to pursue Teacher Jiang when he is so ugly? Mighty and powerful, we cannot yield. Teacher Jiang can do it. I'm on the side of Teacher Jiang in this wave, ugly bastard, get out of here. At the same time, Zhang Shenghui informed Zhang Jianxiang of the matter as quickly as possible, and Zhang Jianxiang was furious. A teacher actually dared to confront him so harshly and embarrassed his son in public. What's more important is that he was also implicated in this. How could he put his face? Fortunately, Jiang Yuni had no solid evidence in this matter. With just a few words, he could have said that Jiang Yuni had been slandered, and even used it to deliberately confuse right and wrong. He is not worried about his own downfall, but he cannot tolerate losing face. Yuqing University responded quickly. First, the post that exposed the incident was deleted, and then everyone who posted the post was interviewed. In less than half a day, the matter was completely suppressed. Zhang Jianxiang even called Jiang Yuni and yelled at her. "Jiang Yuni, you don't want to work at Yuqing University anymore, right? You are capable of slandering me like this. Do you still have the guts to be a teacher?" Jiang Yuni was so angry that she laughed. "I slandered you? Zhang Jianxiang, how dare you say such a thing?" Zhang Jianxiang shouted with a righteous look, "I, Zhang Jianxiang, have been in Yuqing University for so many years. I have behaved uprightly and have a good reputation. I just explained to you why your project was suspended, but you took this opportunity to accuse me of abusing my power. How vicious you are. Don't think you can threaten me with these shameless means. I, Zhang Jianxiang, have nothing to fear from my own evildoers. Just wait for me. I will organize a meeting of the school's top management to discuss how to solve this matter. I will never let a bad apple like you spoil the whole thing." Zhang Jianxiang talked about benevolence, righteousness and morality all the time, but in the end it was Jiang Yuni who slandered him and his son, so she was a sinner. And he, Zhang Jianxiang, has a very high reputation, and he is upright and has nothing to fear. After putting down the phone, Jiang Yuni felt a sore nose and crystal tears roll out. She knew that she would most likely lose her job, and once she was expelled from Yuqing University, most other colleges and universities in Yuqing would not dare to accept her. But she did not regret doing so. If she had compromised with Zhang Shenghui, that would have been a real nightmare. Instead of compromising with that disgusting father and son, it is better to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Yuni wiped away her tears and called Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, where are you?" When Lu Chen heard Jiang Yuni's voice, he immediately felt something was wrong. His voice was hoarse, obviously he had just cried. "Teacher Jiang, what's wrong? I might lose my job, and I feel bad. I want to meet you." "Where are you?" "School." "I'll pick you up." Lu Chen drove straight to Yuqing University, parked downstairs of the teaching building, and called Jiang Yuni to come down. It was just the time for the afternoon classes to end, and groups of people came out of the teaching building. Jiang Yuni's eyes and nose were red, and she was stopped by Lu Chen as soon as she came out. Seeing this, the people around became agitated. Although the post in the forum was deleted quickly, many people still knew about the affair between Jiang Yuni and Zhang Shenghui. Jiang Yuni rejected Zhang Shenghui, and now someone drives a Bentley to pick her up. What kind of drama is this? It happened that Zhang Shenghui was also in the crowd. Seeing this scene, he clenched his fists in anger. Lu Chen pulled Jiang Yuni to get into the car, but when he glanced around, he happened to see Zhang Shenghui in the crowd. He frowned and pulled Jiang Yuni straight in front of Zhang Shenghui. Zhang Shenghui obviously didn't expect Lu Chen to dare to do this. His mind went blank for a moment and he didn't know what to do. Lu Chen stared at him, pointed at his nose and said, "Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? With your current state, you still want to date Teacher Jiang? It's amazing to have a vice principal dad. Go back and tell your dad that he's a gay bully. As for you, you're not even as good as Heba." After saying that, he pulled Jiang Yuni, who had a look of horror on her face, turned around, got into the car, and drove away. Chapter 33 Teacher Jiang, I will support you. Zhang Shenghui was stunned, and laughter immediately broke out around him. Crowds of people looked at him, and their laughter rose and fell like waves. Fuck, who was that guy just now? He was so brave. Is Teacher Jiang really already in love? No wonder she didn't accept Zhang Shenghui. What you said is true. Even if Teacher Jiang doesn't have a master, there is no way he would accept such an ugly thing. Be careful what you say, or someone might call his vice principal dad and have you fired. All kinds of laughter came into his ears from all around. Zhang Shenghui wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He hurriedly left the crowd, got into his car, and drove away. He was so angry that his eyes turned red, and he roared and pounded the steering wheel hard. Lu Chen, you bastard, bastard, bastard. He really didn't expect that Lu Chen would be so bold as to scold him in front of so many people in the school. Is he really not afraid that Jiang Yuni will lose her job and be left with nothing? Jiang Yuni, you bitch, I gave you a chance but you didn't want it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you and I can only be your licking dog? Just wait, all of you just wait, I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Zhang Shenghui yelled and screamed, and almost took the steering wheel apart. This matter quickly reached Zhang Jianxiang, who was furious. Although he did not leave any evidence for Jiang Yuni, if this matter became a big deal, it would have a very bad impact. He can suppress a few posts, but he can't suppress everyone's mouths. To resolve this matter, they had to start from the root. Once things got out of hand, Lu Chen and Jiang Yuni would have to apologize in person, so that he and Zhang Shenghui would be invincible. But his current identity makes it inconvenient for him to show up in public, otherwise he will easily be criticized. After all, he is within the system. So Zhang Jianxiang called his nominal wife Li Qingyu. Qingyu, my son's matter has become a big deal. We can't let it continue to ferment. You should find a way to talk to Jiang Yuni and Lu Chen. No matter what means you use, you must make them apologize in person and calm this matter down. Humph. Zhang Jianxiang, you are getting less and less capable as you get older. You can't even handle a female teacher, and you still have the nerve to come to me. Li Qingyu cursed a few words in annoyance. Although she and Zhang Jianxiang are nominally husband and wife, they basically no longer live together. Apart from being obsessed with the little power in his hands and hoping to climb higher, Zhang Jianxiang has no other desires, and his body is in terrible condition. I was out of breath after walking 2 steps, let alone plowing the land. She is no different from being a widow now, it's a pity that she has wasted all her good looks. Zhang Jianxiang did not get angry, but said in a deep voice, I have my own plans, don't worry about it. Li Qingyu got angry immediately. Don't worry about these things, then you should take care of me. Useless thing. Even if I buy a bunch of enoki mushrooms, they will be more useful than you. Zhang Jianxiang looked unhappy when he heard Li Qingyu's resentful words, but he didn't dare to say anything more and just hung up the phone. After all, talking too much will hurt your self-esteem. Li Qingyu slammed his phone heavily on the table, his resentful face filled with anger. This is the true portrayal of a woman who is resentful in the boudoir. Why did you find such a useless man? I was really blind back then. But even though she scolded him and was a complaining woman, Li Qingyu still cared a lot about her son's affairs. The long-term imbalance of yin and yang made her irritable and easily angered, and therefore more likely to vent her anger on others. At this moment, there was a fire burning in her heart, and when she happened to encounter the matter of Lu Chen and Jiang Yuni, there was no doubt that this fire would be transferred to them. Villa. Lu Chen brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Jiang Yuni. Jiang Yuni held the teacup and took 2 sips. The sweet taste flowed into her mouth and she felt much better. Mr. Lu, thank you for today. Lu Chen smiled and said, what are you thanking me for? I have strong self-control for not slapping Zhang Shenghui in the face. Jiang Yuni said, alas, this matter is definitely irreversible. I don't expect to continue to work at Yuqing University. I'm afraid I'll be out of work in less than 2 days. Who would have thought that in my 30s, I would still be unemployed, huh? Don't worry, if teacher Jiang loses his job, I will support you. We still have this little money. Jiang Yuni smiled sweetly and said angrily, who asked you to raise me? But compared to losing my job, I'm more worried that Zhang Jianxiang and Zhang Shenghui won't let this matter go. I don't mind losing my job, but I'm sorry for involving you. Jiang Yuni looked at Lu Chen apologetically. Lu Chen said, if teacher Jiang really feels guilty, can you compensate me? Otherwise, squat for me? Jiang Yuni's pretty face turned slightly red, and she reached out and punched Lu Chen in the chest. You little bastard, you're talking nonsense. I'm telling you seriously, Zhang Jianxiang is a vindictive person, and he has connections in the system. His wife is also very successful in real estate, and she's said to be a tigress. I know you have the ability, but I'm afraid you still lack connections. So, if you really can't hold it back later, you should go out and avoid the limelight. Promise the teacher, okay? Lu Chen shook his head, no. Jiang Yuni was a little anxious. Lu Chen, I'm talking to you seriously now, not joking. This concern reminded Lu Chen that in his previous life, when everyone betrayed and slandered him, only Jiang Yuni did not do so and even dared to publicly express that she thought Lu Chen was not such a person. Now you let me go? Lu Chen straightened his face slightly and said seriously, Teacher Jiang, I told you that I can handle this matter. Just trust me. People like Zhang Shenghui are not good people, and the worse they are, the more evidence they have, and the easier it is to catch them. You forgot, we made a bet. If I can deal with Zhang Shenghui, you will squat in front of me. If I can't, I will obey your orders. To be honest, I really. Lu Chen looked straight at Jiang Yuni, leaned forward and whispered in her ear. I really want to see Teacher Jiang squatting in front of me. Jiang Yuni's face flushed red, and her arrogance had obviously weakened a lot, but she still deliberately raised her head and chest, and said with an unyielding look, Student Lu, you have a nice idea. When the teacher whips you, you will know how serious the consequences of disobeying the teacher are. Lu Chen smiled without saying anything, just looking at Jiang Yuni with fiery eyes. Use a small whip to whip me? I'm afraid that I will hit you, teacher, and you'll cry. Just at this time, Jiang Yuni's phone rang. There was no name note, but Jiang Yuni frowned because she knew the number belonged to Zhang Shenghui. The reason was that although she didn't want to save Zhang Shenghui's number, Zhang Shenghui always found reasons to contact her, and over time, she became very familiar with the number. This ugly thing Zhang Shenghui is still haunting us. She cursed and was about to hang up, but Lu Chen held her hand. Hold on, listen to what he has to say. I also want to see what other tricks this ugly bastard has. Chapter 34. But I haven't said what to eat yet. Jiang Yuni didn't want to answer the phone at first, but seeing Lu Chen's confident expression, she thought maybe Mr. Lu really had a solution. So she answered the phone. Zhang Shenghui said in a cold voice, Jiang Yuni, come out tonight and we will talk things out face to face. His tone was cold and arrogant, as if he was the best in the world. Jiang Yuni frowned and said, I have nothing to say to you. Zhang Shenghui immediately jumped up and down. Jiang Yuni, why the hell are you pretending to be innocent in front of me? You are in your 30s, haven't you had enough fun with men? You act like a dog in front of Lu Chen, but act so proud and arrogant in front of me. Do you really think you are a pure white rose? I'm telling you, I took the initiative to find you this time to give you a chance. If you come out, we can talk things out and settle this matter completely. If you don't cherish it, don't blame me for being rude. You know my family background. If pushed to the limit, I can do anything. Don't think you are not afraid just because Lu Chen is backing you up. My mother has checked and Lu Chen has no background at all. If my family wants to kill you, do you think he can protect you? Zhang Shenghui vented all his anger in his heart, jealousy, rage, all kinds of emotions were pouring out. But in the final analysis, it can be summed up in 4 words, impotence and rage. Jiang Yuni was so angry that his face turned red, but before he could speak, Lu Chen picked up the phone and said calmly, ugly bastard, what are you so angry about? Zhang Shenghui was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Chen to be right next to Jiang Yuni. Jiang Yuni felt wronged, and the first person she went to find was Lu Chen. A surge of anger arose, and Zhang Shenghui felt like he was about to explode. Are you going to explode with anger? Are you very unconvinced? Without waiting for Zhang Shenghui to speak, Lu Chen took the initiative again. It's no use for you to be furious. It's no use for you to be unconvinced. Don't you have any idea of what you look like? Is Teacher Jiang also worthy of you? Do you know where Teacher Jiang is sitting now? She's sitting on my lap, and you, ugly bastard, can't even dream of such a scene, because ugly bastards don't deserve it. Lu Chen's attack continued like crazy, and Zhang Shenghui became so angry that his face turned blue, then red, and finally turned into the color of liver and purple. Jiang Yuni sat opposite Lu Chen and stared at him with wide eyes. She had never seen Lu Chen's attack power so strong before. In front of her, Lu Chen had always been a good student. If he had been half as aggressive as he was these past 2 days, the two of them wouldn't have been pulling each other for so many years. Lu Chen, UF. Zhang Shenghui was so angry that he stuttered. He wanted to curse but didn't know how to start. His body was shaking with anger and his mind was blank. The key point is that Lu Chen's attack was too direct, and he kept throwing words like ugly bastard in his face. Didn't we learn this during the 9 years of compulsory education? We should talk reasonably and not make personal attacks. You, on the other hand, specialize in personal attacks. If you have anything to say, just say it now. I don't have that much time to waste with you. Teacher Jiang and I have important things to do. Lu Chen didn't give him time to react at all, and turned the sword after he finished scolding him. At the same time, he stretched out a hand and placed it on Jiang Yuni's thigh and pinched it. Ah! Jiang Yuni screamed in pain and stared at Lu Chen with a puzzled look. Lu Chen smiled without saying anything. When Zhang Shenghui heard Jiang Yuni scream, he felt like his heart was about to explode. He and teacher Jiang still had something very important to do, and the next second teacher Jiang shouted like this, combined with Lu Chen saying that Jiang Yuni was sitting on his lap. What's so unexpected about this? Okay, you're having so much fun, huh? 8 o'clock tonight, Qingfeng Restaurant, private room 888, let's talk about everything face to face. Zhang Shenghui couldn't bear it anymore, so he just said nothing and hung up the phone. With a bang, the phone fell to the ground and broke into several pieces on the spot. Li Qingyu frowned, anger showing in his eyes. This Lu Chen is so arrogant. As a mother, how could she just sit back and watch her son become so angry? No matter what, Lu Chen and Jiang Yuni must pay the price tonight. Lu Chen put down his phone with a smile. Damn it, with just this level of skill, you dare to scold me? An ugly guy who can be easily defeated by just one word ugly is simply vulnerable. Jiang Yuni also quickly understood that Lu Chen pinched her on purpose just now in order to cooperate with what he had said before. If the word ugly made Zhang Shenghui break down, then the scream she just made was like a knife stabbing directly into Zhang Shenghui's heart. This kid really knows how to play. Student Lu, the teacher didn't realize that you have such a strong attacking power. My attack power is actually stronger than this, Teacher Jiang, why don't you try it? Jiang Yuni blushed slightly and said coquettishly, I'm afraid that you've been pretending so well, and your true colors will be revealed in the future. Don't beg for mercy from the teacher. You don't have to wait until later. If you don't believe me, you can try it now. I'm famous for my warm heart. Jiang Yuni immediately dodged and glared at Lu Chen, saying, You're dreaming. Lu Chen smiled without saying anything. I'm handsome, so there's nothing wrong with having some wishful thinking. There's no rush, since teacher Jiang can't run away anyway. Half a day passed in a flash. Jiang Yuni spent the whole day in Lu Chen's villa, drinking tea, chatting, and watching Lu Chen's fierce operations in the stock market. The operation is precise, as if with divine help, and the returns are outrageous. She took a look and found that Lu Chen's income in a single day exceeded 1 million. This guy seems to be even more powerful than before. Jiang Yuni was surprised. No wonder he was so arrogant and even wanted to support her. You are quite ambitious. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chen changed his clothes. Teacher Jiang, let's go and meet that ugly bastard and see how cunning the beast is. Jiang Yuni was still somewhat worried and said, Student Lu, if we go over like this, won't we be at a disadvantage? Lu Chen smiled confidently, Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Teacher Jiang, there is only one thing you need to do now. What's up? Be prepared to squat in front of me. As a teacher, you must keep your words. Jiang Yuni bit her lip but didn't object. Under the current circumstances, she certainly hoped that Lu Chen could settle the matter, but if he did, she would have to squat in front of Lu Chen. This goes against her desire to take the initiative. But if Lu Chen can't handle it, then the trouble will be even bigger. She sat in the passenger seat, propped up her face with one hand, and tilted her head to look at Lu Chen. Her eyes moved from his jawline down to his chest and abdomen. She remembered that Lu Chen had clearly defined six-pack abs. Her eyes suddenly froze, her face turned red, and she quickly turned her head away. Lu Chen, teacher, do you want to eat? Jiang Yuni immediately looked angry. You are talking nonsense, I don't want to eat it. But I haven't told you what to eat, teacher. Jiang Yuni was stunned and blushing as she wanted to find a bag to cover her head. Chapter 35 Woman, your name is jealousy. Routine. This guy actually tricked her. Jiang Yuni covered her face with both hands. She could feel the heat on her face with her palms, as if it was being roasted by fire. A feeling of shame surged wildly in her heart, making her dare not look directly into Lu Chen's eyes. Seeing Jiang Yuni like this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yuni especially wanted to take the initiative, so verbally teasing him was inevitable, but she also had a strong sense of shame. The combination of these two made her, who was already a beauty, look even sweeter and more delicious. Hearing Lu Chen's laughter, Jiang Yuni felt angry and annoyed. She looked up and glared at him, gritting her teeth and saying, You're still laughing. Lu Chen, don't blame me, you were the one who made me laugh first. But don't worry, I will compensate you for all the energy you have consumed now. Wait for me to make you a pot of chicken soup, which will nourish your yin and strengthen your yang, and the storage effect will be amazing. Jiang Yuni was angry and punched him on the shoulder. You'll die if you don't act sexy. Lu Chen smiled without saying anything, thinking to himself, weren't you the one who flirted with him first, teacher? It was not until they arrived at the Qingfeng restaurant that Jiang Yuni's mood slowly calmed down. However, because her heart was pounding along the way, the blush on her face could not be faded. At this time, there was still a blush on her face, which was very beautiful and made her look a little shy. Lu Chen pulled her along and walked straight to room 888. "Student Lu, is this really okay? I always feel that Zhang Shenghui and the others are not so easy to talk to." Zhang Yuni was still a little nervous. Lu Chen said, "I have never considered whether they are easy to talk to or not. I only know that I am harder to talk to than them. If they have a better attitude and bow their heads to apologize, I will give them a chance. If they have a bad attitude, I will beat them on the spot." Zhang Yuni was stunned. She thought Lu Chen came here today to reason with Zhang Shenghui, but now it seems that he was not here to reason at all. What on earth does this kid have to be so confident? Lu Chen smiled but said nothing. He had already prepared all the negative information about Zhang Shenghui. If he really got angry, he would just let Yang Li do a live broadcast to expose the matter, which would immediately increase the popularity. By then, no matter how powerful his father is, he won't be able to protect him. What's more, his father can't be clean. Once he gets some dirty information about his father, why would he be afraid? Thinking about it this way, Lu Chen had a new idea and plan for Yang Li. Yang Li is also a well-known anchor with a certain amount of traffic. When something like this happens, letting her expose it will definitely have a better effect than having ordinary people do it. Keeping her around would make her a very useful chess piece. In the private room, Zhang Shenghui and Li Qingyu had arrived early. Li Qingyu had the face of a resentful woman in the boudoir. Her expression was cold and indifferent, and she looked unapproachable. She was wearing a plain cheongsam, which made her figure look graceful and elegant. She was definitely still charming and even had a bit of aloof temperament. But unfortunately, being a widow means being a widow. Lu Chen pushed the door open and walked in, and the eyes of both parties immediately collided in the air. Zhang Shenghui saw Lu Chen holding Zhang Yuni's hand, but Zhang Yuni's face was flushed and she covered her mouth with her hands when she came in. I suddenly felt a rumbling sound in my head, and an evil scene immediately appeared in my mind. His face twitched violently, and he wished he could skin Lu Chen alive. Seeing his eyes, Lu Chen smiled and said calmly, "Teacher Jiang and I played some interesting games in the car. Teacher Jiang is not in a position to speak now, so just tell me what you want to say." Zhang Shenghui felt his heart skip a beat, his face turned red, and he covered his mouth. It was just a small game, and they were in the car. As expected, you two dogs actually play so wildly. Zhang Yuni looked at Lu Chen and subconsciously wanted to explain, but then she thought that she was here to negotiate with Zhang Shenghui, so why should she explain to this ugly guy? This ugly guy should be pissed off to death. So she was not angry at all. Instead, she covered her mouth with one of her fair jade hands and tugged at Lu Chen's arm with the other hand. She said with a grudge, "Hey, Lu Chen, why are you telling them this?" Zhang Shenghui clenched his fists and felt a surge of anger rushing from his chest to the top of his head, as if his skull was about to burst. Li Qingyu was stunned. Looking at Zhang Yuni's shy appearance, her heart was pounding. She suddenly felt a strong envy and jealousy surge in her heart. Although she is a few years older than Zhang Yuni, she looks almost the same as Zhang Yuni because she takes such good care of herself. Why can Zhang Yuni be so extravagant, so sexy, and have so much fun with handsome boys, but she can only be a widow? The resentment of the woman in the boudoir suddenly exploded. "Shut up, you little bitch. Don't say those nonsense in front of my son. We are not here to waste our time talking to you about these things." Li Qingyu had a cold face and a very unfriendly look in his eyes. Lu Chen looked at her and smiled. "What's your name, sister?" Li Qingyu, Zhang Shenghui's mother. Lu Chen was a little surprised. He looked at Li Qingyu, then at Zhang Shenghui, shook his head and said, "My God, how ugly must his father be? You had poor taste back then. You actually had the stomach for this kind of stuff." Li Qingyu was stunned, and Zhang Shenghui immediately became furious and exploded on the spot. "What the hell are you talking about, Lu Chen? I said you're an ugly bastard, and so is your dad. It's a pity your mom is so pretty." He looked at Li Qingyu again and continued, "You have a bad temper and are easily irritated. Although you usually pay attention to maintenance, the skin color at the corners of your face is still a little dull and has begun to turn yellow. It's obvious that you have endocrine disorders caused by long-term sexlessness. If you continue like this, no matter how well you maintain your appearance, you will still become a yellow-faced woman in a few years. Is the period getting shorter, the amount getting less, and the dysmenorrhea getting worse? If you keep going like this, it won't just be temper tantrums. Your ovaries will shrink prematurely and you'll enter menopause early. What's the point of yelling so loudly? You're a useless man yourself, so you can't blame others. Ah, woman, my name is jealousy. Lu Chen spoke a long string of words in one breath, and every word was heart-wrenching. Li Qingyu was shocked and angry. This kid actually knows so much? Damn it, I'm so pissed off. For a moment, I even forgot what I was about to say. Zhang Shenghui looked at Li Qingyu with a confused face. If someone dared to speak to Li Qingyu like this under normal circumstances, he would have been scolded by Li Qingyu or even slapped. What happened today? My mother didn't move at all. She just stared at Lu Chen with wide eyes, as if she was in a daze. He looked at Li Qingyu, then at Lu Chen, and was speechless for a moment, not knowing where to start. Lu Chen looked at him and said, "What are you looking at?" "I'm just talking about knowledge points." "Hurry up and take notes." Zhang Shenghui said angrily, "I don't need you to teach me, what are you looking at?" Lu Chen blurted out, "I see a gay bully." Zhang Shenghui. You fucking. Chapter 36 Bang. Zhang Shenghui's face turned red and his neck became thick, and he almost went up and punched him in anger. I have never been humiliated like this in my life. Li Qingyu also came back to her senses. Thinking of what Lu Chen had just said, she felt angry and annoyed. She was angry that Lu Chen was right, and she was annoyed that she came here today to vent her anger on her son. As a result, before he could vent his anger, he was instead caught in the weak spot by the opponent. The rage of the resentful woman in the boudoir exploded at once. Li Qingyu slapped the table, pointed at Lu Chen and growled, "Little bastard, do you know the consequences of talking to me like that?" Lu Chen smiled, "Will the consequence be the same as yours, with no harmony between yin and yang for decades? What is the key to winning an argument? Have no idea? I'll teach you. The secret is to find a sore spot of another person and poke it right into her lungs, until it hurts. The more she cares, the more painful it is, and the more painful it is, the more irritable and angry she becomes. The more irritable she becomes, the more impulsive she becomes, revealing her flaws." Sure enough, when Li Qingyu heard this, he immediately got furious. "Shut your mouth. I won't shut up. My teacher taught me to be honest since I was a child. What's wrong with me telling the truth? It's a good thing you gave birth to a son. If you hadn't given birth to the son, I'm afraid you would still be an old maid now." Li Qingyu felt that all the blood in his body was rushing to his head, and his brain was about to explode. "Ah! You little bastard, I'm going to beat you to death, I'm going to beat you to death." Li Qingyu rushed towards Lu Chen with her teeth bared, and stretched out her hands to hit him, but Lu Chen had been exercising for many years and his physique was very good. How could a woman with unbalanced yin and yang like her compare to him? Before her hand touched Lu Chen slapped her and pushed her back. "If you touch me now, I will lie on the ground immediately and then spread the news on the internet that the wife of the vice president of Yuqing University colluded with her son to beat someone up. How long do you think it will take your man to deal with it?" Lu Chen looked at Li Qingyu with a smile. Li Qingyu was so angry that his chest heaved, but he forced himself to endure it. She suddenly realized that she had been led by Lu Chen from the very beginning. This little man was very capable. He found her sore spot as soon as they met, and used it to poke her to death, causing her to lose her mind and go berserk. "We can't do this. We can't let him lead us by the nose." Now it is Jiang Yuni, the little slut, who is being suppressed by her man's power. I have the advantage and cannot be impulsive. Li Qingyu took a deep breath, smoothed her hair, sat down again, sneered, and looked at Lu Chen coldly. "You little bastard, you have some skills, but you can't solve today's problem with just these skills. I don't have time to waste with you. Let me get this straight. You and this little bitch have made things a bit too big. We don't want things to get any bigger. So, you must apologize to her and publicly admit that it was this bitch who slandered my husband and my son. As long as you apologize, we will let this matter go." Lu Chen smiled. "We apologize? Is it true that your son was pestering teacher Jiang? Is it true that your man relied on his position as vice president to deliberately suppress teacher Jiang and force her to date your ugly son? You feel sorry for your ugly son, that's fine, but he's not my son. Why should I spoil him? Even if he is my son, I'm sorry, I can't possibly give birth to such an ugly son. We won't apologize, but if you apologize to us, we can consider making this matter smaller. Of course, it won't work if you two just apologize, we have to ask his ugly dad to apologize as well." Lu Chen responded without any hesitation, and every word he said was heartbreaking. Zhang Shenghui was furious. He slammed the table and pointed at Lu Chen and shouted, "Just understand, it is Jiang who is being oppressed by my father. If you don't apologize, she will lose her job. Also, you know how powerful my mom and dad's funds and connections are. It's easy for them to kill you. Watch your attitude when you speak." Lu Chen smiled, "That's my attitude. If you don't agree, bite me." Zhang Shenghui clenched his fists, and really had the urge to rush up and fight with Lu Chen. This guy's words are so irritating and arrogant. After Li Qingyu calmed down, he became much calmer. Staring at Lu Chen coldly, she said, "Young man, don't be so aggressive when you speak. If you're not angry, can you still call yourself a young man?" Li Qingyu frowned and his expression became increasingly ugly. "I don't know what grounds you have to say these things in front of me, but I want to tell you one thing, my son is right about one thing, that is, our family background and our connections are definitely not comparable to yours. You have some means of making money, but you don't know how powerful power is. You are just talking nonsense now, but it has no effect on the outcome of this matter. If you don't apologize, I can guarantee that Jiang Yuni will not have a good life. There is no place for her at Yucheng University, nor at other colleges and universities in Yucheng. As for you, believe it or not, I can freeze all your accounts and funds in the stock market if you give me one day. At that time, if you want to negotiate with us, it won't be solved by an apology." After Li Qingyu calmed down and his thoughts became clear, he became less easy to deal with. But Lu Chen remained calm and nodded, saying, "I believe you have the ability to do this, but based on this, you are not qualified to make us bow down." Zhang Shenghui couldn't stand it anymore. He slapped the table, stood up, pointed at Lu Chen and said angrily, "Lu Chen, what the hell are you still pretending for? Don't think I don't know how capable you are. My mother has already investigated you. With your background, it's easy for us to control you. Stop pretending." Lu Chen smiled, but his eyes suddenly turned cold and he stared straight at Zhang Shenghui. Zhang Shenghui was fearless and said sarcastically, "Why, you are still not convinced? What can you do if you are not convinced? I have the background and the confidence. You can only stare at me now. You are a man, if you have the guts, try to touch me. I'm just putting my face in front of you, do you dare to touch me?" Zhang Shenghui gritted his teeth and said this, and he turned his face to the side in an extremely arrogant manner and stretched it in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled. "I've never seen such a request in my life." Bang! The next second, he raised his hand and slapped him in the face, loud and crisp. Chapter 37, Bark Like a Dog for Me. Zhang Shenghui only felt his head shake violently, a burning pain came over his face, and at the same time he felt a little dizzy. His legs went limp and he sat back down. The whole private room immediately fell silent. Zhang Shenghui covered his face with his hands, his eyes wide open with a dazed look on his face, as if he had not yet reacted to what had happened. Li Qingyu also widened her eyes. The mother and son had already talked to this point. Anyone normal would know that they should not continue to provoke them. But Lu Chen refused to listen and slapped Zhang Shenghui instead. Who could have thought of this? Jiang Yuni tilted her head and looked at Lu Chen, her watery eyes full of surprise. Although she knew that Lu Chen was always good at speaking, she didn't know that Lu Chen was also good at fighting. You know what, this slap was really crisp and pleasant to the ear. This brat, has he always been so brave? It took 2 or 3 seconds for Zhang Shenghui to come to his senses. His face twitched violently, quickly turned red, veins bulged, and he was furious. "Lu Chen, I'm going to beat you to death. I've never been bullied like this in my life." He raised his fist and punched Lu Chen like an angry bull, of course only in terms of emotion, not strength. Lu Chen exercises all year round and his physique is much better than his. He also practices fighting in his spare time. How could he possibly be able to deal with him? Lu Chen squatted down and easily dodged Zhang Shenghui's fist, then hit him on the side of the body with a hook, using only 50% to 60% of his strength, but Zhang Shenghui's body trembled and he fell down the next second. I just felt a tightness in my chest, as if my breathing was blocked in my chest. A feeling of suffocation came over me, and cold sweat immediately broke out on my forehead. "One punch, it's over." Lu Chen laughed and said, "You can't even take my punch, and you dare to attack me? Can you do this, little dog?" Zhang Shenghui was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He stared at Lu Chen, wishing he could eat him alive. But his whole body was weak and he couldn't even stand up, let alone fight back. Jiang Yuni's eyes lit up. This boy is good. He has 6-pack abs and such fighting power. Although Zhang Shenghui himself is not that good, Lu Chen only used 1 punch. So awesome. Li Qingyu was furious. She held her son with one hand and stared at Lu Chen with her eyes fixed, her whole body fuming. Okay. You little bastard, I gave you the chance but you don't want it, right? Then there's no point in discussing this matter. Just wait for me, you and this little slut, don't even think about escaping, just kneel down and beg for mercy. I, Li Qingyu, will keep my word. Li Qingyu gritted her teeth, pointed at Lu Chen and Zhang Yuni and threatened them, then supported Zhang Shenghui and left. Since there is nothing to talk about, we can only fight to the death. Lu Chen was not panicked at all, and even felt like laughing. Seeing Li Qingyu was about to leave angrily, he said calmly, "Why are you in such a hurry? The negotiations have just begun. If you leave now, I accidentally tell others about your son bullying a female classmate and post it online. How do you think we can solve this problem?" Li Qingyu stopped immediately and looked back at Lu Chen with surprise. "What did you say?" Lu Chen looked at her straight and gave her a cold smile. "I said, if you leave like this, I can't be sure that your son's bullying of female classmates will not be spread online, will be spread to the Yuqing University forum, and will it be known to the entire network. As a mother, don't you know what kind of person your son is?" Li Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. Of course she knew what Zhang Shenghui had done. Many of them were handled by her personally. How could she not know? But she handled these things very well. Those female classmates were forced to leave Yuqing and they dared not resist. How could Lu Chen know? Zhang Shenghui's expression changed as well, but he yelled in a hoarse voice, "Lu Chen, stop spitting insults at me. When have I ever bullied a classmate? You are slandering me and you are wrongly accusing me." Lu Chen didn't waste any more time. He just laughed, took out his phone, opened a video, and put it on the table. "If I were you, shut up right now, kneel down, and apologize to me sincerely, then maybe I can let you go. What do you think?" Zhang Shenghui watched the video, and after a few seconds, his face showed an expression of intense horror and disbelief. The video shows him colluding with a few of his friends to bully female classmates. The bestial laughter can be heard along with the female classmates' terrified screams. The scene is so unbearable to watch that it makes one's blood pressure soar. Zhang Yuni already hated Zhang Shenghui very much. When she saw the video, she was shocked at first, and then she was filled with anger. "Zhang Shenghui, you actually did such a thing, you bastard." She couldn't help but start cursing. Li Qingyu's face changed drastically. He stared at Zhang Shenghui and said, "Didn't I ask you to delete the video a long time ago? Why did you spread it out? Why? You have a pig brain, idiot." Zhang Shenghui said in a panic, I deleted it, Mom, I really deleted it all." In order to have fun, he not only bullied others, but also had someone use his mobile phone to record a video. Later, the matter was settled by Li Qingyu, and Zhang Shenghui deleted the video. But at this moment, the video appeared on Lu Chen's phone. How could the mother and son not panic? "Delete it quickly, delete it quickly." Zhang Shenghui immediately snatched Lu Chen's phone and deleted the video. Instead of stopping him, Lu Chen laughed out loud and just stared at him. "How about you smash my phone again?" Zhang Shenghui was stunned, and a bad premonition immediately rose in his heart. Although he is ugly, he is not completely brainless. Since Lu Chen dared to play the video in front of him and let him delete the video on his phone, it means that Lu Chen was prepared. This video is definitely not the only one, not to mention that even if it has been deleted, there are plenty of ways to restore it. Lu Chen held his pigtail tightly in his hand. Li Qingyu's expression finally changed, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Lu Chen's previous words were indeed not a bluff, he really had something on Zhang Shenghui. And once this evidence gets out, Zhang Shenghui will basically face imprisonment. This kid actually has such a method? Where did you get this video from? Where did you get it from? Li Qingyu looked at Lu Chen, her body wrapped in the cheongsam trembling slightly, showing that she was extremely uneasy at the moment. Lu Chen laughed and said, "What you should be concerned about now is where the video came from. Has your brain grown on your chest?" Li Qingyu's face trembled violently, and she almost exploded with anger, but she didn't dare to flare up. She suppressed her anger and looked at Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, let's all calm down and sit down to discuss this properly, okay?" Lu Chen chuckled. "Discuss? Sure. Come on, first imitate the barking of a dog for me to hear." Chapter 38 Teacher, you are not behaving well. First, imitate the barking of a dog for me to hear. Lu Chen's tone was cold, but it was obvious that he was very arrogant. Although Li Qingyu knew that Lu Chen would not compromise so easily, she did not expect Lu Chen to say such a thing. Her face immediately turned red and looked extremely ugly. She was in her 60s, and they asked her to bark like a dog? And in front of her son. Lu Chen, don't be so arrogant. Zhang Shenghui found it hard to bear. This was his own mother. How humiliating it was that she was asked to bark like a dog in front of him. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen slapped him in the face. Do you think this is the attitude you should use when talking to me now? Lu Chen stared straight at Zhang Shenghui, his eyes suddenly became cold and chilling. Zhang Shenghui was furious, but he didn't dare to speak for a while. On the one hand, he was intimidated by Lu Chen's momentum, and on the other hand, he was woken up by Lu Chen's slap in the face. Now Lu Chen has the upper hand over him. Lu Chen even dares to make his mother bark like a dog. Is there anything he dare not do to him? The louder he shouts now, the greater the danger. Li Qingyu said in a deep voice, "Your request is a bit too much." Really? Then I'll change it. Lu Chen chuckled. If you still want to negotiate, you have to kneel down in front of me and bark like a dog. This is the price you have to pay for your son's ignorance just now. It's getting worse and more blatant. No matter how patient Li Qingyu was, he felt that he could no longer control the anger in his heart. Lu Chen, you don't want to discuss this anymore? I didn't say I didn't want to discuss it. It's just that I have to add an extra condition because of your ignorance and impulsiveness. Of course, if you are not willing to show this sincerity, then we won't discuss it. I don't care. Lu Chen smiled brightly. Damn it, now I have the upper hand over you. So, do you still want me to be nice to you? You're dreaming. Li Qingyu's face was gloomy. She only had this one son, and his husband was often not around, unable to even meet her basic demands. If anything happened to her son, she would definitely break down mentally, even go crazy. But she, a strong woman with a great reputation in the whole Jade City, could never kneel down and bark like a dog, at least not at this moment. She couldn't afford to lose face, especially in front of her son. After a while of changes, Li Qingyu finally looked indifferent, staring at Lu Chen and said, I really underestimated your means. You can get something like this. It's beyond my expectation. But your behavior is too arrogant. You don't take me seriously. You have means, but I am not without means either. I will never agree to your conditions. If you insist on fighting to the death, you can try. I can tell you that the fish will die, but the net will never break. I'll give you a day to think about it. If you're willing to sit down and talk it over, call me within a day. If you insist on doing it your own way, let's see whose method is more powerful. Li Qingyu snorted coldly, turned around and left with a cold attitude. Lu Chen did not stop them, but just looked at the two of them coldly. He was not surprised by Li Qingyu's choice. As a strong woman, Li Qingyu would definitely not compromise and give in so easily. He also did not intend to see Li Qingyu kneeling down and barking like a dog just once. Things that are too easy to get are also quite boring. On the contrary, it would be interesting if Li Qingyu, who is so tough now, still had to kneel down and bark like a dog in the end. He has plenty of time to play slowly. Zhang Yuni sat for a long time, finally coming back to her senses from what had just happened, and looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. Student Lu, I never realized you're such a sinister guy. Lu Chen smiled and said, Teacher Jiang, do you like a scheming man like me? Dislike. Zhang Yuni shook his head with a stern face. Lu Chen smiled and looked at her straight in the eyes, You really don't like it? I really don't like it. Lu Chen reached out, grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. Zhang Yuni screamed, but she couldn't resist at all, so he forcibly hugged her waist from behind and pressed her on his legs. A hand went under her skirt and pinched her leg. Ah! Bad guy. Zhang Yuni felt pain and annoyance. She bit her lip and glared at Lu Chen. Her eyes were misty and she looked like she was about to cry at any moment. Lu Chen ignored her and whispered in her ear, Teacher Jiang, you are really good at judging people. I am such a bad guy. So, now that you're in the bad guy's hands, how are you going to escape from him? Zhang Yuni blushed. She never expected Lu Chen to be so blatant. It turned out that she had a stern face just now and had no killing power at all. She struggled hard, but she didn't know that she was sitting on Lu Chen's legs. The more she struggled, the more intense the friction became. The plump touch slid from Lu Chen's legs to his abdomen, twisting constantly. That feeling. Bang! Lu Chen slapped her and said in a commanding tone, "If you twist again, I'll slap you." Zhang Yuni felt as if her face was on fire. She stopped moving immediately after hearing Lu Chen's voice. She could almost hear her own violent heartbeat. After she calmed down, Lu Chen said, "Look, Mr. Jiang, I told you I would settle this matter, so now you should abide by our bet. Squat down." Zhang Yuni bit her lip and said immediately, You are talking nonsense. This matter has not been settled yet. Li Qingyu will definitely fight back. How can it be settled? I'm not going to break my promise. You have to make Li Qingyu really apologize and not dare to move again. Only then can we say that the matter is settled. Teacher, you are very naughty. Lu Chen held her waist with one hand and pinched her leg with the other hand. But what you said is true. I don't like to force things. I want to see the teacher sincerely fulfill his promise. Just consider it as interest. I hope the teacher won't blame me. Zhang Yuni said coquettishly, You hurt me, of course I blame you. Oh, I see. It doesn't matter. When I heal the teacher, he will naturally stop blaming me. Lu Chen slapped her again and let go of Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni stood up immediately and looked at him angrily. You are such a bad student. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Lu Chen had a naughty expression on his face, which made him look like a gentleman with bad taste. Zhang Yuni was obviously angry, but when she looked at Lu Chen, she couldn't get angry. Instead, she felt in her heart that this gentleman was quite attractive. Chapter 39 Brother Chen, I want to enhance my vitality. After leaving Qingfeng restaurant, Lu Chen sent Zhang Yuni back to her home. Don't you want to come in and sit down? Zhang Yuni looked at Lu Chen, who didn't get out of the car, and asked with her head tilted. Normally, at this time the man would definitely find an opportunity to get out of the car and go into the woman's house to chat. Maybe while chatting, you get aroused and something happens. But Lu Chen shook his head and said, No need to sit. Unless the teacher is willing to squat, I am willing to sit. Zhang Yuni scolded, You can sit down if you want. Lu Chen, of course I love to do it, but the teacher doesn't want to sit down now, what can I do? I'll wait until the teacher is willing to do it and sit down, then I'll come to the teacher's house and sit down. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left. Zhang Yuni's face flushed and she stamped her feet. This brat simply doesn't take me seriously. Does he even look like a student? Looking at his back as he drove away, she felt a little angry and a little annoyed, but she clearly realized that the reason for her anger and annoyance was not because of Lu Chen's words to her. But he only talks but does not take action. The two of them competed silently, neither of them was willing to give in. They both knew that whoever gave in first would be the one to be disciplined. Zhang Yuni returned home, lay on the sofa, looked around, and suddenly felt that the house was a little empty. There really should be one more person. In particular, there should be one more man, preferably young and handsome, with a bit of a gentlemanly temperament, who can flirt and do it. Wait, isn't this based on Lu Chen's standards? Zhang Yuni was stunned and shook her head. What are you thinking about, damn it? He is your student, how could he be manipulated by him? Zhang family. Li Qingyu's face was still ugly. She had never thought that one day she would be held hostage by a man who was 13 or 14 years younger than her. Mom, what should I do now? If Lu Chen sends this video out, I'm doomed. Think of a solution quickly, Mom. Think of a solution quickly. Zhang Shenghui himself is not very smart. He usually relies on his parents' arrogance and relies on his parents to settle the troubles he causes. He has never been treated like this before. At this time, he is already confused and has no idea how to respond. Li Qingyu was already upset, and when she heard Zhang Shenghui talking non-stop, she felt angry. Lu Chen looked only a few years older than Zhang Shenghui, but he acted calmly and forcefully. He seemed arrogant, but in fact, he had everything planned out before he spoke. He is handsome and good at making money. If he were not my enemy, what an outstanding man he would be. Look at Zhang Shenghui again, he is ugly and stupid, and he only knows how to live off his parents. Why is there such a big difference between men? Mom, tell me, what should we do now? Zhang Shenghui was so anxious that he was running around in circles. Seeing Li Qingyu had a cold face and didn't say anything, he became even more anxious. What should I do? You just keep asking questions. Did I give birth to you with a pig's brain? Can't you think of a solution yourself? Li Qingyu glared at Zhang Shenghui and roared. Zhang Shenghui was stunned. He didn't expect Li Qingyu to suddenly get so angry, and then his emotions became even more intense. You are my mother, who should I ask if I don't ask you? You just ask me. Can't you find a solution yourself? That's what you told me before, that you can handle everything. You told me not to be afraid if I get into trouble, but now you think I shouldn't ask you. Then why did you give birth to me? Zhang Shenghui also started shouting, then slammed the door and walked out. Li Qingyu was so angry that her face turned red, but she suddenly realized that it was not entirely his fault that Zhang Shenghui was so stupid, but a large part of the blame was indeed on her and Zhang Jianxiang. Whenever Zhang Shenghui got into trouble, they would always protect him and step in to solve the problem. They never cultivated Zhang Shenghui's ability to handle things independently. Li Qingyu sighed and sat on the sofa, feeling a little unsure for a moment. Let's wait a day and see. Maybe Lu Chen can't stand the pressure and will come to ask for peace. Even if he doesn't ask for peace, he can think of another way after a day. Since he didn't send out the video directly, it means he doesn't want to fight to the death right away. If that's the case, he probably won't send it out within a day. Li Qingyu calmed down and came up with an idea. After Zhang Shenghui slammed the door and walked out, he got into his car and became angrier the more he thought about it. It would have been fine if he was slapped by Lu Chen, but he was also yelled at by his own mother, who blamed him for being incompetent. Humph, I don't believe that I can't deal with him. If I can't solve this matter, then I'll just deal with him. Zhang Shenghui gritted his teeth, took out his phone and opened a group chat. Brothers, I'll give you 50,000. Help me teach this guy a lesson. The people in the group were all his friends, some of whom were idlers, and some of them had been in jail for crimes. When a group of people heard that he was paying to teach someone a lesson, they immediately became interested. There were also a few military advisors who gave him advice, and they summed it up in one sentence: this kind of person should be put in a sack and beaten up, and he will definitely behave himself. Zhang Shenghui also thought it made sense, so he immediately decided to take action to deal with Lu Chen and the matter, thus saving his face and making himself look good in front of Li Qingyu. Maybe he could take the opportunity to completely suppress Jiang Yuni. The thought of being able to pin Jiang Yuni down and torture him made him excited. Lu Chen returned to the villa, rested and took a shower. At around 9 o'clock, the cell phone rang. After a quick look, as expected, it was Yang Li again. Brother Chen, I feel like I'm lacking in yang energy lately. I really want to eat something to strengthen my yang energy. A selfie, when you click on it, it is obvious that she has just taken a shower. She is wearing a silk pajamas. The pajamas are very soft and hang close to her body, perfectly highlighting her curves. The pink tone, suspenders, curvy figure, and her slightly parted lips give off a pure and sexy vibe. Nice pajamas. Lu Chen replied casually. The extreme tension between me and Jiang Yuni these past 2 days really made me a little agitated. Yang Li's cat has never been fed, so she might as well consider feeding it some cat food. Otherwise, she will always be worried, and it won't be a good idea to post photos of her every day. Yang Li became excited immediately when she saw Lu Chen's reply. For several days, Lu Chen had not shown any special interest in her. She was now afraid that Lu Chen would not respond and would not give her a chance. As long as Lu Chen gave her a chance, she would be much safer. Do you like it, Brother Chen? If you like it, I'll wear it in front of you and show it to you. I wore everything I should wear, but I didn't wear anything I shouldn't wear. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes at what Yang Li said. 20 minutes, wear what you're wearing now, and get over here. Chapter 40, Find Brother Chen and drink chicken soup. Yang Li immediately jumped out of bed, ran downstairs, got in the car and left. At this moment, she was definitely more excited than Lu Chen. After all, she had been a bootlicker for several days, but Lu Chen had never made any clear statement. She had been worried these past few days, fearing that Lu Chen would not give her this opportunity. I even lost the desire to do a live broadcast and have been silent for several days. Seeing that Lu Chen finally gave a positive response, and it was an absolutely positive response for her, she was of course extremely excited. Go find Brother Chen and have some chicken soup. Yang Li was not stupid either. She certainly understood the purpose and significance of going there at this time. The only thing she had to do now and do well was to satisfy Lu Chen and make him happy. In the villa, Yang Li appeared in front of Lu Chen wearing silk pajamas. The 2 long white legs seemed to be shining under the light, and the pink pajamas matched her figure, making her look extremely sexy. Brother Chen, how are you going to deal with me? She did not walk up to Lu Chen directly, lie in his arms and linger and act coquettishly. That was a low-level way of playing. After interacting with Lu Chen these days, she has come to understand that Lu Chen is a person with a strong desire for control and would definitely not like this kind of play. He should prefer to be the master. Lu Chen was not in a hurry. He looked at Yang Li for a few seconds before pointing to a room. Go over there, open the middle cabinet, and find one you like. Yang Li walked into the room, opened the cabinet, picked out a pink hoop, and put it around her neck. Yang Li admitted that Lu Chen was difficult to deal with. Not just mentally, but physically as well. When her fingertips slid across the clear muscle lines on Lu Chen's chest and abdomen, she clearly realized how important aerobic exercise is to a man. Just as a soft bed is important to a tired body. When you wake up tired at 10 o'clock in the morning, it is especially important to have a full stomach. She was shocked to find that her legs really could become weak and her waist really could become sore. Lu Chen ignored Yang Li and let her sleep until after 10 o'clock before she came out of the room. Brother Chen, can I? Yang Li did not stand in front of Lu Chen, but squatted in front of him, looking up at him with a well-behaved look. Yes, I have understanding. Lu Chen laughed, picked up a piece of bread and handed it to her. She immediately opened her mouth and bit it, but did not use her hands, just like a pet. Lu Chen looked at her and sighed in his heart, female anchors are just different. With this level of understanding, if placed in a fantasy novel, he would at least be at the nascent soul stage. While eating to replenish his energy, Lu Chen opened the system panel. Extracting black material, subject, Zhang Shenghui. Lu Chen understood that Li Qingyu would not give in so easily. Although he was not afraid of Li Qingyu, it would be better to have more evidence in his hand. He likes to take the initiative in his own hands, both in bed and out of bed. Extraction successful. In order to retaliate against the host, Zhang Shenghui has bribed someone to take action against the host. The action will be taken when the host goes out for lunch today. The host is advised to prepare in advance. In addition, the chat evidence of Zhang Shenghui contacting and bribing others is attached, which can be extracted. Extract. Lu Chen chose to extract the chat history without hesitation. When he opened his phone, he saw the complete chat history of Zhang Shenghui in the group last night. From his threat to spend 50,000 to beat up Lu Chen, to the several military advisors coming up with a plan to follow him near his villa and wait for an opportunity to attack him, everything was clear. Lu Chen looked at the chat history, his eyes turned cold. Zhang Shenghui's method was very tasteless, but it was undoubtedly the most direct method, which made the murderous intent in his heart burst out immediately. Brother Chen, what's wrong? When Yang Li saw Lu Chen's face suddenly turn cold, her heart skipped a beat and she felt extremely terrified. I recalled all the details from last night to now in almost 1 second. Was there something I didn't do well enough? This shouldn't be the case. There must be no problem with my kneeling posture, and I should be able to crawl as well. Could it be that I can't control the sound well? But you can't blame me. That level is totally out of my control. It's none of your business. When Lu Chen spoke, Yang Li immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if someone had been choking her neck and then let go. But she didn't ask any more questions. Her previous experience made her understand that if Lu Chen needed her to speak, he would naturally tell her, and she couldn't say too much. It is not the turn of a little karami like her to give orders about the big boss's affairs. All she has to do is to be obedient and do her job. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, his eyes fell on Yang Li, and he made a decision. Come out to eat with me at noon today. Yang Li was slightly stunned, then overjoyed. Okay, Brother Chen. Of course she would love for Lu Chen to take her out for dinner, but Lu Chen also had his own plans. In a blink of an eye, it was noon, and Lu Chen took Yang Li out. Yang Li pulled Lu Chen's clothes slightly and whispered, Brother Chen, I only wear this dress. Lu Chen looked at her silk pajamas and smiled like a scoundrel. The weather is hot, so wear less to stay cool, and take smaller steps when you lift your legs. After saying that, he got in the car. Yang Li bit her lip and followed immediately. Although she was knowledgeable as a female anchor, she still felt a little ashamed at this moment. But soon the feeling of shame was replaced by the car. She had never ridden in a car worth millions, so it would be a lie to say she wasn't excited. Especially after she drove out, the envious looks from people on the roadside made her feel burning in her heart. So this is the feeling of having your vanity satisfied. Well, that's awesome. While driving, Lu Chen looked at the 2 cars behind him through the rearview mirror. He deliberately turned several corners and changed several roads, but the 2 cars were always behind him. Lu Chen was sure that the people in these 2 cars were definitely bribed by Zhang Shenghui. He smiled but said nothing. He then stopped in front of a hotel and said to Yangli, "Get off the car, go get an hourly room, and then wait 15 minutes before calling the police. Say someone is beating someone up at the private restaurant across the street." Yang Li was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lu Chen to suddenly give such a strange order: check in a room, call the police, what was going on? But she still held back the question that she subconsciously wanted to ask, and nodded, "Okay, Brother Chen. The master's orders are not to be questioned, but to be acted upon." Lu Chen looked at her with a little surprise and said with a smile, "You have very good qualities in this aspect." Yang Li was delighted and got out of the car and headed straight for the hotel. Lu Chen continued driving to the private restaurant opposite, parked the car, went to the front desk to get the order, and the waiter took him to the private room. At the same time, 2 cars behind followed closely. 5 or 6 people got out of the cars and walked into the private restaurant. They pretended to ask for a private room, which happened to be the one next to the one Lu Chen had chosen. The leader was a man with a crew cut and a row of earrings, staring straight at Lu Chen's back. Chapter 41: No Surveillance? Why didn't you tell me earlier? These people are all scoundrels who dropped out of high school. They didn't study hard when they were young, and they didn't work hard when they grew up. He idles around all day long and calls himself a gangster. This kind of person doesn't have any great ability, but there is one thing that does make ordinary people wary. That is, they are frequent visitors to the detention center. They are used to minor fights on the streets and are not afraid of trouble at all. As long as no one dies, they don't care even if they are imprisoned for 2 or 3 years. After it comes out, it can also become their bragging capital. That's why they dared to do such things so blatantly and help Zhang Shenghui deal with Lu Chen. As long as no one is killed and only injuries are caused, since there are so many of them, the sentence won't be long. Even if no arms or legs are broken, the sentence will just be 10 days or half a month of detention and compensation. If they have to pay compensation, Zhang Shenghui will be in charge, and if they are detained, then they are not afraid at all. They even like the guys in it very much. All the guys in it are talented and speak well. Lu Chen entered the private room and began to order food as usual. Everything was normal and there was no sign of anything unusual. 5 or 6 thugs entered the private room next door and started ordering food, but there was always a man standing at the door, looking towards Lu Chen intentionally or unintentionally, obviously trying to keep track of the situation. After ordering the dishes, the waiter left, and the buzz-cut man with earrings came out with 2 people, saying they were going to the restroom. After using the restroom, they walked straight to Lu Chen's private room. Lu Chen looked at them with a surprised look on his face. "What do you want to say?" The leader, the man with earrings and a buzz cut, looked at Lu Chen with an unhappy face and said, "Who are you and why did you come into our private room?" Lu Chen knew very well that this guy was just looking for trouble, which was why they chose the private room next to his. He said calmly, "You are wrong. This private room is reserved by me. Yours is next to it." The man with the earrings tilted his head to the side, sneered, then turned back to look at Lu Chen, slapped the table, then supported the table with his other hand and pointed at Lu Chen with one hand. "Are you fucking telling me what to do? I don't even know which private room I'm in, do I need you to tell me?" A younger brother nearby immediately went up to him, put his hands on Lu Chen's shoulders, and started to make some movements. "How do you talk to Brother Chow? Do you know who Brother Chow is? Apologize to Brother Chow right now and get out of this room, or I'll make you suffer today. Do you understand?" Lu Chen looked calm and said, "I told you, this room is mine. Why should I get out? If anyone should get out, it's you who should get out. Don't be so ungrateful." The younger brother pulled Lu Chen backwards with force and pointed at his forehead with a fierce look on his face. Lu Chen said, "Be careful, if you hurt me, you will have to pay for it." "Ha, pay compensation? There's no surveillance here. Even if I beat you to a pulp, no one would know who did it. Do you want to try? No surveillance? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Chen looked as if he had suddenly realized something. As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the gangster's finger that was pointing at his forehead, and twisted it towards the back of his hand. With a click, the finger was deformed and folded backwards, almost sticking to the back of the hand. Lu Chen had been exercising for many years and was quite strong. He attacked suddenly this time and the opponent was caught off guard, so his fingers were broken in an instant. "Ah!" A shrill scream came out of his mouth, and the hand that was pressing on Lu Chen's shoulder immediately loosened, and he subconsciously wanted to run to the side. Before the other people could react, Lu Chen had already stood up, picked up a bottle of wine on the table, and smashed it on the head of another thug next to him with a bang. Two people were exploded one after another, screams were heard, and the man with earrings who was leading the group was stunned by Lu Chen. Lu Chen looks handsome and gentle, but how could he be so decisive and cruel? Lu Chen said nothing, but wiped the bottle mouth in his hand with his clothes. As long as his fingerprints were not left, everything would be fine. The remaining thugs subconsciously retreated to the door, but the man with earrings quickly reacted, cursed, and pulled out a machete from his pocket. "If you dare to do that, I'll stab you to death today." He walked towards Lu Chen with a knife in hand, but because there was a table between them, he had to go around him and his speed was not very fast. Lu Chen was prepared. He raised his hand and threw the bottle mouth at him. The man with the earrings squatted down hastily, and the bottle mouth flew out near his head. When he stood up, Lu Chen had already picked up a chair and smashed it at him. Although the man with earrings had a knife, he would definitely be hit on the head if he went forward, so he did not dare to go forward rashly. Because the space was narrow, other people couldn't rush over head on despite being separated by a table, and could only go around from the side. There were chairs on the side, making movement very inconvenient. Lu Chen took this opportunity and kept pushing towards the man with earrings. The man with earrings didn't want to be chopped on the head, so he didn't dare to move forward with the machete in his hand. During this time, the waiter outside the door heard the noise and rushed over. When he saw the scene in the room, he immediately screamed, and more people rushed over. The earring man and his companions began to get anxious. If they couldn't kill Lu Chen, they would not be able to explain to Zhang Shenghui when they returned. But now there were so many people around, how could they run away after they did it? And there will only be more and more people. Fuck it, I'm going all out. The man with the earring gritted his teeth and suddenly rushed towards Lu Chen, intending to take the blow head on and stab Lu Chen. Bang! But just as he rushed forward, Lu Chen swung a chair and smashed it down. He was indeed hit hard, but failed to stab Lu Chen. Instead, he was knocked dizzy. His legs immediately went limp and he knelt on the ground. Go! Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining few brothers immediately wanted to drag the man with the earrings away. They now realized that Lu Chen was not an easy person to deal with. He was ruthless and powerful, and he must have been exercising all year round. He was most likely a martial artist, otherwise he wouldn't have been so fearless in the face of danger. Hold still, police! But before the men could run out, shouts were heard and 7 or 8 police officers in uniform rushed in and quickly pinned the men to the ground. Yang Li followed closely behind. Seeing so many thugs, she felt worried. But when she saw Lu Chen coming out unharmed, while several thugs had bloody heads, her eyes widened on the spot. "Brother Chen, are you okay?" "It's okay." Lu Chen shook his head. A relatively older police officer came over, first revealed his identity, and then asked Lu Chen about the cause and effect of the incident. Lu Chen gave a brief account, but of course he didn't mention that he took the initiative to break the gangster's fingers and crack the wine bottle. In one sentence, "I was acting in self-defense." Afterwards, several people were taken to the police station to take statements. The man with the earrings insisted that Lu Chen was the first to attack, but Lu Chen said that they were the first to attack and he was only fighting back in self-defense. And many people saw it at the time. The man with the earrings had a knife in his hand. If this is not self-defense, then what is self-defense? There was no surveillance in the private room, so it was impossible to confirm that Lu Chen was the first to attack. The man with the earrings did provide a clue. Lu Chen used a wine bottle to open the mouth of a man. But the remaining bottle mouth was broken and no fingerprints were found on it. There was no evidence to prove that Lu Chen was the first to attack, but there was surveillance outside the private room, which showed that a group of people including the boy with earrings rushed into the private room where Lu Chen was, and the boy with earrings was holding a sharp weapon. In the end, Lu Chen was found to have acted in self-defense and was acquitted, while the man with the earrings and several others were detained for knife-wielding and gang fighting. When Lu Chen walked out of the police station in broad daylight, Yang Li was stunned. Although she didn't know what happened exactly, Lu Chen asked her to call the police first, which obviously meant that they had already talked about someone trying to attack him. But the result was that Lu Chen knocked down several opponents, and not only did he escape unscathed, he didn't even pay any price. Brother Chen is really awesome. Brother Chen, you are so awesome. Yang Li went up to Lu Chen and hugged him and started to linger. Lu Chen took a look and saw that she was still wearing the same silk pajamas she had worn this morning, which meant that she was still not wearing anything where she shouldn't be wearing anything. "I haven't had lunch yet, what do you want to eat?" Yang Li's eyes lit up. "I want to eat chicken." "Okay. Where to eat?" "In the car." Lu Chen gave her a meaningful look and got into the car. Chapter 42. You look pretty good in Cheongsam. After returning to the villa, Lu Chen felt refreshed. Yang Li went to rinse her mouth and did not disturb Lu Chen. Lu Chen got Zhang Shenghui's phone number from Zhang Yuni and called him. Please put your mother on the phone. I want to talk to her. Hearing Lu Chen's cold voice, Zhang Shenghui was stunned for a moment and subconsciously wanted to curse, but soon he became ecstatic. If Lu Chen called and took the initiative to talk at this time, it meant that he could not withstand Li Qingyu's threats and would most likely give in. Ha, Lu Chen, I thought you were so tough, but I didn't expect you were just like this. Are you scared now? If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Lu Chen said coldly. I said, let your mother answer the phone. Zhang Shenghui cursed a few more times before handing the phone to Li Qingyu. Upon learning that it was Lu Chen calling, Li Qingyu smiled. She said yesterday that she would give Lu Chen a day to think about it, but now Lu Chen called her before the day was even up. This time, she had already won. Li Qingyu took the phone and said, it's okay if you can figure this out. You won't get any advantage if you fight us. Since you've decided to negotiate with us, then. Peace talks? What are you talking about? Lu Chen interrupted her bluntly and sneered. Li Qingyu's expression immediately changed, and he frowned and said, if you're not here to negotiate, why are you here to see me? Lu Chen, of course I'm looking for you. I want you to kneel down and bark like a dog. Li Qingyu was furious. She never expected Lu Chen to suddenly say this. Mr. Lu, I think you really want to die. Don't worry, I don't want to die, but your son definitely does. I was eating out today and was attacked by 6 thugs. Those 6 thugs are already in jail. Ask your son, if I tell the police that he hired someone to kill someone, combined with what he did before, how many years will he have to serve in prison? Li Qingyu was stunned, and then looked at Zhang Shenghui beside him. Zhang Shenghui was confused and asked, Mom, why are you looking at me? Isn't he here to admit his mistake to us? Li Qingyu, he said that 6 thugs attacked him in the restaurant today, and now those people have been locked up. You'd better not tell me that this has anything to do with you. Zhang Shenghui's face changed drastically, with a look of horror and disbelief. The 6 people failed to capture Lu Chen and were locked up instead? How the hell do a group of people do anything? When Li Qingyu saw his expression, her heart sank. Zhang Shenghui, I asked you to find a way to solve the problem, is this your way of solving it? Zhang Shenghui hurriedly shook his head, Mom, this has nothing to do with me. I have never done anything like hiring someone to kill someone. He is slandering me and it is an injustice. As long as I refuse to admit it, there may be a chance to turn the situation around. But as soon as he finished speaking, several pictures were sent to him. Li Qingyu clicked it and took a look, his face instantly turned pale. The picture was a screenshot of a chat, and the content of the chat was exactly what happened when Zhang Shenghui discussed with those thugs in the group about how to kill Lu Chen. Zhang Shenghui sensed something was wrong and quickly took out his phone to take a look. Upon seeing this, his face was immediately filled with horror. How could it be, Lu Chen, how did you get these things, how did you get these things? Li Qingyu's heart sank suddenly, she knew that the matter was confirmed. Her stupid son has been caught by someone, and now he has done such a despicable thing, allowing the opponent to have clear evidence. Isn't this just asking for death? Bang! Li Qingyu couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him in the face. Zhang Shenghui, you are a brainless jerk. If you want to take revenge, you can do so using this method, but the problem is that you can't leave evidence so blatantly. It would be better for you to just call those thugs instead of chatting in a group. Everything on the internet has a traceable path. Don't you fucking understand this? Zhang Shenghui's face was burning, but he didn't care about the pain at this moment. He looked at Li Qingyu in panic. This must have been leaked by Chaozi and the others. Just shut up. Li Qingyu was so angry that she was about to explode and slapped him in the face again. It doesn't matter now who leaked the information. What matters is how to settle this matter and how to calm Lu Chen down. She was increasingly puzzled as to why she had given birth to such a stupid son. Zhang Shenghui lowered his head, no longer having the arrogance he had 2 minutes ago. The ups and downs of his emotions made him feel extremely depressed. Li Qingyu's chest heaved, and the hand holding the phone trembled slightly. He was silent for several seconds, and then he said to Lu Chen, tell me, how do you want to solve it? Lu Chen smiled and said, it's not about how I want to solve it now, but how you want to solve it. I don't lack anything, so if I want to solve this problem, the key is to see what you can come up with to make me happy. Of course, this incident started because of Teacher Jiang. I think you all know what to do with Teacher Jiang. As for the rest, it depends on your sincerity. I'll also give you half a day to contact me before 9 p.m. If you exceed the time limit, these 2 pieces of evidence will appear in front of the police. By the way, you look pretty good in a cheongsam. Lu Chen hung up the phone. Li Qingyu slowly put down his phone, his eyes twitching a few times. How to solve this problem? She remained silent, with Lu Chen's last words echoing in her mind. You look quite charming when you wear cheongsam. This kid has evil intentions and a big appetite. Chapter 43, Simply Lawless. There was a moment of silence in the room. Li Qingyu considered himself a man who had experienced many ups and downs, but at this moment he didn't know how to deal with it. The best way at the moment is naturally to give in, and she has given in before. But she had never given in to a young man who was so much younger than her, and she was extremely reluctant to do so. Zhang Shenghui was panicked. He never thought that Lu Chen would have such a method. Not only did he fail to solve the problem of Lu Chen, but he also gave Lu Chen another handle. No, I'm going to tell my dad about this. Maybe he can find a solution. Zhang Shenghui immediately took out his cell phone and called Zhang Jianxiang, and Li Qingyu did not stop him. The situation had already deteriorated rapidly since Zhang Jianxiang maliciously suppressed Zhang Yuni, so he naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. What's wrong, son? How is Zhang Yuni doing? Did she contact you? Zhang Jianxiang was still very confident in his methods. In his opinion, Zhang Yuni had no capital to go against him and had no other choice but to surrender. Showing off his abilities in front of his son made him feel comfortable. Dad, something happened. But the next second, Zhang Shenghui's crying voice broke his sense of superiority. Zhang Jianxiang looked puzzled. What's wrong? Zhang Shenghui then explained the whole story. Zhang Jianxiang was shocked and angry when he learned that Lu Chen had caught his son using evidence several times and used it to threaten him. Lu Chen has no background, which Li Qingyu has already investigated. But how could such a person with no background easily get hold of Zhang Shenghui's dirty laundry? What made him angry was that a guy with no background dared to openly threaten his son. Did he really think that his father was just a decoration? This Lu Chen is simply lawless. I want to see how capable he is to go against me. Send me his phone number. I want to talk to him in person. Zhang Jianxiang was furious and was unwilling to bow his head. Soon Zhang Shenghui gave him Lu Chen's phone number, and Zhang Jianxiang dialed it immediately. Villa, Lu Chen answered the phone. Who? I'm Zhang Shenghui's father, Zhang Jianxiang, the vice president of Yuqing University. As soon as Zhang Jianxiang opened his mouth, he was domineering and his attitude was very arrogant. You are Lu Chen, the one who threatened my son, right? Lu Chen just smiled and said calmly, I am, and then what? Then? What else do you want? I warn you, you can't touch my son. Don't think that I got this position for no reason. If you really piss me off, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Zhang Yuni is just a woman after all. It doesn't matter which man she sleeps with. Do you think it's worth it for you to fight with me, a woman of your status? Lu Chen smiled. I don't care whether what I do is cost-effective or not, I just care about making myself happy. Zhang Yuni is the woman I want to discipline now, so your son cannot get involved. Of course, he is not worthy of getting involved. Zhang Jianxiang exploded with anger. His son was not worthy of having sex with a female teacher? You mean you want to fight me to the end? If you can't give me a satisfactory result, then I can only do this. The most I can do is to advise you not to think you are so awesome. It will only take me 1 day to deal with you. You must cherish the opportunity one give you now. If you really miss this opportunity, it will be useless for you to kneel down and beg for mercy. Who the hell are you talking to? Zhang Jianxiang was so angry that he exploded. He had never suffered such humiliation before on his way to his current position. Even among the officials, no one had ever been so presumptuous in front of him. Many people don't know that the status of a vice president of a university is absolutely extraordinary. Most of them are within the system and have a high status. The connections he has are beyond the reach of many people in their lifetime, or even unimaginable. Because of this, Zhang Jianxiang never took Zhang Yuni seriously. In his eyes, Lu Chen was just a businessman who could make a little money. How could he be able to play with the power in his hands? I'm telling you, my son will never apologize to you. If you know what's good for you, this matter will end here. If you don't, you can try to see if you can bring down my family. But let me be frank with you. If anything happens to my son, you won't be able to escape." As Lu Chen listened to Zhang Jianxiang's roar, the smile on his face became colder. He was too lazy to say anything more and hung up the phone directly. He knew that there were only two reasons why Zhang Jianxiang did this. First, his identity and connections gave him the confidence. Secondly, Zhang Jianxiang was still hoping for the best, thinking that he probably just wanted to use this opportunity to blackmail him and would not really disclose Zhang Shenghui's dirty laundry, thus ending the whole thing. If Zhang Jianxiang bowed his head too early, he would be controlled by Lu Chen, so he decided to do the opposite and take a tougher attitude to see if he could get Lu Chen to compromise. "Old thing." Lu Chen sneered and called the police directly. "Hello, I'm reporting someone for hiring a killer to kill someone." Lu Chen called the police directly and reported that Zhang Shenghui had bribed someone to attack him, and the suspects were none other than Chaozi and the others who had besieged him earlier. As for the reason for the report, he said directly that it was Zhang Shenghui who called and threatened him, and he said it himself. The police opened a case and then brought Chaozi and several others out for interrogation. These thugs had no skills to begin with, and the police tricked them into saying that Zhang Shenghui had confessed himself, and that they would be severely punished if they did not confess. As a result, they couldn't bear it anymore and confessed quickly. At the same time, the police also obtained group chat evidence of Zhang Shenghui hiring a killer from their mobile phones. Although it failed, it was enough to capture him. Within a few hours, the police arrived. "Zhang Shenghui, right? We are the Yucheng police. You are suspected of a murder case. The evidence is irrefutable. Please cooperate with our investigation." Zhang Shenghui was dumbfounded and denied everything, even fighting with the police who came to the scene. As a result, he was pinned to the ground and dragged out, and was also charged with assaulting a police officer. Watching Zhang Shenghui being taken away, Li Qingyu's face turned pale. She actually felt that Lu Chen would not insist on his decision, so she agreed to Zhang Jianxiang's approach, hoping to see if she could make Lu Chen give in and then they could discuss the matter. But now, before Lu Chen could give in, his son was taken away first. Obviously Lu Chen has already taken action, and this is just the beginning. He only revealed the fact that Zhang Shenghui hired a killer. If he also revealed the fact that Zhang Shenghui bullied others, the consequences that Zhang Shenghui will face are unimaginable. Li Qingyu only felt a loud bang in his head, as if the sky was falling. Chapter 44. Change your clothes and come back to see me. She never expected that Lu Chen would be so tough. Without even informing them, he took Zhang Shenghui in directly, completely shattering the little bit of hope in her and Zhang Jianxiang's hearts. At this moment, Li Qingyu clearly realized that Lu Chen was different from the people she had dealt with before. Lu Chen didn't drag his feet at all. He was playing with them like a cat and mouse. All he cares about is whether it's interesting or not, and whether he's happy or not. There's no such thing as daring or not. They all got it wrong. Li Qingyu paced back and forth for a while and glanced at the time. It was already past 6 in the afternoon. Lu Chen had said that he would contact him before 9 in the evening. She originally wanted to call Zhang Jianxiang to talk about it first, but then she gave up when she thought about Zhang Jianxiang's personality. Given Zhang Jianxiang's strong character and selfishness, he would never be willing to put aside his pride and apologize to Lu Chen and Zhang Yuni immediately. He would continue to be superstitious about his power and even do things that would further irritate Lu Chen. So, Li Qingyu called Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, let's talk face to face." "Sure, but madam, you'd better be sincere enough." Lu Chen smiled and told Li Qingyu the address. Li Qingyu didn't delay and drove straight to Lu Chen's villa. He arrived in less than an hour. Lu Chen looked at Li Qingyu, who was wearing a long dress, in front of him and shook his head. "Ma'am, I don't think you have the sincerity to have a good talk with me." Li Qingyu frowned. "I did come here with sincerity. As long as you can let my son go, you can set any conditions. Isn't this sincerity?" Lu Chen looked her over for a few seconds and said, "I told you that you look better in a cheongsam, but you obviously forgot what I said. You didn't take my words to heart. How can this be considered sincerity?" Li Qingyu came back to her senses. Lu Chen had indeed said this before, but she had forgotten it because she was too anxious to resolve the matter. "Lu Chen, I just want to resolve this matter with you. It doesn't matter what you wear. Although you do have evidence against my son, you shouldn't go too far." Li Qingyu was not stupid, so he naturally knew Lu Chen's thoughts and appetite, and his expression turned a little colder. Lu Chen just looked at her, chuckled, and turned his back to her. Then go back. No need to discuss it. Li Qingyu's face immediately became extremely ugly. What do you mean? It was you who asked me to come and talk, and now that I'm here you want me to leave. Lu Chen, you are not the kind of person who bullies others. Bullying? Lu Chen smiled, turned around and looked at Li Qingyu, whose face was cold. He took 2 steps to her, stared straight at her charming face, and then... bang! Suddenly, a slap hit her in the face. Li Qingyu never expected Lu Chen to attack her, and she was slapped hard on the face. It hurt so much. She covered her face and took 2 steps back, looking at Lu Chen with surprise and anger. Lu Chen, what are you doing? You said I was a bully, so I'll show you what real bullying is. Bang! After saying that, he slapped her in the face again. Li Qingyu was stunned. She was also a well-known figure in Yucheng. There were countless people who wanted to curry favor with her. When had she ever been slapped in the face? Lu Chen looked indifferent as he stared at Li Qingyu, whose face was red with anger and whose chest was heaving. He said calmly, just understand, I asked you to come and talk to give you a chance. It's you and your son who need this opportunity, not me. If you want to talk to me, you must be sincere and follow my rules. My rule is that I have the final say. I only want obedient dogs, not dogs that go against me. If you can't even do this, then there's no need to talk. It might be better to arrange some relationships for your son in prison in advance. 1 hour. Either change your clothes and come back to see me, or go and make some connections in prison for your son. Roll. Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but his tone was extremely cold. After he said this, Li Qingyu's face turned red with anger. But looking at Lu Chen's cold face and eyes, he didn't dare to speak and forced all the anger in his heart to be suppressed. Lu Chen's strength exceeded her expectations, but now she had no capital to negotiate with Lu Chen. On the contrary, the longer she delayed, the more unfavorable the situation would be for her. Thinking of the consequences that Zhang Shenghui would face, Li Qingyu was silent for a few seconds. She did not dare to stay and immediately turned around and went out, panting heavily, and went straight home, changing into a sexy and beautiful plain Cheongsam. She has taken good care of herself and looks about 35 or 36 years old, with a plump and graceful figure. She is most suitable for this Cheongsam that can highlight her figure without looking old-fashioned. After changing clothes, he rushed all the way to Lu Chen's villa. Fortunately, she had driven there once and was familiar with the road conditions. It was not rush hour, so she managed to complete these operations within an hour. Seeing Li Qingyu changed her clothes and standing in front of him again, Lu Chen finally showed a smile on his face. Very good, congratulations, ma'am, you are now qualified to talk to me. But I don't like the look on your face right now. Come on, smile. Li Qingyu's face was tense and unusually cold. It would be a lie to say she wasn't angry, but Lu Chen's behavior had made her realize that this man was not someone who could be easily dealt with. Even though she was dissatisfied, she could only do as Lu Chen said. She suppressed her emotions and tried hard to put a smile on her face, and even her eyes showed a hint of smile. Although it was forced out, it already looks much better than before. That's right. Now, madam, please show more sincerity. Lu Chen sat on the sofa and looked at Li Qingyu with a smile. Li Qingyu suppressed his anger and said, I have already done what you said. What kind of sincerity do you want? Lu Chen leaned forward, like a wolf staring at his prey, with a cold and playful smile on his lips and a frosty look in his eyes. I told you, I want to see madam kneel down and bark like a dog. I don't want to be bothered by noise today, so I won't bark like a dog, but the conditions above cannot be missed. Of course, it's up to you to choose. You can choose not to listen to me, or you can choose to turn around and leave now. But if you want to resolve this matter, you must do as I say. There is no room for negotiation on this point. The rage in Li Qingyu's heart instantly burned like a volcano erupting. She was so angry that her body was shaking. She stared at Lu Chen with her eyes, but she couldn't utter a word. After a few minutes of silence, Li Qingyu finally calmed down. I can agree to your unreasonable request, but you'd better promise that you won't have any other unreasonable requests. Lu Chen smiled. If I don't have any other unreasonable demands, why do you think I made this request? Lady. Chapter 45, I'm not afraid of bad people being bad, I'm afraid of bad people being perverts. Lu Chen looked at Li Qingyu with a smile on his face, which, combined with his already handsome face, looked quite brilliant. But at this moment, Li Qingyu couldn't laugh at all. Anger was burning in his chest, but he couldn't do anything to Lu Chen. He stared at Lu Chen with both eyes, and was so angry that his hands were clenched tightly. Lu Chen didn't care at all. Looking at Li Qingyu, who was trembling slightly, he said, "You are so angry. Since you have clenched your fists, why don't you punch me or slap me and see how it goes? If you're angry, don't hold it in. Just vent it out. What do you think?" Lu Chen looked at Li Qingyu with a smile, quite provocative. Of course Li Qingyu wanted to take action. If it were someone else, she would have slapped him in the face. But facing Lu Chen at this moment, she had no way to deal with him. "Don't you dare? If you don't dare, why are you looking at me so bravely? I really don't like being stared at like this." Lu Chen stood up again, laughed, and slapped Li Qingyu in the face again. The next second, his face suddenly turned cold, like an iceberg. "Bow your head and kneel down." A cold shout, like thunder. Li Qingyu's face flushed red, but she was sobered up in an instant. At this moment, Lu Chen had the absolute initiative. If she really took action, or continued to stare at Lu Chen, once Lu Chen got angry, the consequences would not be something she could solve by kneeling down. Lu Chen is indeed ruthless and cruel, but he also has the confidence to be so cruel. Finally, Li Qingyu loosened his fist, trembling slightly, and slowly knelt down in front of Lu Chen. A strong sense of shame surged from her heart, making her blood boil and her face red, but she did not speak, just kneeling on the ground in silence. Lu Chen smiled. "That's right. I'm not an unreasonable person. Madam, if you had done this earlier, I wouldn't have planted a few peach blossoms on your face. Now, put your hands on the ground, get down on your stomach." Li Qingyu looked up at Lu Chen, her voice and face trembling uncontrollably. "Lu Chen, don't be too." Bang! Before she could finish, Lu Chen slapped her in the face again, interrupting her words. Li Qingyu's head tilted and her chest heaved violently. Because she had been slapped in the face so many times, her hair was a little messy and hung down behind her fair and delicate ears. Combined with her slightly trembling body and the exquisite figure highlighted by the cheongsam, there is a different kind of beauty. Lu Chen stared at her coldly. "Go on, keep talking." Li Qingyu fell silent again. Lu Chen's methods once again made her feel terrified. She clearly felt that Lu Chen was definitely a demon who would do anything to achieve his goals. He is not the kind of person who acts on impulse. Only fools would act on impulse. Although Lu Chen took action, he was calm in his heart. He was just playing with her and humiliating her in a cat and mouse game. He just likes to make her submit by using his superior attitude, and he has the capital to do so. To put it bluntly, she felt that Lu Chen was very perverted. When this pervert goes crazy, I'm afraid he can do anything. I'm not afraid of bad people being bad, I'm just afraid that bad people are perverts. Li Qingyu quickly calmed himself down, no longer bound by the so-called shame and humiliation, slowly bent down, and placed both hands on the ground. When the waist sinks down, a wonderful curve is highlighted. Lu Chen stood in front of her, smiled, and took out his cell phone. "Look up." Li Qingyu raised his head. Crack. Li Qingyu's face changed drastically, and he said in a panic, What are you doing?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Why, madam, are you still ashamed? Since you have already knelt in front of me, why should you be ashamed for a photo? Remember, you are the one begging me now, not me begging you. Only when I am happy, you and your son will have a chance. Now, just kneel here for 1 hour. If you kneel for 1 minute less, you can go to the prison to make some connections for your son." Lu Chen took out an hourglass and placed it in front of Li Qingyu. "The hourglass counts for 1 hour, ma'am, so please watch carefully." Lu Chen put down the hourglass and sat on the sofa to play with it, without even glancing at Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu didn't expect Lu Chen to play like this. She was kneeling here, and Lu Chen was sitting next to her. She had never felt such shame before. She originally thought that Lu Chen would directly make other unreasonable demands, but she didn't expect Lu Chen to make her kneel all the time. What on earth does this man want to do? Lu Chen did not have no idea of going further, but he felt that it would be too boring to just play it like that. Moreover, with Li Qingyu's personality, if he really played it like that now, she might do something to resist. On the contrary, it would be easy for him to leave any handle behind. If Li Qingyu really had to fight to the death for a 1-for-1, it would be a waste of time and effort. But if we can completely break down Li Qingyu's defenses, leaving him with no way to retreat and no one to rely on, then the risk of proceeding to the next step will be much smaller. This is what it means to conquer someone. You have to make her afraid of you, but also make her understand that you are the only one who can protect her and keep her alive and live well. Lu Chen made a pot of tea, and while drinking it, he looked at Lu Qingqing, who was kneeling beside him, a sinister smile gradually forming on the corners of his mouth. A plan gradually became clear in my mind. He smiled, poured a cup of hot tea, and suddenly felt a sense of evil humor. He picked up the hot tea and placed it on the plump part of Lu Qingqing's waist. "Ma'am, don't let it fall, or the duration will be doubled." Lu Qingqing soon felt a burning sensation and the temperature rose rapidly. She screamed in pain and her body shook subconsciously. The hot tea spilled immediately, soaking her cheongsam, but it made the pain even worse. But she could only grit her teeth and hold it in, not daring to let the cup drop. An intense sense of shame surged into her heart, and tears fell. When Lu Qingqing walked out of the villa, she felt as if her knees were broken and her arms and legs were shaking. But what is even more intense is the sense of humiliation and shame in one's heart. Especially after Lu Chen put the cup of tea on the table, the tea spilled out and soaked her cheongsam. Her lower back was now in severe pain from the slight friction of the clothes. This young man really knows how to have fun. But what made it even more difficult for her to say was that she found that she was not that disgusted by Lu Chen's behavior of putting tea in the pot. It's embarrassing, but never forgetful. Lu Chen stood on the balcony, looking at Lu Qingqing's back, recalling some details of the past hour, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This woman has extraordinary attributes. Chapter 46, Pink Lolita Outfit. In Lu Qingqing, Lu Chen saw the same attributes as in Hu Yu. As long as it is adjusted well, it will undoubtedly be a powerful weapon. However, Lu Qingqing is a strong woman after all, so the difficulty will definitely be higher. But it doesn't matter. Lu Chen likes to do this kind of challenging things now. He looked up at the night sky. There were only a few stars. The large villa was brightly lit, but it seemed a bit empty. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen called Gu Qingqing. "Brother Chen, come to my villa in half an hour and change your clothes." In the rental house, Gu Qingqing immediately took off, opened the wardrobe, quickly selected a pink Lolita suit, and went straight to the villa. Lu Chen felt that he was still a good person sometimes. After all, he still thought of treating everyone equally. Half an hour later, Gu Qingqing was already standing in front of Lu Chen. Her watery eyes looked at him, with a pure and innocent look. Of course, it wasn't her personality that was like that, but her appearance. She knew what to do to make the clothes she was wearing more suitable for her and please Lu Chen. She walked in front of Lu Chen, knelt down slowly, and looked up with a pitiful and trembling body. "BB, don't hit me." Bang! Ah! In the morning, the sun was high in the sky. Gu Qingqing walked out of the villa tired, but with an excited smile on her face. Although she was tired, Lu Chen told her something this time and asked her to use 100,000 yuan to buy a stock. She knew very well that Lu Chen made his fortune through investment and was absolutely awesome in this area. If Lu Chen asked her to buy this stock, then there was a high probability that she would make money from this stock. Because she saw Lu Chen's operation in the morning, he also bought the stock himself. Although Lu Chen did not give her any more money, she still had about 150,000 yuan left, which was enough for this operation. She actually had this idea a long time ago and wanted to learn how to invest from Lu Chen, so she registered an account a long time ago. After logging into her account, Gu Qingqing hesitated. Lu Chen asked her to buy 100,000 yuan, but she already had 150,000 yuan. If she could really make money, wouldn't she be able to make more if she invested all the 150,000 yuan? But she was also afraid that Lu Chen would beat her if he knew about it. "As long as I don't tell anyone, Brother Chen may not look at my account, but the money I earn truly belongs to me." Without much hesitation, Gu Qingqing invested all 150,000 yuan and began to watch the stock trend anxiously. The result made her very excited. The stock continued to rise in the morning trading, rising by 8 points and even almost hitting the daily limit. By the afternoon trading, the price directly reached the daily limit and closed the market. She had a capital of 150,000 yuan, and not counting the handling fee, she made 15,000 yuan in one day. Lu Chen told her to hold on to the stock and not sell it within 3 days. If it could reach the daily limit, she would make a fortune. Gu Qingqing was so excited that she began to feel secretly surprised. Fortunately, she was smart and invested all 150,000 yuan. Otherwise, she would have lost 5,000 yuan today. With the dream of making a lot of money in mind, Gu Qingqing was very happy. Of course, she did not tell Lu Chen this. What she told Lu Chen was that she only spent 100,000 to buy it. After all, that was what Lu Chen said. Lu Chen didn't say anything about Gu Qingqing's words, he just smiled. He knew very well what kind of person Gu Qingqing was. How could she not be greedy and only invest 100,000 yuan when she once asked him for 500,000 yuan a year with a clear conscience? He knew it, but he didn't say it because it was part of his plan. In the evening, Lu Chen went out to eat and asked someone to clean the house. He has regular people who come to clean the villa on a regular basis. He won't take care of it himself in such a big villa. After dinner, I drove to the riverside, found a teahouse, chose a good seat, and sat there alone for a few hours. Read books, drink tea, and watch the night view. Nowadays, apart from requiring people like Gu Qingqing to provide door-to-door services, he prefers to be alone, enjoying this solitude and this peace. In this loneliness, he felt clear-headed, and his understanding and feelings of everything were extraordinary. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that he left and drove back. At the entrance of the villa, Lu Chen saw a car parked from afar. It was a BMW X5, which cost hundreds of thousands of yuan and was not affordable for ordinary families. But he had never seen this car, and it was definitely not owned by anyone he knew. There was obviously something fishy about her appearing at his doorstep at this time. But Lu Chen was not afraid of anything and drove straight ahead. Hearing the sound, the door of the car in front opened and a woman got out. She was probably in her 30s, tall, with short hair, a shirt and a short skirt, and long legs. She was considered pretty among ordinary people. But her figure is far inferior to that of Gu Qingqing and Yang Li. Even compared with Li Qingyu, she is far less plump and mature than her. Coupled with a face full of indifference, she looked even more unattractive. Lu Chen also got out of the car, looked at the woman and her car blocking the door, smiled slightly, and said, "Who is it?" The woman looked at Lu Chen for a few times, and seemed to have confirmed Lu Chen's identity, and her expression became even colder. "I'm Du Menglan." The cold voice reached Lu Chen's ears, and he felt it was somewhat familiar. Thinking about it carefully, he remembered that he had received a call 2 days ago, from someone claiming to be Du Liyun's sister. The person's voice at that time was of this timbre, and the woman called herself Du Menglan. In an instant, Lu Chen realized that this woman came to block the door in person because of Du Liyun's matter. His smile widened. "Oh, you are the one who called me last time, Du Liyun's sister. What are you doing here so late at night? I have no shortage of women, and they are all prettier than you." Lu Chen acted frivolously on purpose. As long as his opponent was in a state of confusion, he would be easy to deal with. Anger immediately appeared in Du Menglan's eyes. She pointed at Lu Chen and said, "Tell me honestly, was my sister harmed by you?" Lu Chen didn't try to hide it at all. He nodded and said, "Yes, I did it. I was the one who reported her to the police, and she and her group of friends were arrested. Come to think of it, I still don't know. Has she been sentenced yet? How many years has she been sentenced to?" Du Menglan's anger exploded instantly. She came here to take revenge on Lu Chen, but Lu Chen started to attack her with all kinds of attacks. How could she tolerate this? "Just shut up. I'm not here to talk nonsense with you today. No matter what mistakes my sister made, you are not qualified to harm her. Now that my sister is facing jail, I will never let you go, so you'd better show your sincerity to calm my anger and personally kneel down to apologize to my sister. Otherwise, I will make you pay a price you cannot afford. Don't think you're the only one who can hold something against others. I have something against you, too." Du Menglan was angry but full of confidence. Lu Chen looked at her and became interested. What other leverage does Du Menglan have on him? Chapter 47. Do you have to kill yourself? Oh, then I'm really interested in knowing what leverage you have over me. Lu Chen looked at Du Menglan and smiled coldly, without any fear. Du Menglan was able to come to him in person and was so confident. Lu Chen believed that she did have her own confidence. But it is impossible to make him bow his head. You don't need to worry about what methods I use. You only need to know one thing, that is, if you don't bow your head, apologize to my sister, and minimize the impact of this incident, then the price you have to pay will definitely be heavy. I mean what I say." Du Menglan did not directly tell Lu Chen what leverage she had over him. Obviously, she was smart enough to know that she couldn't reveal all her cards at once. But Lu Chen laughed after hearing this. "After talking for so long, you haven't come up with anything substantial that can threaten me. Why should I bow my head?" In his opinion, Du Menglan had some brains, but not much. Moreover, Du Liyun was not a good person to begin with. She had ruined the reputations of many people and left them with nothing. This kind of trash was only sent to prison instead of dying, which was already a tolerance towards her. Ha, you should know best what kind of person your sister is. When she slandered me, I didn't see you stand up to discipline her. Du Menglan snorted coldly, looking righteous and confident. Slander? If there is nothing wrong with you, how can my sister succeed in slandering you? A fly won't bite an egg without cracks. If you had no problem, why would my sister slander you for no reason? She didn't slander so many people, but chose you. That means there is something wrong with you. You caused my sister to go to jail. This is the best proof. Even if my sister has some problems, you are not qualified to control her. You are not worthy. Du Liyun stretched her neck and started to talk about blaming the victim. She spoke with great confidence and strength, and she almost said that Du Liyun was a good person. Lu Chen was amused, his heart was cold but unusually calm. She slandered me, so I have problems. I should reflect on why she slandered me. Is that right? Yes. Du Menglan nodded. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Chen slapped her in the face. The slap was loud and crisp with great force, making Du Menglan take a few steps back and see stars. Why didn't I hit someone else but you? Come on, reflect on this for a moment. Du Menglan covered her face with her hands, her face turned ashen with anger and she was furious. Mr. Lu, how dare you make trouble? Lu Chen sneered, isn't this the logic you just used? How can it be considered unreasonable? If I am unreasonable, then were you unreasonable just now? Was your scumbag sister unreasonable too? I don't have time to waste with you. If you're just here to talk nonsense, you can get out now. Lu Chen said with a smile. Du Menglan's face was icy. You really want to kill yourself, don't you? It doesn't matter what you say, but since you can't produce anything that can intimidate me, there's no need to waste time. Either you get out of here, or I call the police now and have them take you away. When the time comes, I will tell them that you are high just like your sister. Do you think the superintendent will ask you to get tested? Du Menglan was obviously stunned, and her rage grew stronger, but she did not explode. Instead, her eyes trembled slightly, and she stared at Lu Chen fiercely with cold eyes. Okay, since you insist on seeking death, I'll grant your wish. Just wait and see, there will be a time when you will kneel down and beg for mercy. Du Menglan threatened, got in the car and left. She never told Lu Chen what leverage she had, but she did seem very confident. Watching Du Menglan leave, Lu Chen frowned slightly. He really disliked this woman, and he really didn't know what methods Du Menglan had. It was a good idea to take precautions before it happened. He remembered that he had not used today's opportunity to extract black material. Extracting black material, subject, Du Menglan. Successful extraction. Du Menglan, as the director of Yuqing Bank headquarters, used her position to privately embezzle nearly 25 million yuan and used it for profit-making activities. According to the law, this falls into the category of embezzling a particularly large amount of funds. If she cannot return the funds on time, she may be sentenced to more than 7 years in prison. Should we extract evidence? Extract. The evidence was immediately extracted and put into Lu Chen's mobile phone. When Lu Chen saw the group led by the director of Yuqing Bank headquarters, he roughly understood what Du Menglan had mentioned before about him. The account he currently uses for stock market investment is registered with Yuqing Bank, and Du Menglan is the director of Yuqing Bank headquarters. It would be very easy for her to tamper with his account. His main investments are in this account. If something unexpected happens, the loss will be huge. Moreover, once the account is frozen, the assets cannot be cashed out, which will cause considerable trouble to his life. But at this moment, Lu Chen was not panicked at all, and even wanted to laugh. After his rebirth, he had an accurate memory of the investment direction for the next 10 years, and even the ups and downs of individual stocks. Even if his account was frozen, it would only mean that he would lose a few days' worth of money. The money he has now is enough for him to live a happy life. What does he have to worry about? Moreover, he had not committed any crime. The most Du Menglan did was to find an excuse to target him. But the evidence he had in his hands now was enough to ruin Du Menglan's reputation and leave him penniless. Zhang Jianxiong returned to his home, which he had not been to for several months. His face was ashen and looked very ugly. He had learned from the phone call that Zhang Shenghui had hired someone to beat up Lu Chen. Now Zhang Shenghui had been taken into custody by the police. Although Lu Chen was not in trouble, Zhang Shenghui would at least be detained for a period of time. Moreover, he has evidence of Zhang Shenghui bullying his classmates. If it is released, the consequences will be even more serious. He couldn't have imagined that despite his status, Lu Chen would not be afraid at all and instead intensify his revenge. Looking at Li Qingyu, who also had a cold face, Zhang Jianxiang became furious. Li Qingyu, how on earth do you do things? My son was detained. How can you be a mother? Do you have any ability at all, you useless thing? Zhang Jianxiang started pointing at Li Qingyu and accusing her. He has always been a very patriarchal man, obsessed with power and work, and has no time to take care of his family. The only person he cares about is his son Zhang Shenghui, and he favors him everywhere. Now that Zhang Shenghui was in trouble, he pushed all the responsibility onto Li Qingyu, thinking that she did not handle it properly. Li Qingyu immediately became furious, stood up, and shouted angrily, "How dare you question me? Have you ever been in public from the beginning to the end of this matter? It was me who took my son to Lu Chen the first time, and it was also me who went to plead for mercy the second time. What else have you done besides relying on your power and connections to threaten Lu Chen and escalate the matter? If you hadn't threatened Lu Chen, would he have called the police and arrested his son? You can't get hard in bed, and you can't get hard outside of bed. What good are you?" Li Qingyu was furious. After hearing what she said, Zhang Jianxiang immediately became furious and his whole body was shaking. All the pain in my heart was cleared away by Li Qingyu. Chapter 48. I seem to be a little perverted. Li Qingyu, shut up. Zhang Jianxiang was very angry. Since he was promoted to vice president, he has been going home less and less frequently, saying that it was for work and family. But in fact, there are only two reasons. One is that he is obsessed with his so-called power, and the other is that his body is not good enough. At Li Qingyu's age, when she is as hungry as a wolf, let alone satisfying her, he doesn't even have the ability to let his little brother stand up. To put it bluntly, even if he was asked to take 2 pills of sildenafil, he wouldn't be able to last more than a few minutes. Li Qingyu has been like this for many years, and her personality has become extremely irritable and angry, just as Lu Chen said when he first met her. Especially after being provoked by what Lu Chen said before, the resentment in her heart became even greater. Now Zhang Jianxiang is pushing all the faults onto her again. How can she not be angry? Snort. Zhang Jianxiang, besides being fat and strong, what else do you have? You can't be tough, you don't go home, you don't care about your son, what qualifications do you have to yell in front of me? You useless weakling. Li Qingyu couldn't stand it any longer and started cursing at Zhang Jianxiang. Zhang Jianxiang was furious. He suddenly stepped forward and slapped her in the face. Li Qingyu, I think you want to die. Li Qingyu was stunned by the sudden slap in the face, and then her anger burned like a volcano erupting, and she could no longer bear it. Ah! Zhang Jianxiang, you useless thing, you still dare to hit me? I will fight you. She was already full of resentment, so how could she tolerate this? She went up to him and started punching, kicking, scratching and wrestling with Zhang Jianxiang. Although Zhang Jianxiang is a man, he has not exercised for many years and his health is not good. However, he can still take advantage of his body shape. After being enraged, several slaps and fists fell on Li Qingyu, leaving bruises on her face. Li Qingyu also went crazy, screaming and waving her arms wildly, and also scratched several bloody marks on Zhang Jianxiang's face and neck. In the end, Li Qingyu's head was pushed to the ground by Zhang Jianxiang. Crazy woman. You crazy woman. I was so fucking blind to marry you. Zhang Jianxiang pointed at Li Qingyu and cursed again. Li Qingyu lay on the ground, gasping for breath, thinking about the years she had raised her son and built her career. Her husband didn't come home and left all the things for her to deal with. Now he even put all the responsibility on her. She felt so wrong that she burst into tears. Zhang Jianxiang got angrier and angrier as he pointed at her and continued to curse, "You're useless. You only know how to cry. You're useless. You can't take good care of your son, and someone sent him to jail. Tell me, what good are you doing? Don't worry about this matter. I'll handle it myself. How can a person with no identity and no background really make trouble in front of me?" Zhang Jianxiang cursed loudly, wiped the blood off his face, and walked out panting. Li Qingyu lay on the ground and cried. When she thought about how she was slapped by Lu Chen, kneeled in front of Lu Chen, and was treated like this by Zhang Jianxiang, she felt wronged and disappointed, and wanted to take revenge on Zhang Jianxiang. In anger, she decided to ignore it and let Zhang Jianxiang handle the matter. If you are not satisfied with what I have done, then go and ask Lu Chen for help. If you have the ability, kill him. After a long time, she finally sat up and slowly calmed down, her expression changing from aggrieved and angry to dull. With her hair disheveled and tears all over her face, she just sat there blankly. Zhang Jianxiang got into the car, still furious. He pounded the steering wheel several times and roared a few times. After taking a few breaths, he took out his cell phone, found Lu Chen's number and called him. Lu Chen looked at the incoming call reminder and a smile appeared on his lips. He knew the purpose of Zhang Jianxiang's call without answering the phone. But it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and he was in no mood to waste his sleep time with Zhang Jianxiang. So I hung up directly, turned on the Do Not Disturb mode, lay down and went to sleep. Zhang Jianxiang looked at the hung-up call, roared angrily again, and then continued to call, but no one answered. The angrier he got, the harder he hit her. This cycle went on for more than 10 minutes, and Zhang Jianxiang was shaking with anger. Lu Chen, you bastard, you son of a bitch, you bastard. But no matter how much he cursed, it was of no use. It was not until the next morning that Zhang Jianxiang called again. Lu Chen woke up, finished running, and came back for breakfast before he answered the phone. What's up? You son of a bitch, did you die last night? Beep, beep, beep. Before Zhang Jianxiang could finish his words, Lu Chen hung up. Zhang Jianxiang was so angry that he called again and Lu Chen answered. You little bastard, you dare to hang up? Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Jianxiang was so angry that his hands were shaking. Lu Chen laughed. Is this fucking funny? It's your son who is in jail, not mine. And now you come to me to solve the problem. Is this your attitude? I can't stop playing with you. Stupid. Zhang Jianxiang was so angry that he roared, but he could do nothing. The more he scolded Lu Chen, the less he would do to him, so there was no way he could solve the problem. If Lu Chen really sued Zhang Shenghui, even though it was an attempted murder, hiring someone to kill was a fact, and Lu Chen also had other evidence in his hands. How could he not be anxious? Holding back his anger, Zhang Jianxiang hit him again, but this time he didn't dare to curse. Lu Chen, let's find a place to talk. Listening to Zhang Jianxiang's angry voice, Lu Chen smiled and said, we can talk. I'll tell you the place. It's 10 a.m., and we won't wait for you after that time. Lu Chen mentioned a teahouse he often went to, and after hanging up the phone, his smile widened. He could imagine that with a man like Zhang Jianxiang who didn't care about his family and a woman like Li Qingyu who was strong, unsatisfied, and had a bad temper, there must be disharmony within this family. Now, it's time to take advantage of this and disintegrate them from within. The most interesting thing is not watching the enemy fall in front of you, but watching the enemies betray each other, stab each other in the back, and finally have to choose to stand with their opponents. Lu Chen thought about his plan and suddenly laughed out loud. I seem to be a bit perverted. Chapter 49. Your wife is good at asking for help. Lu Chen muttered to himself, but he didn't feel any burden psychologically. From the fundamental perspective of human nature, who doesn't have a little bit of perversion in their heart? Don't advise others to do good unless you have experienced their suffering. Now he has only one sentence to evaluate his own thoughts. It's good to be perverted, you have to learn to be perverted. How can you win against these bastards without becoming perverted? How can you make them feel afraid? He never wanted to let these bastards know that they were wrong, because he understood that the only condition for making these bastards repent was to let them know that they were afraid, not to let them know that they were wrong. Extracting dirty information, target, Zhang Jianxiang. Lu Chen decided to strike first and seize the enemy's weakness before starting the battle. Extraction successful, Zhang Jianxiang used his power to threaten female subordinates to have sex with him many times, engaging in gray transactions, which can be exchanged for video evidence. Exchange. The evidence was immediately saved to Lu Chen's mobile phone. As usual, he first transferred the video to his computer and made multiple backups to ensure that nothing could go wrong. Then he got up and went out. 10 o'clock, teahouse. Lu Chen walked into the reserved private room, ordered a pot of Westlake Longjing tea, and started drinking it. Soon, the door was pushed open and a fat man with a big belly and bald spots walked in. It was Zhang Jianxiang. Zhang Jianxiang had a cold expression on his face. He closed the door with his backhand, dragged a chair back, sat on it, and looked straight at Lu Chen. Lu Chen had a smile on his face and was calm. He just glanced at him and drank his tea slowly without pouring him a cup or even bothering to say anything. You come to me to solve a problem, so you should be the first to speak. I'm not in a hurry. Zhang Jianxiang was also silent for a few seconds. Psychological tactics were very important at this time. Whoever softens first will be at a disadvantage from the beginning. As he was in a high position, he naturally understood this. But as time went on, his situation became awkward. Lu Chen was drinking tea by himself. He didn't say anything. Lu Chen was too lazy to even look at him. He just sat there like a piece of wood. If this goes on, Lu Chen can drink tea all day, but he is fine, so he will be embarrassed all day. In the end, Zhang Jianxiang had no choice but to speak first. Lu Chen, I hope you understand that although my son was at fault in this matter, you shouldn't have sent him to jail directly. You're not leaving yourself any way out by doing this. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen laughed. At this point, he had absolute initiative, but Zhang Jianxiang still acted arrogantly when he spoke. Your son is in jail, and now you come to me, not to plead for your son, but to tell me that I have left no way out for myself. Lu Chen looked at him straight in the eyes and said without disguising, Do you want to hear what you are farting about? Zhang Jianxiang's face changed and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Humph. Lu Chen, I took the initiative to come to you, but don't think you can control me like this. Do you know what my status is? Do you know how wide my network of contacts is? You can only make a little money, but in the face of real power, what do you think your little money can do? I came to you not to beg you, but to give you a chance. You have to understand that if you let my son go to jail, I will definitely make the consequences you face worse than going to jail. Lu Chen smiled. It seems that you still don't understand the current situation. Since you don't want to talk, there is no need to talk. You, get out. Lu Chen looked straight at Zhang Jianxiang without any politeness. Zhang Jianxiang has always been strong and has no habit of bowing his head. When Lu Chen confronted him, he immediately became angry. Bang! He slapped the table, stood up with his fat body, pointed his chubby fingers at Lu Chen, and his fat face trembled. Lu Chen, don't be so shameless. Do you think I really ask you to do this? Do you think I can't protect my son? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You won't even have a chance to kneel down in the future. Even if my son hired someone to kill someone, you didn't die, so you are not criminally responsible. As for him attacking his classmates, that's nothing. They are just a few ordinary people with no background. I was able to handle it before, and I can handle it now. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Chen stared at him. So, you don't think your son did anything wrong? Wrong? What did my son do wrong? He just bullied a few poor people. What kind of wrong is that? Oh, you are trying to bully others by taking advantage of your power. Zhang Jianxiang snorted coldly. Yes, he is bullying others by taking advantage of his power. What can you do? Since you understand that I can bully others, then you should also understand that I can bully others, and I can also bully you. I have connections in the government, and my wife has connections in the business world. Who do you think you are, that you can suppress us? Don't praise yourself too much, or you might fall and die. Lu Chen smiled, poured a cup of tea, and suddenly raised his hand and poured the cup of water on Zhang Jianxiang's face. Since there's nothing to talk about, then let's not talk about it. Go away. Zhang Jianxiang was furious. Okay, Lu Chen, just wait for my revenge. Zhang Jianxiang knew the talks had failed, so he slammed the table, turned around and left, thinking about how to make sure Lu Chen was killed without a complete corpse. Etc. Before he could open the door, Lu Chen suddenly spoke again. I remembered something that I forgot to tell you. Can you guess why I used the evidence of your son hiring a killer, but didn't expose the evidence of bullying? Zhang Jianxiang looked back at Lu Chen, frowned, and did not speak. Lu Chen opened his phone, clicked on a photo, and showed it to Zhang Jianxiang. Because your wife is very good at asking for favors. When Zhang Jianxiang saw the photo, he felt a surge of anger rushing from his chest to his brain. His face turned ashen, then red, and finally turned the color of liver. The photo was taken by Lu Chen when Li Qingyu was lying on the ground asking for help. Li Qingyu was wearing a cheongsam, and this posture is so seductive. The angle of the photo was just right, and Lu Chen's legs could be seen. Li Qingyu was lying in front of Lu Chen's legs. After making sure Zhang Jianxiang had seen clearly, Lu Chen put away his phone, walked to his side with a smile, and said, Your wife is very proactive and eager. After saying that, he laughed with ulterior motives, opened the door and left. Zhang Jianxiang was left standing stiffly in place, and he felt a loud bang in his head, as if he was struck by lightning. His mind went blank for a moment, and he only felt a burning rage, as if he was about to explode. He himself is indeed not capable of that and even doesn't go home for a long time, but that doesn't mean he can tolerate his wife giving him such a big hat. What's more, it was Lu Chen who put the hat on his head himself. Zhang Jianxiang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. In a few seconds, the table was overturned. Chapter 50. Madam, you are losing your dignity. Ah! Zhang Jianxiang roared and overturned the table in front of him. His face turned purple, his breathing was as heavy as a cow, and the rage in his heart seemed to ignite him. You bastard, Lu Chen, you bastard. Li Qingyu, you shameless bitch, you actually did this to Lu Chen, you have no shame, you slut, you bitch. Zhang Jianxiang was so angry that he felt like his chest was going to explode when he thought of Li Qingyu's posture in the photo. Li Qingyu is still charming now, and she was even more beautiful when she was young, but as her husband, he has never seen Li Qingyu act like this in front of him. He couldn't even imagine how ecstatic that posture was. But the problem is, this was fucking shown to him by Lu Chen, not something he was involved in. Although his relationship with Li Qingyu was basically dead in name only, he was still the husband in name after all, and he was a very patriarchal person. How could he tolerate a man who locked up his son and teamed up with his wife to cuckold him? Zhang Jianxiang was furious. After a burst of panting, he turned around and walked out with a livid face. But he was stopped by the waiter. Sir, you destroyed our things, please compensate us according to the price. Zhang Jianxiang became even angrier when he looked at the broken things, but it was indeed him who broke the things, and it would be even more embarrassing for him if he didn't compensate and the matter got out of hand. Besides, he was now intent on finding Li Qingyu to get things clear, so he had no time to waste. He immediately paid the money and drove back home. At the same time, Lu Chen was sitting in the car, and the more he thought about it, the more interesting it became. He took out the photo of Li Qingyu and sent it to Zhang Jianxiang. At the same time, he added a sentence, "Your wife is very sexy. Since you want to make a big deal out of this, of course you have to severely provoke the other party." Zhang Jianxiang was already furious, and when he saw the photo and words Lu Chen sent, he felt his blood boiling and his brain seemed to explode. I stepped on the accelerator and drove home at lightning speed. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Jianxiang opened his eyes wide and walked towards Li Qingyu like a wolf. Li Qingyu saw that the situation was not right, so he immediately stepped back and said, "Zhang Jianxiang, what are you going to do?" Zhang Jianxiang's face was trembling violently. He went over and grabbed Li Qingyu's neck, pressing her against the wall. His fat body pressed in, and Li Qingyu couldn't move at all. Li Qingyu, you shameless bitch. Bitch. How dare you collude with Lu Chen to cheat on me? Are you still human? Your son has been imprisoned by him, and you are still kneeling in front of him like a dog. Bitch. You bitch. Zhang Jianxiang was so angry that he didn't give any explanation. After cursing loudly, he swung his palm and slapped Li Qingyu in the face, making a loud slapping sound. Li Qingyu was beaten dizzy, and Zhang Jianxiang was so angry that he not only beat her very hard, but also tightened his grip on her neck with increasing force. Li Qingyu suddenly felt a black screen in front of her eyes, and a feeling of suffocation flooded into her mind. She felt like she was going to die. Her anger instantly ignited her, and she went to Lu Chen to plead for mercy. She knelt in front of Lu Chen like a dog, and only then did she get a little leeway. As a result, the bastard Zhang Jianxiang actually put all the blame on her. Even if she dies, this bastard will have to take the blame for her. Li Qingyu used the last bit of her consciousness to control her hand to slide down Zhang Jianxiang's fat belly and pinch a certain spot hard. Ah! Zhang Jianxiang immediately screamed in pain, let go of Li Qingyu and stepped back, at the same time slapping Li Qingyu to the ground. He was shaking with pain, with his butt sticking out and his back bent, looking at Li Qingyu with such rage that he was about to explode. Li Qingyu fell to the ground and coughed violently. His vision finally came back to him and he gasped for breath. You bitch, I'm going to fucking beat you to death. Zhang Jianxiang rushed towards Li Qingyu again and reached out to strangle her neck again. Li Qingyu pulled out the hairpin on her head and inserted it into his thigh. Ah! Zhang Jianxiang screamed again, grabbed his legs and stepped back, blood flowing out quickly. Li Qingyu got up from the ground and rushed over like crazy. Zhang Jianxiang hurriedly stretched out his hand to block her, but Li Qingyu stabbed him in the arm with a hairpin. The severe pain immediately sobered him up. He retreated while shouting, Li Qingyu, you are crazy, you are crazy. Li Qingyu looked at him with disheveled hair and a ferocious look on his face. Mr. Zhang, you almost strangled me to death just now, you almost strangled me to death. I want you to pay with your life. Zhang Jianxiang felt severe pain all over his body, and he dared not struggle anymore. He retreated while saying, "If you hadn't cheated on me, would I have pinched you?" Li Qingyu roared, "When did I cheat on you? Tell me, tell me." Zhang Jianxiang took out his cell phone tremblingly, found the photo Lu Chen sent him, and placed it in front of Li Qingyu. "Do you dare to say you didn't? Do you dare to say it? Li Qingyu, I really didn't expect you to be such a hungry woman. You're even looking for your son's enemy. Do you have any shame? Are you worthy of me and my son?" Li Qingyu was furious. She thought Lu Chen took the photos just out of fun, but she didn't know he would show the photos to Zhang Jianxiang. "I just went to ask Lu Chen to let my son go. Nothing happened between him and me." "Ha, nothing happened. Why are you kneeling so ecstatically? Do you know what he said? He fucking said you're a bastard." Li Qingyu was furious. "Isn't this an attempt to sow discord?" I didn't. Lu Chen told me personally that he would only let his son go if I did this. I gave up everything for the sake of my son's dignity and begged him. But now you are slandering me for cheating on you? Zhang Jianxiang, use your brain and think about it. This is his strategy to sow discord. Quibbling. You are just quibbling. I think you colluded with him to kill my father and me, and then eloped with him, Li Qingyu, you vicious woman. Zhang Jianxiang simply couldn't accept this. A few words from him made Li Qingyu break down. While she wasn't paying attention, he pushed her to the ground again and started punching and kicking her to vent his anger. Li Qingyu was also furious. She grabbed the hairpin and started stabbing wildly, just hitting the inside of Zhang Jianxiang's thigh. With her adrenaline rushing, the stab went deep and blood spurted out. Zhang Jianxiang fell to the ground, his face pale with pain. Li Qingyu screamed and beat him violently, smashing things all over the floor in the room. She looked at Zhang Jianxiang while panting, feeling completely disappointed. He walked out like a madman, with his hair disheveled and in a daze. She didn't know how long it had been. When she came to, she found herself sitting in her car. Zhang Jianxiang called 120 because he knew that the inner thigh could easily cause excessive blood loss and he was very afraid of death. Li Qingyu sat in the car, looking at herself with disheveled hair in the rearview mirror. She suddenly felt aggrieved and burst into tears. After crying for a while and calming down, she wiped away her tears and decided to put an end to the matter. So she drove straight to Lu Chen's villa. In the villa, Lu Chen looked at Li Qingyu with wounds on her face and messy hair, and he was not surprised at all. Everything was within his expectations. "Madam, your appearance today is not dignified." Lu Chen took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Chapter 51. Come, torture me. Li Qingyu looked at Lu Chen with a cold expression on his face. "Lu Chen, I know this is your strategy to sow discord. You deliberately took the photos and showed them to Zhang Jianxiang. You may have fooled him but not me. I will never be fooled." Lu Chen smiled. "It doesn't matter if you get fooled or not, as long as your man gets fooled. And you see, isn't the effect very good now? When he beat you, did he listen to your explanation?" Li Qingyu's heart sank. Lu Chen's words were like a knife stabbing her heart. Of course she explained, but the problem was that Zhang Jianxiang wouldn't listen at all. Lu Chen's words seemed light, but in fact they were a strong psychological warfare, letting her know very clearly that with Zhang Jianxiang's character, no matter how she explained, Zhang Jianxiang would not listen. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been beaten like this and almost lost her life. But she had seen a lot of storms and waves, and she did not give up immediately. Instead, she said coldly, "This has nothing to do with you. Even if he doesn't listen to my explanation, he and I are still husband and wife, and you are still our common enemy." "Oh, is this the way couples express their love?" Lu Chen looked at the scars on her face and smiled even more brightly. Li Qingyu turned her face away and suppressed her anger. "You don't have to use such means to stir up trouble. This is a matter between him and me. It's none of your business. Don't worry, I don't care about your relationship. I just don't understand why you think he is just a bit chauvinistic. This is a matter between you and him. I am trying to sow discord. But, how do you know that he wasn't being cold to you on purpose? Didn't he start the relationship with you first?" Lu Chen said calmly, but there was something else behind his words. Li Qingyu looked at him. "What do you mean?" Lu Chen turned on the projector and said with a smile, "I have something interesting here. Madam, please enjoy it with me." The projector turned on, the lights came on, and the picture appeared quickly. When Li Qingyu saw the scene, a look of shock first appeared on her face, followed by disbelief. Soon, her face was trembling, her eyes were full of anger and disbelief, and her plump body began to tremble. In the video, Gu Qingqing was flirting with another woman passionately, saying all kinds of dirty words to her. Finally, the woman started taking off her clothes while they were chatting. What happens next is not suitable for children and should not be described in detail. Lu Chen said, "You think your man is old, in poor health, and has less desire, so he doesn't come home and stay close to you, leaving you a widow. But in fact, he is not going home, he just doesn't go home to your home. He is not close to women, he just doesn't get close to you. Look, he's having a lot of fun." Lu Chen laughed in amazement while drinking tea. Li Qingyu felt a burning anger in his heart, staring at the unbearable scenes in the video, angry, wronged, sad, disappointed. All kinds of emotions came one after another, surging in my heart like a tide. She was angry at first, then suddenly she started laughing, first softly, then loudly, and finally like crazy, laughing so hard that she fell forward and backward. After laughing, she suddenly sat on the ground and started crying, holding her head with both hands and scratching it. Her usually exquisitely combed hairstyle was now a mess. Lu Chen ignored it and just watched the scene with a smile. Everything was under control. Li Qingyu sat on the ground. After crying, she felt disheartened. She never imagined that Gu Qingqing had betrayed her long ago. She had been a widow for so many years, but her man was having an affair with another woman outside. Now she had come to Lu Chen for help several times for Zhang Shenghui. She had lost all her face and felt extremely humiliated. However, Gu Qingqing refused to listen to her explanation and almost strangled her to death. The grievances seeped into her heart, causing her defenses to collapse bit by bit. Lu Chen stood up, walked to her side, watched the video, and said faintly, "Madam, look carefully, doesn't this woman look familiar to you?" Li Qingyu looked at the woman in the video and immediately realized that this woman was one of Zhang Jianxiang's subordinates. Although they had only met once, she remembered her very clearly. Lu Chen added, "As far as I know, your husband has more than one female subordinate." Li Qingyu's body trembled, and she remembered again that it seemed that all the subordinates under Zhang Jianxiang were women, and there was no man at all. He also promoted several women to positions of power himself. She didn't think much about it before, but now she thinks, how could this be a coincidence? She was immediately overwhelmed by anger. It wasn't just that she was cuckolded, she didn't know how many people had cuckolded her. "Zhang Jianxiang, you bastard, you bastard, you bastard." Li Qingyu was completely furious. After being extremely disappointed, the little love between husband and wife in her heart almost disappeared at this moment. "Look, I am hateful, but I have never thought of putting you to death. Although I play with women, I do it openly and I will never hide it. Don't you know how much you have given to your family? You do everything at home and you are the one who handles everything. But now your man wants to strangle you to death. Ma'am, you are so lucky." With these words, the last bit of defense in Li Qingyu's heart collapsed. She suddenly felt like a clown. "Lu Chen, you are amazing. You can even get this kind of video evidence." She looked at Lu Chen, as if she was both crying and laughing. Lu Chen said, "Madam, you don't need to care about how I got it. You just need to understand that this is indeed the truth. There are only two options before you now. First, you go back and pretend nothing happened. Continue to live with Zhang Jianxiang and see if you can find a glimmer of hope for your son. But if that's the case, I can't guarantee that I'll give you and your son a chance. Secondly, if you stand on my side, I can let you take him down, vent your anger, and save your son from jail. Do you want to give up your and your son's future for an old man who hasn't come home for many years and has been playing with other women outside, or do you want to choose yourself and your son? I'll give you 10 minutes to tell me the answer." Lu Chen sat down again, not in a hurry. He had plenty of patience. Li Qingyu stood there blankly. She understood that this was Lu Chen's trick, but she also understood that Zhang Jianxiang had truly betrayed her and almost killed her. And even if she pretended nothing happened, how could Zhang Jianxiang tolerate it? He would always think that she had taken the initiative to have sex with Lu Chen. He will never be able to let go of the hatred in his heart. And in this way, Zhang Shenghui's future will also be ruined. What's more terrifying is that Lu Chen can quietly obtain Zhang Shenghui's and Zhang Jianxiang's black material. Why can't we get the dirty laundry on her? If she makes the wrong choice, the whole family will be doomed. Is it better to give up a man who betrayed you and had no affection for you than to give up yourself and your son? Li Qingyu is a businessman, so he naturally knows how to weigh the pros and cons. In just 3 minutes, she walked in front of Lu Chen. "I've thought about it. Lu Chen, and then? She reached out to tie her messy hair back up, placed her hands on Lu Chen's legs, and slowly knelt down. Come on, torture me. Chapter 52. Madam, kneel down. Come on, torture me. Li Qingyu knelt in front of Lu Chen. At this moment, she made a certain decision. Lu Chen looked at Li Qingyu and smiled. Since you took the initiative, I want to be polite. Madam, please kneel down. It was several hours later that Li Qingyu left Lu Chen's villa. She sat in the car, rubbed her face and legs, feeling tired all over, but the blush on her face was particularly eye-catching. In her tiredness, she felt a sense of revenge, as well as an indescribable excitement and pleasure. After all, you are young and you are in good health. The image of Lu Chen's strong and powerful body appeared in her mind. She was speechless, but for some reason, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It turns out that after putting some things down, it feels so good. After a moment of silence, she took out her cell phone again, clicked on the video, and looked at the scene of Gu Qingqing and other women in the video. Her face suddenly turned cold. You bastard, from today on, we are done with each other. You betrayed me first, and you wanted to kill me first. For the future of me and my son, don't blame me for being cruel. She started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and headed straight for Yuqing University. In the hospital, Gu Qingqing was lying on the bed, looking at his bandaged leg and feeling the throbbing pain in his leg. The anger in his heart continued to burn. He couldn't tolerate that his wife had betrayed him. Although there was no evidence, the photo had completely angered him. He was thinking about how to take revenge on Lu Chen and Li Qingyu. You two bastards, I will send you to hell. Gu Qingqing gritted his teeth and wished he could stab Lu Chen to death right now. But before he had time to think about the plan, the phone rang. He took out his phone and a smile appeared on his face. This was a call from one of his lovers, who was promoted by him. She was also the woman he was closest to and the one who gave him the most benefits. The reason is simple, this woman plays the most extravagantly. Hey, Yang Qian, I miss you so much, let me know if I'm back. Before she could even utter the words I'll kill you, Yang Qian's panicked voice rang out from the other end of the line. Brother Chang, come here quickly. Your wife is here and she is banging on my office door. I am so scared. The panicked voices and knocking sounds rang out almost at the same time. The smile on Gu Qingqing's face froze instantly. A bad premonition surged into his heart, making him sit up straight. What did you say? Why did that crazy woman go to school? What does she want to do? Brother Chang, she seems to have discovered what happened between us. She banged on the door outside, saying that I seduced her man. Now there are a lot of people watching. What should we do? If this matter is exposed, we will be finished. What should we do? What should we do? Yang Qian was completely panicked. This was a school. Once the matter was exposed, it would easily become a big deal. When Yang Qingqing heard this, his heart skipped a beat and he felt a little panicked for the first time. He immediately hung up Yang Qian's phone and called Li Qingyu. As soon as the call was connected, Yang Qingqing immediately started cursing. Li Qingyu, what on earth do you want to do, you crazy woman? Li Qingyu sneered, you don't know what you have done, why do you have the nerve to ask me? I'm telling you, Gu Qingqing, I'm going to ruin your reputation and make you lose everything. It's you who betrayed me, and it's you who betrayed this family. Gu Qingqing had a bad feeling and knew that the matter must not be made a big deal, so he suppressed his anger and said, Qingyu, calm down. I can swear that things are definitely not what you think. Yang Qian and I are innocent. Well, you go back now, I'll be back soon, and we can sit down and talk about anything in person, okay? Let your mother talk. I have nothing to talk to you about. Gu Qingqing's heart was beating so wildly that it almost exploded. Li Qingyu. Are you going to kill me before you're satisfied? You're right, I wanted you to die, but it wasn't me who caused you to die. You did it yourself. You betrayed me. I have nothing more to say to you. Just wait for your disgrace. Li Qingyu hung up the phone and blocked him directly. When Gu Qingqing called again, the call was not connected. He was so angry that he pounded the bed and roared. Then he got up like crazy, not caring about the injuries on his body, and immediately went downstairs and drove straight to Yuqing University. At this time, at Yuqing University, as Li Qingyu continued to bang on the door, it had attracted a lot of onlookers. Li Qingyu also took the risk and directly opened the video on his mobile phone to show it to the people around him. Look carefully, take a closer look. Yang Jianxiang is playing with other women outside and has not come home for several months. He is such a good man and a good husband. The woman who seduced my man is in there. I want her to come out. I want to tear her face apart. The onlookers were never afraid of trouble and took out their mobile phones to record videos. Li Qingyu was chilled and angry, so he put the video in front of other people's phones and asked them to take pictures of him in the face. Come on, take pictures carefully and clearly, so that everyone can have a good look at this couple. Yang Chen hid in the house and didn't dare to go out, but Li Qingyu turned up the volume of her mobile phone to the maximum, so she could also hear the disgusting sounds she made. But she didn't dare to go out. She was so anxious that she could only call Zhang Jianxiang for help. Zhang Jianxiang called the police as he rushed over, but by the time he arrived, it was too late. The video of the scene has been posted to countless people's WeChat moments, and it has spread from one person to 10, and then to 100. In just 10 minutes, it has already spread throughout the school. Ah! Li Qingyu, you vicious woman! Zhang Jianxiang looked at the scene and felt a loud bang in his head, as if he was struck by lightning, and he felt dizzy. The blood rushed to my head and I almost died of anger on the spot. There was only one sentence left in his mind: it's over. Well, the data is terrible, but I still want to write about it, because there are cars I want to drive but haven't driven yet, so please give me some gifts. Pomegranates, thank you. Chapter 53 You Bad Student. When Li Qingyu was taken away by the police, Zhang Jianxiang did not feel happy at all. On the contrary, he felt extremely angry and desperate. He never expected that Li Qingyu would come here, and he never expected that Li Qingyu had such a clear and complete video of him and Yang Chen in his hand. It was all the fault of that slutty woman Yang Chen, who said that cheating was for excitement and tried her best to encourage him to take videos for nostalgia. Now it's okay, the video must have been leaked from Yang Chen. Otherwise, how could it have been leaked if he had never leaked it? Before the truth was revealed, Zhang Jianxiang and Yang Chen had already broken up. Naturally, this matter spread quickly, and even though the authorities tried desperately to suppress it, it was of no avail. When online media is highly developed, such things are impossible to cover up, not to mention that Zhang Jianxiang's identity is special, which is a point that can attract huge attention. So as soon as the matter started to ferment, media personnel immediately noticed it and quickly reported it, making it straight to the headlines. Of course, the result did not disappoint these media people. Once the matter made the headlines, the popularity skyrocketed, and it was extremely lively. Even Zhang Jianxiang didn't have the chance to quibble, because in the live video, Li Qingyu put the evidence in front of everyone and captured it clearly. Not to mention that someone specially edited the video on her mobile phone and released it. You can imagine how powerful it is. What followed was an emergency public relations announcement from the school. Relevant reports had been received, and the relevant personnel were ordered to be suspended and subject to investigation, and there would be no leniency. After all these operations, Zhang Jianxiang was undoubtedly doomed. He never expected that he would be defeated and ruined in just a few days. And the person who brought him downfall was actually his wife. Of course, he didn't know that the real driving force behind this was Lu Chen. From the day Li Qingyu decided to go to Lu Chen to beg for mercy, from the moment she knelt in front of Lu Chen, this plan had already fully emerged in Lu Chen's mind. It was just that Zhang Jianxiang's scandal happened to hit Li Qingyu's pain point perfectly, so the whole process went more smoothly than Lu Chen had expected. On the balcony, Lu Chen looked at the trending searches and smiled indifferently. He edited a message and sent it to Li Qingyu. "Ma'am, I admire your courage. Of course I appreciate it. I haven't even shown up yet, but you guys have already fought each other to the point of being bloody and a loser." At the same time, at Yuqing University, Jiang Yuni looked at the explosive content on the hot search, her beautiful eyes widened, and her eyes revealed surprise and disbelief. Zhang Jianxiang was actually investigated for having an affair with a female subordinate, and his wife came to the school to make a scene. There is also a video. That's too much of a hammering. Jiang Yuni casually clicked on a video and took a look. She could clearly see the scenes between Zhang Jianxiang and Yang Chen, and her face turned red. This useless old thing is so overwhelmed, yet he still plays so extravagantly. I have really broadened my horizons. But then she thought of another thing. Zhang Jianxiang actually fell down. Could this be related to Lu Chen? Lu Chen never mentioned Zhang Jianxiang to her. Although she did hope that Lu Chen could kill Zhang Jianxiang, she felt that the hope was too slim. But now the fact has come true. If Lu Chen really did it, then he is too amazing. Because she didn't see Lu Chen show up from the beginning to the end of this incident, and it was his wife who directly brought down Gu Qingqing. Could Lu Chen still make his wife obey him and bring down her own man? She bit her lip slightly, her heartbeat quickening and her chest rising and falling. She thought this was unlikely, but now she couldn't think of anyone else except Lu Chen who would target Gu Qingqing. After thinking for a while, she walked out of the office, found an empty corner, and called Lu Chen. "Teacher Jiang, have you seen the news online?" Lu Chen knew without thinking that Zhang Yuni was most likely calling about Gu Qingqing's matter, so he got straight to the point. Zhang Yuni's heart skipped a beat. He actually knew my purpose. Could it be that he really did this? Lu Chen, something happened to Gu Qingqing. This incident, wasn't it you who did it? Yes, it was me. I caused him to break up with his wife. I could have easily killed him without my personal intervention. According to our agreement, Mr. Jiang, you need to find a time to squat in front of me now. I still think Teacher Jiang looks best in a halter dress with floral patterns, so when the time comes, Teacher Jiang must wear the clothes I like, otherwise, don't blame the students for being cruel. Lu Chen smiled, and Zhang Yuni blushed slightly. She still found it a little unbelievable to hear Lu Chen admit it with her own ears. It turns out that my student is not only good at investment, but is he also good at these things? You bad student. Who would squat in front of you? Besides, this matter is just your words, how do I know you are not lying? Didn't you say you were a bad student? You have to prove it to the teacher. In her heart, Zhang Yuni actually believed to a great extent that Lu Chen was the one who did it, because now only Lu Chen was fighting with Gu Qingqing because of her. Although Gu Qingqing naturally has other enemies, they have not done anything to him over the years, so it is impossible for him to reverse the situation in just a few days. But she still found it hard to imagine what means Lu Chen used to make Li Qingyu and Gu Qingqing turn against each other and kill someone with a borrowed knife. Lu Chen said, "Teacher Jiang, you are being naughty again. But I always respect teachers, so I can give you a chance. Come to my villa at 8 o'clock tonight, and I will convince you." "Okay, it's a deal." Zhang Yuni put down her phone, feeling a little nervous, but more excited. She would be able to see the truth at night, and she was indeed looking forward to it. But when she thought that if Lu Chen really did this, then according to their agreement, she would have to squat. That. To squat, or not to squat? Zhang Yuni opened her lips slightly, bit her fingers, her face flushed, but she didn't know what was going on in her mind. After knocking Gu Qingqing down, Li Qingyu felt a sense of relief in his heart. Although they have been married for many years, she does not feel any guilt. On the contrary, she is very happy and excited. Especially when she thought about how many women Gu Qingqing had slept with outside while she had been a widow all this time, the hatred in her heart became stronger, and she became more excited about her revenge. But after the excitement, she also thought of another question: would Lu Chen give up and let her and Zhang Shangui go? After this fight, Li Qingyu had clearly realized that Lu Chen was definitely not a simple person. It is impossible for an ordinary person to obtain so much evidence in such a short time. Although it is impossible to find out what Lu Chen's background is, it now seems that it is precisely because of this that Lu Chen appears particularly terrifying. There is no way to find out, so what do you think is supporting him? Moreover, Lu Chen has a calm and ruthless personality. If she doesn't do well and is not a useful chess piece, it is very likely that Lu Chen will abandon her if he is in a bad mood. By then, Zhang Shangui and she will have no way out. Therefore, for now, if she is not sure that she can kill Lu Chen, the best way is to surrender. There is only this one way, there is no other way. After Li Qingyu calmed down, she immediately took out her cell phone and called Lu Chen. "Madam, just tell me what sincerity you want to show." Lu Chen's smiling voice rang out, and Li Qingyu's heart trembled violently. He actually guessed my thoughts clearly. Chapter 54 Teacher, squat down. Li Qingyu really wanted to show her sincerity in exchange for Lu Chen's attention and her own peace, but she didn't expect Lu Chen to guess so accurately and say it so bluntly. What does this mean? In her opinion, there are two most crucial points. First, Lu Chen is indeed meticulous and knows what she is thinking. Moreover, he may have thought of this from the very beginning. He is so cunning. The second, and most crucial point for her, was that Lu Chen was not afraid of her knowing his true thoughts. To put it bluntly, Lu Chen was fearless and completely believed that even if she knew his purpose, she would never dare to resist. Doesn't that further prove that the untraceable background behind Lu Chen is actually unfathomable? In an instant, Li Qingyu's heartbeat accelerated, and she became even more convinced that Lu Chen was someone who should not be provoked. Lu Chen had a smile on his face. He knew very well that after his actions, Lu Qingyu would definitely find his background difficult to guess and would never dare to resist again. In this way, you can only let yourself take control. When you are away from home, your identity is given by yourself. It is true. I think we should meet in person. I really want to cooperate with you. Is it okay for us to talk face to face if there is anything? Lu Qingyu spoke, and both his tone and attitude were very humble. I have already surrendered psychologically. Lu Chen said, sure, come to my villa to find me at 8 o'clock in the evening. Without any extra words, he hung up the phone. Time flies, and it's night in the blink of an eye. When Zhang Yuni walked into the villa, Lu Chen was drinking tea on the balcony and looking at her with a smile on his face. She was wearing a halter dress with floral patterns, which showed off her slender waist, towering snow-white breasts, and long, white legs. The skin on her neck and shoulders was white and tender, and her collarbone looked exceptionally delicious under the light. Well, this skirt. Teacher Jiang is still very obedient. Lu Chen looked at Zhang Yuni, who was walking over, and said with a smile. Zhang Yuni knew that he was referring to her obediently wearing a skirt, but she said stubbornly, I just like to wear this kind of skirt, not just to listen to you. I am your teacher, you bad student. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Ha, you're quite arrogant. This is in line with the teacher's character of always wanting to take the initiative and educate students. But unfortunately, the students don't agree. Didn't you say you would produce evidence to convince me that it was you who brought down Zhang Jinxiang? Where is the evidence? You damn bad student, you are not lying to the teacher, are you? If you lie, the teacher will spank you. Zhang Yuni bit her lip and acted as if she was going to punish Lu Chen fiercely. Lu Chen smiled and said, why are you in such a hurry? Since I asked teacher Jiang to come, I will naturally make her convinced. Is teacher Jiang so impatient that she wants to squat in front of me? You're overthinking it. If anyone needs to squat, it's you who should do it. Don't worry, the teacher will take good care of you. Zhang Yuni blushed slightly, but looked at Lu Chen with a sly look. At this time, another car appeared. It was Lu Qingyu. Why is she here? Zhang Yuni frowned slightly when she saw Lu Qingyu. Isn't this her enemy? Why did she come to her little man's territory? When Lu Qingyu saw Zhang Yuni, she was only slightly stunned, but she was not surprised. After all, the conflict between her family and Lu Chen was caused by Zhang Yuni. It's no surprise to see it here. What is really worth thinking about is why Lu Chen let her and Zhang Yuni appear here at the same time. She is a businesswoman, so she naturally understands that Lu Chen is not making this arrangement casually. Teacher Jiang. Lu Qingyu lowered his posture and greeted Zhang Yuni politely, which made Zhang Yuni feel a little at a loss. It was really unexpected that a person who had been so fierce in front of me a few days ago suddenly became so polite. Sit down. Lu Chen said casually. Lu Qingyu took a look, and then sat down on the right side of Zhang Yuni. Lu Chen was on Zhang Yuni's left, and she chose to sit on her right, quite far away from Lu Chen, with one person between them. This was a gesture to show that she had absolutely no intention of competing with Zhang Yuni for anything. She was just a follower. Lu Chen said, Madam, just speak frankly. Lu Qingyu immediately opened her bag, took out a document, and said with her head slightly lowered, it was indeed my son who made the mistake earlier. I apologize to Mr. Lu and teacher Jiang. I'm sorry. To express my apology, I am willing to give Mr. Lu 30% of the shares of my real estate company as compensation. I hope Mr. Lu will accept it. Zhang Yuni's eyes widened immediately. As far as she knew, Lu Qingyu's company was not small. The real estate industry was in good momentum now. Although Yuqing had not yet entered the stage of skyrocketing, many other cities had already begun to skyrocket. She took out 30% of the shares as an apology. In terms of the pure value of her assets, it is probably well into the 9 figures. Not to mention that if you own the shares, you can also get a share of the profits. Lu Qingyu has invested a lot of money. The fact that Lu Qingyu was able to spend so much money proved that Lu Chen must have convinced Lu Qingyu so that she no longer had any intention of resisting. In this case, Zhang Jinxiang's downfall must be related to Lu Chen. Otherwise, Lu Qingyu would never be so afraid of Lu Chen. She was forced to overthrow her own man and give away so many assets. No, it turns out that my student is so ridiculously talented? Zhang Yuni stared at Lu Chen with eyes wide open, her heart beating faster, and a look of disbelief and surprise on her face. She suddenly felt that Lu Chen was both familiar and strange. Lu Chen just looked indifferent, took a look at the file that Lu Qingyu took out, and showed no interest. He just said indifferently, leave it there. If there's nothing else, you can go back. Li Qingyu's heart skipped a beat and she wanted to say something, but seeing that Lu Chen didn't even raise his head, she didn't dare to speak and could only stand up in a hurry. Okay, then, I'll be leaving first. Jiang Yuni was very confused when she saw Li Qingyu leaving in a hurry. Lu Chen, what's going on? She gave so much money, why is she still so flustered? Lu Chen smiled and said, want to know? Jiang Yuni nodded repeatedly. Lu Chen stood up, walked in front of her, and raised his hand to lift her chin. If you want to know, then squat down. Please give me some gifts, to show your love. I will feel bad if I don't write this joke about the teacher. Chapter 55 Teacher, I'm not full. Jiang Yuni's face flushed. From her perspective, Lu Chen looked tall, well-proportioned, handsome, and his jawline revealed a strong temperament. But the smile on his face had a bit more of amusement, and a bit of a gentlemanly villain feeling. The combination of these temperaments makes him look both cool and handsome. It can't be said that it is very much to her taste, but it is completely in line with her hobbies in this regard. This guy used to be just handsome and gentle in character, why has he changed recently? You little bastard, you hit it really well. But Jiang Yuni couldn't deny that Lu Chen at this moment was indeed more in line with her expectations and tastes. If Lu Chen was like this before, how could she have held on for so long and just done with him? Teacher Jiang, are you wondering why I suddenly became so suitable for your taste? If I had been like this before, you would have been unable to resist. Just as Jiang Yuni was in a daze and swallowing her saliva, Lu Chen spoke, looking down at her, confident and handsome, but also a bit cynical. Jiang Yuni's heart beat faster. No way, could this kid guess what I was thinking? You are talking nonsense. I don't think so. I think you have ulterior motives towards the teacher. If not, why are you drooling and craving for something? Jiang Yuni's face immediately turned red. You are talking nonsense. I am not greedy for your body. You are just thinking too much. But I haven't told you that it's my body you're lusting after, teacher. Jiang Yuni was speechless and her heartbeat accelerated violently. Oops, the secret is exposed. Lu Chen pressed on further, pinched her chin, squatted down, and looked straight into her eyes. Teacher Jiang, if you don't behave, I will be really angry. Without waiting for Jiang Yuni to speak, Lu Chen suddenly grabbed her shoulders and pulled her towards him, and Jiang Yuni was pulled up. Lu Chen pinched her face slightly and whispered beside her fair and delicate ear, if you don't behave now, I will really hit you. Where do you want to be hit, huh? Jiang Yuni only felt her face burning hot, and the blush spread from her face to her ears and neck. She gritted her teeth slightly, her eyes were misty, she felt ashamed but also inexplicably excited. You little brat, if you keep doing this I'll really get mad. Do you know that if the teacher gets angry the consequences will be very serious? Jiang Yuni tried hard to look ferocious, but with her red face and heaving chest, it didn't have any killing power at all. Instead, it made her look more delicious and attractive. What a coincidence! I want to see the teacher angry now. Lu Chen smiled, bit her ear gently, and then pressed hard on her shoulder. Jiang Yuni felt her legs go weak and she couldn't stand at all, so she squatted down. For the first time, Jiang Yuni felt that her own strength was too insignificant. Lu Chen's hands could easily restrain her, but her leg strength was obviously not enough, and she was a little unstable after squatting for a long time. Fortunately, Lu Chen was considerate enough. Seeing that he could no longer squat, he let her sit on the chair. It would have been more considerate if he wasn't so rude. But unfortunately, it is impossible for any man not to be rough at this time. Jiang Yuni came out of the bathroom and looked at Lu Chen angrily. She rubbed her face with both hands, her eyes full of resentment. Lu Chen smiled and said, Teacher Jiang, I suggest you take a shower first. Can't you see that I'm still not full? Not full at all. Jiang Yuni bit her lip, a look of astonishment appearing on her face. You are a beast. I have something else to do at work, so I'm leaving now. Jiang Yuni didn't dare to stay for long and ran out immediately, but before she could run out, she was grabbed by Lu Chen. Teacher Jiang, did I let you go? Jiang Yuni looked at Lu Chen's aggressive gaze and felt her legs go weak. No. Student Lu, please don't do this. I beg you. I don't have the strength. I'm not feeling well. Poor health is mostly due to imbalance of yin and yang, so you should stay. Lu Chen didn't say anything, he just picked her up, locked the door, and threw her on the sofa. Jiang Yuni wanted to run, but was quickly caught by Lu Chen and thrown back. The domineering feeling and fierce power made Zhang Yuni's whole body go limp. After several times, she was completely out of strength. Looking at Lu Chen approaching, she could only stretch out her hands to support his chest. She looked at him with pleading eyes and said, "Student Lu, do you still look like a student? Don't worry, students will definitely respect you." Half an hour later. Zhang Yuni bit her lips tightly. "You have no respect at all. Stinky, boy, well." The next day, morning. Zhang Yuni looked at her torn skirt and frowned. She really didn't expect that her skirt would be damaged, but it was obviously not her fault. The blame could only be placed on one of her bad students. Forget it, let's just make do with it. The damaged part isn't noticeable, and no one will see it when we drive back anyway. In the end, Zhang Yuni chose to wear a floral dress. Lu Chen walked out of the room and looked at him straight with a smile on his face. He walked over to Zhang Yuni and hugged her from behind. "Teacher Jiang, have you brushed your teeth?" Zhang Yuni's heart was shocked and her face was filled with horror. "No way, you're coming again? You went to feed the dog at midnight yesterday." She looked at Lu Chen with disbelief. "I know you are young and you are a wolf dog, but you also have to be restrained. It's not that you can't, but at least you shouldn't." Zhang Yuni bit her lip, suddenly got out of Lu Chen's hand, picked up her bag and ran out. "I really have something else to do. I'll leave first." Lu Chen looked at Zhang Yuni's back in amazement, then laughed out loud. "I just wanted to ask if you finished washing up and have breakfast. What do you think I want you to eat?" Looking at Zhang Yuni's hasty escape, Lu Chen found it interesting, but also understood. After all, thinking back, he felt that he had indeed gone a little too far last night. Am I going to use this to test the female teacher? Which female teacher can withstand such a test? Lu Chen had no choice but to wash up and eat by himself, drink a cup of tea, feel refreshed, and then start today's investment operations. The continuous operations these days have allowed his wealth accumulation to reach its peak, with assets exceeding 9 figures. The more assets he has, the more profit he will make based on his memory and his understanding of the economic trends in the next decade, and it is basically a guaranteed profit. But when he opened the software again, he frowned. Because he found that he was unable to participate in the transaction. His securities account and bank account were both frozen. Chapter 56 I am Brother Chen's dog. Lu Chen looked at the account that was frozen and unable to participate in transactions, and a sneer appeared on his face. It only took him a second to figure out the reason. Naturally, it was Du Menglan who took action. Du Menglan is a senior executive at Yuqing Bank headquarters. She came to threaten Lu Chen 2 days ago, but Lu Chen did not give her a good look. Undoubtedly, this was the other party's revenge. "It's really fast. How dare you freeze my account?" Lu Chen was not angry, but felt like laughing. He had already obtained the black material on Du Menglan in advance, so he could be said to be fearless. It would be fine if Du Menglan did not find fault, but if she did, it would be like walking into trouble. As for his inability to trade in the short term, he is not worried at all. Firstly, his investments are all very accurate and basically bullish. Even if he cannot trade, he can still earn income by keeping the money in his portfolio. Secondly, he has sufficient funds, so even if his account is blocked, he will not lack cash flow and it will not affect his life at all. Since Du Menglan has already taken action, there must be a next step. Not only was Lu Chen not in a hurry, he was actually looking forward to Du Menglan continuing to act up. The more she acts, the more miserable her death will be. At the same time, at the headquarters of Yuqing Bank, Du Menglan had a sneer on her face, full of confidence. "Humph. Lu Chen, your account has been blocked. I wonder what else you can do. This is just the beginning. As long as you don't bow your head, I will make your life miserable. Let's see who can beat who. I don't believe you can hold on and not kneel down to apologize to my sister." 1. Du Menglan was full of confidence. In her opinion, people like Lu Chen must care about money the most. Now that she has cut off Lu Chen's way of making money, how can he not be anxious? Moreover, this method is completely within her power. At worst, you can unblock it yourself. If it cannot be unblocked, I have the final say. What is even more disgusting is that I can unblock you today, but in 2 days I can find any reason to block you again. No matter how awesome you are, can you stand being cheated like this? Du Menglan was full of expectations. She believed that it would not be long before Lu Chen would take the initiative to come to her and make peace. All she had to do now was to wait for Lu Chen to come and make peace. Of course, she also had to think of other ways to make Lu Chen's situation even more miserable and impossible to recover. After thinking for a while, Du Menglan recalled the school beauty incident involving Lu Chen a few days ago. Because of Du Liyun, she had of course also seen the uproar between Lu Chen and Gu Qingqing. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that there was something fishy about this matter. Gu Qingqing first slandered and then apologized. In her opinion, either Gu Qingqing was threatened or bribed. But no matter what the reason, as long as she can get Gu Qingqing to stand up and continue to accuse Lu Chen, there will still be a chance to kill Lu Chen. Gu Qingqing had previously exposed Lu Chen through her sister Du Liyun. As Du Liyun's elder sister, she could naturally find Gu Qingqing's contact information easily. So, Du Liyun found Gu Qingqing and added her on her own initiative. After contacting Gu Qingqing, she took the initiative to express her intention. I'm Du Liyun's sister, my name is Du Menglan, and I came to see you because of Lu Chen. Gu Qingqing was frightened when she heard Du Menglan's words. This woman actually wanted to frame Lu Chen, and even hoped to cooperate with her so that she could once again confuse right and wrong. Gu Qingqing was so scared that her hands were shaking and she almost dropped her phone. Ever since she knew what happened to Yang Li and Du Liyun, she no longer dared to go against Lu Chen. Moreover, as the campus belle of Yuqing University, she certainly knew about Yang Jianxiang's affairs. Although she had not seen it with her own eyes, the topic of Jiang Yuni being kept by a former student had always been a hot topic in Yuqing University, so of course she had heard about it. And she also knew that the student who was said to be supporting Jiang Yuni was Lu Chen. So she understood that Jiang Jianxiang's downfall must be related to Lu Chen. Anyone who goes against Lu Chen will not have a good ending. Moreover, Jiang Jianxiang is a very powerful person. His wife is the owner of a real estate company and has plenty of money. However, even such a person was easily won over by Lu Chen. Now Du Menglan wants her to frame Lu Chen again? What a joke! If you want to kill yourself, do it yourself, don't drag me down with you. Gu Qingqing subconsciously wanted to refuse, but suddenly changed her mind. If I hold Du Menglan back now, pretend to cooperate with her, and then tell Lu Chen about this and let Lu Chen deal with her, wouldn't that be another opportunity to please Lu Chen? So, Gu Qingqing immediately pretended to reply that she was willing to cooperate with Du Menglan and denounce Lu Chen. But we have to talk face to face. No evidence can be left on the internet, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Du Menglan was overjoyed and immediately made an appointment with Gu Qingqing to meet in the evening. Putting down the phone, Du Menglan took a deep breath and a very proud smile appeared on her face. Hee, what kind of school beauty is this? She's still a student who has not experienced much of the world. She was dragged into this water with just a few words. Lu Chen, just expect to be attacked from both sides. Gu Qingqing finished chatting with Du Menglan and immediately called Lu Chen. Brother Chen, someone wants to harm you. After listening to Gu Qingqing's story, Lu Chen laughed. Du Menglan was not too stupid. She knew how to find allies for herself and wanted to make him vulnerable to attacks from all sides and unable to cope with all the challenges. But Du Menglan had no idea that the ally she was looking for had already become his dog. You did a good job. Ask her out normally tonight. Then, I will go meet her in person. Lu Chen shook his neck, feeling that his hands were itching a lot recently. I always want to find someone to smoke with. Time flies and it's already night. As agreed with Gu Qingqing, Du Menglan went to a teahouse not far from Yuqing University. She was very happy and went straight to the private room that she had booked in advance with her bag. Along the way, she was thinking about how to join forces with Gu Qingqing, how to slander Lu Chen, and how to make the matter bigger and make Lu Chen attacked from all sides. She had thought of many ideas, and now she just needed to meet with Gu Qingqing to discuss them before she could take action. She wanted to laugh when she thought that Lu Chen would soon be ruined by her. When she opened the door, Du Menglan saw Gu Qingqing sitting inside. But she was stunned because she saw that there was another person next to Gu Qingqing, a handsome man. Lu Chen, why are you here? Du Menglan's face changed drastically and she stood at the door in a daze. Gu Qingqing walked over silently without saying a word, closed the door and locked it. When Du Menglan saw her actions, she had a bad feeling. Lu Chen smiled and said, don't you have something to discuss with Gu Qingqing? Don't worry about me, discuss it with her first. Du Menglan looked at Gu Qingqing viciously. You betrayed me? Gu Qingqing had a cold face and slapped her on the face. I am Brother Chen's dog. I won't betray you, but will I betray him?